I did the intro today. Aren't you impressed? I guess. All right, sorry. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me.
Hi.
Sorry I'm a tad late, maybe a minute or two, but I was behind today. I'm still behind a little bit. I'm taking my meds now. Um,
And the
um,
cunning thing is,
where's my bag? Oh, I have one of those things. What's cunning thing? Whoa, we lost Simon. He said cunning thing is, and boom, he's gone.
Yeah.
That's not cunning at all. Thank you. I know that wasn't the whole one. So, say hi, Tara. Tara's here, of course. And here comes Simon again. And we'll get it together. Wait, that's not Simon. Is that Simon? Wait, I'm not letting him on. You do it. You do it. And,
No, that's fantasy.
and, I'll
me,
do it. Okay. All right, here we go. We're all here. Okay. Hi, Simon, back again. What were you
no,
saying?
but saying the cunning thing is you're both late and early.
I'm both late and early. Yeah, it's true.
My computer is
Yeah,
messing
you
up.
said the cunning thing is, and you
Yes.
dropped,
Late
and that was
starting the
not cunning.
stream.
Yes,
Yeah,
I know.
couldn't have timed that better.
I know. Hey, Ancito.
Yeah, late starting the
Hey,
stream and an
Welcome back.
hour early for the court.
Right, and that's because they messed up, maybe a little bit. No.
Somebody might have done.
All right. So here's the thing. During the trial, they started at 7 my time, and I thought that meant they started at 9 Eastern, but no, it's 8. They started at 8. Their time though, not East. Look, okay, it's just I didn't know when to start, so I thought I'd start now to make sure I was there at the beginning, and we could recap. We could just talk. We could do whatever we want until we start. I thought they'd be starting in a half an hour. They're starting in an hour. We've talked for an hour before, and it's going to be a short day today anyway, on their part. So it's not going to be anything like yesterday, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it basically. Hi. It's part of my charm, okay? I'm goofy.
and I don't know nothing. I just got here.
Yeah. Did you have coffee yet?
Nah,
My coffee maker was acting a fool today.
I
She
need
is.
to start coffee.
I had to. Well, Tara was like, she keeps starting and stopping, and I'm like, maybe she's just waking up. I don't know. Like, she never did that before, so I'm just terrified that she's just broke, not gonna do it anymore. No coffee for me, that kind of thing. And I'm thinking I'm gonna have to send Tara to the store to buy a new coffee maker because I can't just wait for one to come here from Amazon. That'll take a couple days, and I'll have no coffee. That's terrifying, isn't it?
You know what you need?
What do I need?
A percolator for whenever your coffee
Yes,
pots break down. You have a backup for the stove.
because here the thing is, I have a French press, but I don't have the right grounds for it. I have regular grounds. You need coarse grounds for a French press to work properly, or you get a lot of grounds in your coffee.
Right.
We don't have Cliff here today. Simon, you want to do the hellos?
Yep, can do. I was just about to say, if you want a foolproof method of making coffee with the fine ground coffee you have at the moment, get one of those conical things you put on top of a mug that
Pour
take
over.
a filter.
Actually, you're supposed to have finer grounds than like the regular coffee grounds you buy are good for drip coffee makers. Pour overs, you can, but you should have a little bit. You're right. I could do a pour
They,
over.
they still work,
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
and it's nice coffee. So anyway, hello, Graham Graphic
It's funny
Beans.
that y'all are talking about grounds.
Oh, that is
Ground,
grounds.
ground,
All right. Go
ground.
ahead.
Hello, Trans Girl and Elite Claus. Thomas EG1.
Tuggernot's right. Time zones are hard for AMC.
Anisito. Yes. Hello again. String
Uh,
Follow Hawk. Juggernaut Jared Reed. Hello there. Neil Hatch.
Hey,
Nicole
welcome.
Pinotti.
Welcome,
Grunge
Nicole.
truck,
Grunge truck.
chicken skin,
Okay.
Right, sure.
and that is all that I can see. If
And
I
if
miss
we missed
anybody, yeah, Ms. Pink
Miss
Eyes.
Pink Eyes, I like that. Well, welcome to those I don't know, and welcome back to those I do. Everybody, you got your coffee? I got mine, or whatever you like. Is French press the same as a cafetiere? Uh, I don't know. Quite frankly, I don't know, Graham. Um, Captain Cactus is lurking. Hi there, Mod Man.
Captain, I
KG's. Hey there. There's a link in your
thank you,
DM
thank
if
you,
you
Jess.
want.
I think a cafetiere is like a French press
Okay,
from
good.
the
Thank you.
descriptions I've heard.
I want your basic Italian percolator. That's what I want. I miss those. Oh, we have something from Thomas. Let me highlight. Can I highlight that on StreamYards? I don't know.
Basic Italian percolator. What
Yeah.
makes it Italian?
Doesn't
Well, that's where they were
doesn't appear
made.
in Streamlabs.
Okay, no, it doesn't. Go ahead. You read it.
I can't. I'm not on YouTube.
Oh, Thomas has gifted an AMG membership. Thank you. Who got it?
Thank you, Thomas.
Ah, Anacito got it. That's so fun. Anacito,
What?
you just given a membership to my channel for a month.
Why do I keep getting those?
Hey, why are you complaining?
Uh,
Accept it and say thank you. Rude.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Rude. He'll give it to somebody else then.
Oh, it's because I'm like a gifted membership for like 15 places right now.
Well, be happy. You're lucky. Okay, Cajunies.
Uh,
So, the French
Hi,
makes some nice
Freckles.
coffee. I like Italian. But then again, I could be biased. You never know.
And hello, Roxanne.
Hey, Tina Burgess.
Oh,
You
Lord,
lost
let's
track of
not get
time.
started
So
on
did
the
I.
Italian thing again.
I am not getting into an Italian thing again. I'm just saying. I can't help it if I'm perfect.
Yes.
right. Cosa
Yeah.
italiana.
Oh my God. I'm getting off here.
I didn't say it. I didn't say that. Coffee spelled backwards is EFOC, which means I don't give a fuck until I have my coffee. I like that. Good one, girl.
I used to have that mug, but I gave it away to somebody.
You have a good mug now.
Uh,
So, anyways, as I was
I've
saying,
got a T-shirt that says "Never get between me and my coffee."
coffee is as represented on merch as cats, I think.
I have a no coffee, no worky shirt.
See? See what I'm saying? My avatar has my coffee love in there.
Mhm.
And that's about as much as I drank yesterday. Boy, yesterday was a big coffee day for me.
I need to go get my coffee started.
I have no see, I have a thing about the pod coffee makers. I don't understand how they're trying to tell us that the same pod make okay, Mountain Dew lady. Um a regular size cup and then a travel cup. Same pod, different ounces. No, because you're not going to get the same coffee. You know what I'm saying? One cup of coffee is going to be stronger and richer than the other. Am I right?
Yeah.
I would suspect so, yes.
There you
But
go.
I wouldn't know since I would never use one of those pod coffee makers.
I don't either. I have a Braun, and she's beautiful.
I have one. It's the same.
Is it Braun?
A Keurig is the same.
Uh,
No.
eh.
It's
I
just
have
Okay.
a Keurig, but I don't use it. Yeah, no.
Oh, hi, Cliff.
Hey guys.
Cliff's here.
I'll donate it.
Juggernaut says Mountain Dew, nectar of the gods, and gamers everywhere. I've never had Mountain
Ugh.
Dew.
Yeah, I've had it once, and reading a label scared me, and I'm never having one again.
Matt
Hey.
Thacker says it was Whitey's fault. Darrell Brooks probably. He blames everybody, but hey, Julie Close. He blames everybody but himself. So last, I want to replay his reaction to Sue Opper's arguments yesterday. They were so good. She was great yesterday. She finally got to speak to him the way she wanted to the whole
Well,
time.
wait a minute.
What? What, Nicole?
Before we get into Darrell Brooks,
Yeah.
did you hear about the accident in LA County?
No. What?
It was 10 or it might be more now, but the sheriff's recruits, policemen recruits were running, doing their daily training, and somebody ran into them
Oh
with a
no.
car.
Cliff, can you look that up real quick?
Oh wow.
Oh
There's a
no.
link in the Discord that
It's in
Jason
Whittier
Hyatt has
County.
posted.
Thank
Whittier.
you.
I
It's in
did
LA
hear.
County.
Yeah, I did hear about something else that happened in L.A. You know, Jay Leno got
23
hospitalized last
and
weekend.
Oh well. I'm not a big
Yeah, he set himself
fan
on
of
fire.
Jay. He set himself on fire?
No, there was a car fire.
Oh.
One of his cars caught on
Oh,
fire.
yeah, well. So I'm looking. So they were hit. Oh god, at least 10 pedestrians hit by a driver. Oh
Says
no.
22 here.
Yeah, this is an earlier thing. That's why.
Yeah.
What is wrong with people?
All right,
What?
you have the most recent, Clippy.
Yeah.
All right, I have to. I. Hi, Odin. And new people coming in. Hi, Roxon. If I say that wrong, please forgive. I just like to say hi to everybody who comes in, if I can. Welcome to our stream. And do you have any info on what happened, Clippy?
Okay. So it says 22 people struck by vehicle, driver detained.
Oh, good. Were they drunk?
Let's
Hey,
see what it
Tix.
says here.
Hi,
Cheeky
Powerpuff Princess
monkey.
and Cheeky Monkey.
Yes, I think she does know she has a cat on her head. Guess what? I have a matching one. Only mine are black. My ears are black and pink. We got matching ones.
Yeah, it doesn't say. It says the
Here.
driver was injured, but it doesn't say they were drunk or not.
You know me. I have no sympathy for drunk drivers. Oh, by the way, um, I think that's like the only thing. Oh wait, no. I think Darrell has been arrested for driving under the influence, just not drunk driving. Shit. I was gonna say that's the one thing he hasn't been arrested for. I think he might. I could be wrong. But I'm watching this other case right now in Judge Simpson's. Oh, you guys know that Judge Simpson, right? The black judge, the squishy
That
gardener.
narrows it down. But yes, I know.
All right.
Yeah.
Guess where he's a judge? Waukesha County. I bet he knows Judge Darrow. He's
Well,
in
she
in
is the chief
Waukesha.
judge, so I'd imagine he
Well,
would.
chief criminal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'd know each other. And yeah, he's Judge Simpson. Yeah, he's great. His bailiff retired, and he did this really beautiful. Like he made him go to the podium. I think either this morning or yesterday morning, and just gave him the most beautiful thank you speech. And you could tell he was. They were both choked up. He had to take a break. Uh, they're on the same level. Okay. Simpson and Darrow. Okay. Yeah. Chief judge just means the cases she can take. No, Detroit, Michigan is the other judge, the one with the crazy clerk. But Simpson is in Waukesha County. Sorry, that's Wisconsin. Go look. I promise you, he's there. Um,
Oh, yeah,
I
I know.
went. when I found out, I was like, "Get the fuck out!" And I double checked to make sure. Um, but you can actually the one you're thinking of is the guy who just rambles a lot, Marquette or something like that. I know who you're talking about. That's Detroit. Yeah, Simpson makes me laugh too. He um he don't take shit, and I like that. Matt Trucker, but he's very kind to the people who need the kindness.
Hi,
Yep.
Jason.
Are you serious? He said Waukesha. I looked it up and they're in the okay. Maybe it was a different Simpson in her court. I could have sworn. All right, all right. Don't yell at me. I got it wrong.
Don't yell at us. Ouch, ears.
Waukesha could sound like Waukesha for somebody who's 60% deaf.
Yes.
Like me now.
Look, you don't like it, go away. This is my stream. You know I'm gonna get loud at times. I'll try not to.
Yeah, but that doesn't give you a right to yell at everybody.
I'm not yelling at anybody. They're yelling at me. They're ganging up on me. Ew.
No. But then you yell and we have to hear it.
People be mean to me.
I'm deaf in one ear
I
too,
don't care
so it
for
hurts.
Judge Middleton. He bores me. And I don't like Debbie, quite frankly. I just don't like her. Yes, I did catch the story about Judge Darrell. I was just watching it. She's really pretty. Thank you, Graham. Well, look, you guys. Yeah.
What?
Stop talking about my yelling. It's just who I am. I don't tell you to change. I accept you for who you are. Okay, I feel sick right now. I inhaled my breakfast to get here on time, and I feel really gross right now. So be nice to me.
She
I
went,
will turn this stream around. All right.
You inhaled your breakfast.
I inhaled my breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Nicole. I love your name, Nicole. It's a very Italian name.
Dude,
What?
are you gonna be like regurgitating like a goat here in a minute? Start chewing.
Should we talk about my toenails? Why would you talk about my toenails?
Hey, Gummy.
You've never seen my
No,
feet.
he said, are you going to regurgitate a goat?
Because they're Italian too.
No, I'm talking about Thomas's comment. Toenail.
Yeah.
What's that about? I don't get it. I don't get it. All right, anyways. So,
Oh,
moving
goodness.
on from all this crap, there is a nice video about Judge Darrow. Like, just a personality piece. It's the truth about Judge Darrow. And I just watched the first couple minutes of it. I haven't gotten to like relax and watch it yet. But I want to say again, and I've said it before, her, Sue Opper, and the others on the prosecution team are heroes to me. They are the way they put up with Darrell Brooks for the last month and a half. I don't know how they did it. Yeah, I will. I can show you a few minutes of it while we wait for the other one. To start. How about that? How about that? How about it? I'm sorry. I'm in a mood. Okay. Where did I put it? So, truth about Judge Darrow from the Darrell Brooks trial. It's a 5-minute thing, so we can all watch it together. Don't you think?
That was weird.
Keep it to yourself then. No kidding. All right,
I
here
had
we
a
go.
bird in my window.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
The truth about Judge Darrell. Like you think it's gonna sound horrible, but it's not. It's quite lovely. All right, why is it buffering on me? There we go. You ready?
I am going to move on.
Stop. Sorry. It's on my speakers. I don't want that. We'll have a. Here we go. All right, you ready? Everybody ready? Here we go.
Yeah.
Had it done that, it would have
Mr.
been a
Brooks,
big
I'm
thing.
advising you
Are you
that
asking me?
I'm advising you, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm
I don't know what that
advising you
means.
to sit down and
I don't
be
know what that
quiet.
means.
Yeah, we
And
got
if
that.
you interrupt me
You don't know
again,
much.
you are on notice that you will forfeit your right to be present
So
in
you're
this
holding me
trial.
in contempt.
Mr.
For the
Brooks,
entire trial? Did you say the entire trial?
I never said any such
You
thing.
said for the trial. So what do
Please?
you mean? I'm asking, what do you
Mr.
mean?
Brooks, you continue to
That is
come at
not,
me.
I don't consent to being called
You
that name.
continue to fight with me.
I'm
You are
not fighting
being
with you.
disrespectful.
I'm not fighting with you. I'm not.
I'm
But
going to give you
said I
one
would have the
last
chance to make the
opportunity to
record.
sit down and be
Notice
quiet.
he said, "I'm not fighting with you." Not that I'm not being disrespectful, because he is. We all
Mm-hmm.
know.
A finding
Are you
as it
asking
relates
me
to
to
other
do
things.
that? Are you asking
I
me
don't
to
need
do
to
that?
ask, I'm telling you.
Yes, that's right. Because she's a judge, bitch.
Thank you.
And bingo.
What? What?
I just said bingo because
Okay. Look at all the letters she got. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Aww. Yes. I did too. She did better though. Alright. Wow. What's that? What you giving us? She's so pretty. Look at her. That's not what a judge usually looks like. Am I right?
No, she is.
She could be a model.
Yep.
Chief Judge. You go, girl. Is that her husband? Oh.
no.
Look at them. How sweet. Look at that. Oh, you knew she'd dress her kids alike. Am I right? The family photo. It's just too perfect. Oh, her kids are lucky. I bet she's a great mom. What a sweet family. Is that kid a ginger right there?
Looks like it.
Yeah, yeah. Huh. Takes after dad. Her judgment, ethics, and role serving families as a Waukesha County Circuit Court judge were honored by the Wisconsin Law Journal in 2013. Good. Wow. She's got a lot of achievements. She discussed in an interview what it's like to balance motherhood with her booming career.
Jennifer Dorow's background as both a prosecutor and defense attorney affords her a unique perspective on the bench. But it's her family and their artwork that helps frame her seat at the Waukesha County Circuit Court. Surrounded by pictures and photos to help put criminal defendants
Oh, look at her daughter. She's
Darrell
so cute.
decides the fates of those that have gone astray. In addition to her busy court schedule, she juggles parenting 3 kids with her husband, Brian.
That's one of the things I'm most proud of, is that I've been able to be a mom and still pursue my career. I think I grew up with the belief that maybe you couldn't have both. I would just encourage all the young attorneys out there who either are thinking about starting a family.
Okay, these are the
you can do
weirdest
it. I hope there's places out there where you
post
can get
pictures
that
ever.
balance. I found it
But
in
they're
a small
cute.
firm. I think some of the larger firms do a really good job of that. So just don't give up. You can do both.
Oh, that's a good picture. That was nice, wasn't
I think so. Good little video. Succinct and to the point.
Hi, Aruna.
it?
Hey.
That was
And hello,
that's sweet.
Matt, Amanda Page,
Hi
and
guys.
Sorsha.
Thanks for coming.
Hola.
That one picture of her son with a basketball and a can of soda or whatever that was weird. Like, come on. I've never seen such posed, like singular pose. I don't know. We didn't do the whole family photo thing.
Wait. You just said soda.
No, I did not.
Soda.
I did not. I did not hear it. Did you? Anybody else hear that by him? I didn't hear that.
Put one in the chat if y'all heard soda.
I did
I
not say
thought
soda.
you did.
I did not. I said soda. I didn't say soda. I never say soda. Why would I say soda? I did not say soda.
Well, I say when I'm being funny, would you like some soda pop?
Yeah, when that person said, the mom said, we have a new superhero and she wears a robe. That was beautiful. You heard soda, Juggernaut? I did not.
Yeah.
Go Army heard soda, thank you. And so did Delete Claw. Thank you, guys.
They're lying.
They're my friends. Yeah.
Exactly, they'll lie for you, just like we do. I mean.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
I think I really still. I mean, we had some amazing moving statements yesterday. They were hard to get through, a lot of them, but the payoff was Sue Opper making her argument and having Darrell lose his shit. That was so satisfying. Come on. Am I right? Hi, Sam, I am. Yeah, I don't think we're going to need tissues per se. I think today's going to be a lot of bullshit, and then sentencing. Because it's all his people today. If he has any.
And it sounded like he was only get
3.
He was only going to get 3 people.
If they even show. I can see what the weather's like, actually, if you want. I have that. What the forecast? Let's see if I can find it. I can't see very well.
I'm gonna claim conspiracy.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's snow up there.
Yeah, it's cold as fuck.
Nicole's computer is just rebooting, so
it's 35 degrees right now.
Just stay home and YouTube weird cat videos.
What?
It's
that's
what's the forecast?
That's warm for. I'm sorry. That's warm for Waukesha.
Yeah. 35 degrees. 35 degrees. We got 35 degrees.
Hi, Sean.
And it looks like it's going to be sunny today. Mostly sunny, at least. That's meh. It's a little bit. The sun's out at least today. It wasn't very much yesterday.
The sun definitely isn't out here now. And it was a bit rainy earlier.
We got snow. I mean, we got sun now.
Cal wants to know what the over/under is on subject matter jurisdiction mentions. I think that's the one. I'm gonna put it at 6.
I don't even understand what that means.
So, what are you asking? What over/under is, or subject matter jurisdiction?
What the over/under? I know
over/under is like how many,
reference.
what number will you put it at, and how many times over or under that number do you think it'll be? He mentioned it.
What?
What's the high and low? The high number and the low number of how many times he says it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's watch that one part. Let me get it up. Shut up. Where am I? I don't know. I feel I should not have inhaled that breakfast that way. I did. I felt
I just realized that is a bad sound clip.
I was just watching it. I was just showing it to Tara.
What'd you have for breakfast, if you don't mind me asking?
Tara made wonderful eggs over easy and toast.
Ooh.
I know, right? Wonderful. And normally I take, I take as much time as I can to eat it, which is not long because they're really good and I inhale them.
I don't feel like taking time to make it.
All right, here it is. I'm just gonna play the short that Long Crime made of it. Or no, I'll play the whole thing. Actually, this is just part of it, and it's not. We should see the whole part. I gotta find it though, because they showed her the one from my stream, and I'm screaming, enjoy.
Happy on birthday, Rodent of Anger.
Hey there.
Hello.
Here we go. Yeah, he starts rocking back and forth. He just can't sit still. He's losing it, and I love it. All right, here we go. Where are we? We're here. I shall set it up for you. No, that's it. All right, there's it.
Case. He was sentenced to jail on
This is
several
it.
occasions for failing to pay child support. He was once allowed Huber privileges on a jail sentence, but had those Huber privileges revoked in 2009. Most recently, there was a warrant issued in August of 2021. And Judge Maxwell signed an order to lift a stay of a 120-day jail sentence. That is the extent of his criminal history that we are aware of, Your Honor.
So for those wondering what Huber privileges are, that's when you have work release, basically. He can leave the prison unescorted. He can go to work and then come back. They actually let Darrell Brooks have that. He's gotten so many fucking breaks. With his criminal record, they kept giving him like all this benefit of the doubt that I don't know why they gave to him. He shouldn't have been out on bail. And if they had been like diligent, if they had worried about law-abiding citizens, his victims, more than they are about the criminals' rights, he would have been out on bail, and he wouldn't have done what he did.
I think it's very plain on its face. He's a lifelong criminal. He is someone who has
Tones overthinks it.
Repeatedly, continuously disobeyed law enforcement based on resisting, obstructing type charges. There's multiple counts of bail jumping, disregarding court orders, disrespecting court orders.
Yep.
There's multiple acts of violence.
Yeah.
There's weapons violations. This man has a history and a pattern of engaging in violent, dangerous behavior in the community.
Yes, he does.
And it was no different on November 21 of 2021.
Look at him.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the attack. And I choose to call it an attack instead of referring to it as the parade.
Be right back.
Somebody mentioned. Okay. There's nothing wrong with the parade. The parade is good. The parade is the embodiment of a community. That's what you expect to see at a parade is children at a parade, families, people from all over the area coming together for a joyful, happy event. The parade will continue.
Yep.
It will
this
kick
year
off again in a few short weeks. And I hope and pray there's joy and laughter and kids in the street collecting candy. That's what it should be. So I'm not going to refer to this case as the parade. I'm going to refer to it as what it was, an attack. And the facts are very clear, Your Honor. Very few of the victims who were struck had any idea this car was barreling down on them. It's an act of a coward, plain and simple.
Yep.
They had no way to know it was coming. And he mowed over them and ran them over without any ability to defend themselves. What is so offensive about this conduct, Your Honor, is obviously the violent nature of it, but even more so, the defendant's conduct and behavior in this court, his complete lack of regard for the decorum of the court, the respect of the court. And I don't mean you personally, of course you deserve that as well, but I mean for the sanctity of the court, the courtroom, the process that we as Americans respect and treasure and protect for well over 200 years. And he can't engage in the most civil behavior as being quiet when another person speaks. Many, many people came into this courtroom over the course of the trial and the proceedings. Every one of them was able to sit and obey the court's order. If you ask them to stand up, they'd stand up. If you ask them to sit down, they'd sit down. If you told them court's in session, be quiet, they all would. Everyone was able to do that except Darrell Brooks. I think he was able to do it. I just don't think he wanted to. I just think this is all part of his charade. This referring to himself in the third person, trying to distract him or detract himself, I should say, from the events, taking absolutely no responsibility. It's the act of a narcissistic coward. Those words have been used here today, and nothing could be further from the truth.
Hi, Robert.
He is a coward. He ran like a scared little chicken from this parade, trying to slither away in the dark of night, but only to stop long enough and try and take advantage of
we're going to have to stop.
citizens that would help him.
He
calls and lies to his mom.
Look at him.
Right?
He is losing
Get me
it.
an Uber.
He can't
I
take
can't
it.
get into it.
He can't.
lies to the
Bitch.
officers repeatedly.
Love it.
Hi, Deb Beasley.
We saw the time of his arrest. We heard the testimony from Daniel Ryder, a good man with good intentions and a good heart.
Put the link in the spot in case Robert wants to join.
Okay.
Thanks.
You better join.
He took this murderer into his home.
You heard Anastasia. Look at him. He's
and
about
held
to
him there
lose his
long enough
shit.
for the police to come and take him away without any knowledge whatsoever of what had gone on.
Yeah, that guy was very nice.
He takes advantage
Look
of
at
everyone.
Tristan
He's
eyeing him.
extremely manipulative. He absolutely thinks he's in control of everything, when in fact, as he sits here in custody, he's in control of nothing except for his own behavior.
That got him.
Except
I'm
for
not
his...
gonna sit here and be disrespected.
Yeah, you are,
Mr.
bitch.
Brooks, be quiet.
I'm not gonna
You'll
sit
have
here
your
and be
opportunity.
disrespected.
These are sentencing arguments.
Get used to it. Get used to it.
There's gonna be a lot of people telling them what to do here in a minute.
Oh yeah.
For the rest of your motherfucking life, people are gonna be telling you what to do, and you are being told all about yourself. And by a woman. They're telling you to shut up.
And the fact that he's got that Bible in landscape, I know he's not reading it. It's just there for
Oh,
a
he's
pro-
never even
Never
read
done it.
a word from that. There's no new creases.
No.
Listen, they can make them.
So I could do
It's
the
a
same
prop.
thing.
Mr. Brooks.
That's all he cares about is striking back. He doesn't care about the fact he's going to jail for the rest of his life. He just cares that some woman is being disrespectful to him. And he can't slap her. You can't slap her.
He'll have to get used to it because they'll be
A
female
lot of
guards
COs
too.
in jail are women. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Get used to it, bitch. You're gonna be told what
There's
to do
nothing
for the rest of your
disrespectful.
life.
You're doing it in
Yes,
a
it is.
respectful
Okay,
way.
call me out of my name again.
What are you gonna do, bitch? Call you out
Go
by
ahead.
we've been calling you a bitch all this time. You ain't gonna do nothing to sue. Make a move. I dare you. Every one of those bailiffs in there is begging you to do something. Begging you in their mind. What are you gonna
Judge,
do, little bitch?
these are the facts.
She
You
doesn't care.
heard from so many of these parents, and so many of the people that were there
That's
of
right.
that fight or flight, right? That kicked in.
Mm-hmm.
He ran.
Like the bitch
He
is.
fled. He tried to protect his own self. That's it.
That's all he knows.
That's all he did.
Yep.
Everybody else sprang into action. Whether that action was to immediately account for their for their family and get them out of there to safety, whether it was Good Samaritans and
Matt
Judge,
is right.
I really
I don't
thought
think
long
he's
and
used to
hard. I
being
had a
told
video
to
clip
shut the fuck
that I
up.
was perhaps going to show to you. You've seen a lot of this during the trial, but I mean, it comes from the clip when I showed during my closing argument near the end of the parade route where the Catholic community had been struck and all the shoes laying in the road and things like that. That person that took that video walked down Main Street for quite some time and captured quite a few images. And it's really quite powerful, but I also thought it's really quite painful. But one of the things that was just so remarkable to us as we watched things like that was the average citizens that just sprung into action to save somebody else. There's a particular moment where there's a person on the ground fervently performing CPR on a victim in amongst a pool of blood without any regard for themselves whatsoever.
Amazing.
I don't know who this person was. I don't think I'll ever know, but it's a prime example of the good that came out. So many people talked this afternoon about good versus evil, and I definitely believe that's what this case was about. Darrell Brooks is the epitome of evil. He is evil in person.
Please.
No,
Community
bitch.
is
You
good.
don't get what you
People
want
are
anymore.
I think it'd be
The
best for me to
victims
just go
are
into
good.
the other
Mr.
courtroom.
Brooks, I'm talking.
I
Yeah.
don't care about you talking.
I don't care what you care about.
I know you don't.
Sit down, be quiet.
Nah.
Everybody has told you that.
You heard him.
Stop it.
See, you got it all wrong.
No, she don't.
Judge, the community has
Mr.
spoken.
Nobody.
This jury returned a verdict in 2 hours. That's how open and shut this case was. Everybody saw it. Everybody but Darrell Brooks. This jury deserves to be commended for their conduct.
She doesn't think she
their
knows. She
patience,
knows.
Their service.
Mr. Brooks,
I asked to go to the other courtroom.
I'm not sending you there.
So we wouldn't have to go.
It's not, that is not a place you get to request to go to. It's
Nope.
So
it's when you disrupt the proceedings. She's
I'm not
almost
trying to disrupt
done.
the proceedings. I'm trying to go to the other courtroom
No.
so she can finish saying the
I wanted-
BS she got to say.
I wanted to share something.
It's not BS. He can't handle it because it's the truth. As Jack said, you can't handle the truth.
Something with you, Judge. This is something that came in on December 5th of 2021. An anonymous letter came. Well, it's not anonymous. It's signed, but it's from a person we don't know. From another state. From the state of Kansas.
I love
December
Sue
5 of 2021.
so much.
This person took time out of her day to write a card to, it's addressed to the Waukesha community, and it was sent to our office. And she wrote, "We have been praying for the healing of your community. Please know that there are people who care deeply all over this nation."
Yes.
That's the kind of message Darrell Brooks needs to hear, because I know during the trial, there was a lot of cards, a lot of messages received in my office and in your office. Good, hardworking, decent people that respect the law, that respect human life, that respect their neighbors, that would take the time to comment and say, "Good job. We support you. We are with you." And you saw that strength behind me all day. Those young kids, children coming up. I mean, Your Honor, I'll say this. God is good. There's been a lot of talk about God.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of talk about religion. Darrell Brooks brought the Bible into this courtroom.
Yeah, but
These
it didn't do you any
children
good, bitch.
Are remarkable for their strength, for their healing, their physical healing. We haven't met these kids before. We've never met them. We met them today for the first time. You would never know the serious injuries that they suffered as a result of Darrell Brooks by looking at them. Of course, there's much.
And she's
to
saying
learn.
his name over and over again on purpose.
But isn't it remarkable that in a year's time, look how far we have come as
God
a
bless 'em.
community.
Yeah.
Look how far these families have come. These families, these victims that stood up and pointed to Darrell Brooks and said, "You will not beat me. You will not knock me down." That's what we need to move forward with.
Yeah, she
as
is a boss,
community, Your Honor.
Jane. Bond.
His behavior is done. We're done with him. He has forfeited his right to be in this courtroom. He's forfeited his right to be in our community, period. There is not one
Roll your eyes
thing
some
that
more.
mitigates this sentence. Not
Like,
one.
you don't care that you're going to prison for the
He
rest of your
deserves
life?
the absolute
Bullshit.
maximum sentence
Am
on
I
all
right?
counts consecutive. Look, Judge,
Yeah.
you saw the videos. This wasn't him plowing in to one large group of 50 people at one point in time and hitting them. It was linear. He hit one, kept going, hit two, kept going, hit three, kept going, all the way down the street. That's consecutive sentences, Your Honor. That's intentional, willful, volitional conduct that warrants consecutive sentences stacked one on top of the other, just as he stacked victims up as he drove down the road in complete disregard for any other person whatsoever. We kept the kids
Hi,
out of the
Mindy.
courtroom in the trial, Judge.
This is
but
from
boy,
yesterday,
it's
I believe.
impactful
Yeah,
to
this is
listen
the
to
wrap up
them
of
today
yesterday.
and realize this isn't
New
just,
sentencing
you know,
may be
victim
starting in about
GG.
quarter of an hour.
This is a
Yep.
child.
We're
that
just
you
recapping some stuff.
willfully ran over with a 3,000-pound vehicle.
Yeah.
So many people so adeptly observed. Police
Shut up,
officers,
bitch.
first responders, the medical
They
professionals.
really should do the same thing to him when he's talking. You know? They really should. But they wouldn't, because they've got class. They've got integrity and they've got decorum. They understand.
Maybe they could put the muzzle on him like Hannibal Lecter.
They should do something. You know, he's a dog. He's less than a dog. Dogs are good. He's not.
Well, she could, but I have a feeling she's just wanting to get this over with.
She doesn't want to give him the satisfaction of putting him in the other
Yeah.
room. And
Yeah,
Sue
and
understands that. That's why Sue's just going to keep going until she's
Yeah.
done. Because she gets to say everything she's been wanting to say.
Yes.
And she gets to talk to him the way he deserves to be talked to.
Mm-hmm.
So, go, Sue.
It's kind of weird,
You
Judge,
hero.
because we're coming up on the
You boss
anniversary, of
bitch.
course, and we're
That
coming
is a
up
boss
on
bitch.
the weekend before Thanksgiving, which is a weekend that a lot of people pay attention to on the calendar because here in good old Wisconsin, it's deer hunting season. It's a lot of families
you
going
did
out
not have to
starting their
mention that.
Christmas activities, Christmas festivities,
Bye-bye,
Christmas
Bambi.
shopping, whatever it is.
No.
So it's kind of that kind of a
Bambi alone.
weekend that comes around every year that on its own, it's not a holiday. It's not really a known day, but we all know that first weekend before.
Do you think she's shooting from the cut? Like, do you think she wrote any of this? Because it seems
No.
like she's just speaking
Yes,
from
no.
the heart. Like, that's amazing. She's very well spoken.
I think she had a script and just said, you know what? I'm
Fuck
not even
it.
gonna read it.
Yeah. When he started like showing his cracks, she just went for it.
for
Mm-hmm.
I really like
Thanksgiving
that
and what
tie.
it brings. We all look forward to maybe a short work week, spending time with family, getting together. And here it comes. And it's the anniversary of this attack at the hands of Darrell Brooks. But
Later, Bobby.
we're going to have
Stop
an ability
mumbling,
to move
bitch.
on from that. We have the ability, we have
Nobody
the
cares.
tools as a community, Your Honor, to do that. And that's definitely because
Nah,
of
thanks for sharing,
everyone-
Robert.
Everyone
Blah,
that
Thanks for coming,
responded to
babe.
this incident, the
Bye.
first responders, the police officers, the medical personnel that got paged in on a Sunday night when we're all hunkered down. Packers had played. It's cold. It's dark. And they all had to spring into action and respond.
Oh,
And there
I
were
wish I
law
could
enforcement
be
from
there to
all
speak,
over southeastern
Taipan.
Wisconsin, fire department, EMTs. No one paused. No one hesitated for a second. They just came and helped. And I think that's something that our families, our community can build on as well, Your Honor, to say evil is easily overcome here. Darrell Brooks deserved to be locked up for the rest of his life. He cannot be trusted ever, ever again. I ask you to consider, I'm not going to go into it, but we had filed the other acts evidence, some of the language in that other acts evidence, the intimidation of the victim. It played out repeatedly in this courtroom. He tried to intimidate you. He tried to intimidate me. He tried to intimidate the witnesses. He tries and tries and tries, but he fails.
Oh, yeah, you did, bitch. Yeah, you did.
He's not the strongest person in the courtroom. He's the weakest person.
Yes. Yeah.
Morally
Hear
bankrupt.
that, bitch.
That's what he is. His character is void. I asked Attorney Basie, what's the word I can use for low character? And then we came up with the fact he really has no character. It's one of the factors the court needs to consider. Protection of the public, severity of the crime, they all weigh heavily in a stacked sentence, Your Honor, consecutive maximum across the board. Every one of these victims deserves that.
Yeah, they do.
I don't know how we look at any of these victims and say, well, he got concurrent time on your case because your pain and suffering wasn't quite as bad as the guy before you or the girl before you. They all deserve that sentence that speaks to their part.
Yes. Amen.
The restitution, Your Honor, I filed the paperwork. We are seeking restitution in the dollar amounts from my letter that we reviewed this morning. I'm asking under 97320 sub 11 sub F that you enter an order that the Department of Corrections shall keep 50% of any wages Mr. Brooks may earn in prison.
And commissary.
And any monies that may be paid on his books or canteen account, and direct those monies to be paid directly towards restitution. He should not be able to work or receive canteen without paying down that restitution. I also included in my letter the request that should any monies ever be paid by contract to Mr. Brooks, that he should attempt to benefit financially
Oh,
from
shit.
these crimes.
They're in there.
That those monies would be placed in.
They're in there.
Yeah.
Let's go to the live speed now.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going over, guys. I think I would love to hug Sue too, and I would love to. I think she needs to be commended for what she's done here. All right.
They're gonna miss her because she's not running for re-election. She's retiring.
Good for her, though. Really.
Yeah.
She doesn't need this shit.
She's been in it for 32 years, being a prosecutor and coming up as the DA.
Do you hear?
And before it starts, Robert said it right. He should be working just to eat. Period.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gonna have everything given to him for the rest of his life. All right. So that's just they're just waiting on the judge.
Yeah.
I wanted to say something there, like really, but I was trying to think of anything I could to say, yeah, I was affected enough that I'm a victim too, but no, that's stupid. What would you say to him if you could? Like, we laugh at you. You had to beat women to keep them in line. Like, you know, a real man doesn't have to do that. I would do anything for my man. And he doesn't have to threaten me to have me do it. How about that?
Yeah. Mine doesn't either. But yeah, I really don't want to meet him because they would probably put me in jail.
Yeah, I would take that charge. I said it all day yesterday.
Yeah, I would.
Because I've never gotten in trouble with the law. And I'm like, I've got papers from psychiatrists. I have mental issues. I think I'd get away with it.
I got papers too, but I still think they'll probably get me. But that's okay. I would take it because he needs to be beat up by a woman. He really does.
Nobody's ignoring you. What are you talking about? Oh, he's just being a fool. Okay. I will bond you out. Thank you, Jane. Aw. Or Jane's blonde.
Hi, Clever Mum.
I think we should. Can you imagine though if we could find? So, all right. Speaking of the amount he has to pay, right? He has to pay half of his wages. He's going to be working the rest of his life because we looked up last night what he would make. He's going to be working the rest of his life, and he won't even get close to paying back. But we also found out last night that prisoners do work call centers now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine calling? I would like if we could find the company his prison contracts to, calling up, get customer service, and find another prisoner that's in with him, and just like, dude, I will put money on your commissary for the rest of your life. Just get to him, you know? Ooh, that'd be great.
Do it on the burner phone.
Or we could call him directly and ask him how much are those file box folders, the file box. Yeah. I want to build me a couple forks. And which box does he recommend?
Right? The basic ones.
Basic duty.
Basic duty file boxes. That would be a funny costume for next Halloween.
The fork,
box fort.
Box fort.
Right? I love box fort. Yeah. Wear orange t-shirt with a mask.
Yeah.
And like have a big box around, like just wear a big box so like you're behind it or something. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh God.
Yeah, nah, he's not gonna survive long. He's gonna be like Donald.
Yeah. Someone will get to him because there's somebody in that prison system that has family or knows the people there.
Or he's gonna act hard to the wrong motherfucker. I'll be right back. I have to step away. So, Simon, you're in charge.
Yeah,
I'm like a teacher.
I'm gonna mute for.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute for a while.
Okay.
Because I gotta pick up my dad's medicine. I've been sitting in the parking lot.
Oh shit! All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I don't think it works that way, Tones, but good effort.
Hey, Nicole.
Oh, welcome back,
Hi,
Nicole.
I'm back.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Have coffee.
Oh, that's
you got
good.
You got your new pewter?
I did went and picked up my new computer. Yes.
Nice.
So it'll be set up tomorrow night.
Well, fingers crossed.
You get you a pre-built, Nicole?
Yes.
Yeah, she just bought an HP laptop, so.
Yeah. Oh, a laptop. Oh, okay.
It's round about the time for the start, according to my watch. So, any moment now.
Yep.
To address the chat, Sam I says they should make them wear pink. Well, there are prisons that dress their prisoners in pink.
Seen that, and they also get sent out to work on road gangs dressed in pink.
Yeah.
Jumpsuits as
They
well.
have their pink uniform. Everything's pink. Their socks, their boxers, everything is pink.
Yeah, that Sheriff Joe Arpaio did that. That crooked sheriff in Arizona.
I don't actually see where that's a problem, to be honest. I mean, pink is just a color.
Well, no, it's an easily identifiable color.
Yeah, that's one of the issues about it. Yeah, orange is my visibility. Everybody just fully in pink would stick out like a sore thumb. So yeah, but I mean, I know the reason why it was done to basically make them to a degree to demean them. I think, but I can see how some people object to it, but I don't really see the problem.
Okay, anybody else hear the
It's very soft.
Yeah, audio from the video. I can't hear it.
Yeah, it is quite low. I don't think there's anything I can do about that. From here.
Robert has an interesting fact. He don't see why they would be keeping him out of Gen Pop. Well,
he's a notable
he needs to be. Yeah, he needs to be kept out of Gen Pop if he wants to complete his sentence. Otherwise, they're going to shorten it for him real quick. They have their own. They have their own justice there. He'll be getting punked for his soups every day. Head prisoner will be telling him when he can take a bath and when he can use the bathroom. Ellen.
Orange may well be your national color, trans girl,
State of
but
Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks, case number
Oh,
21
sure.
CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
Good
I'm
afternoon,
sure it
Judge
doesn't
Sue
mean that
Apper,
you're
Leslie Basie,
a
and
nation
Zach
of
Wichow,
criminals.
appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Darrell Brooks Jr.
Wow.
Here for this
He
matter
actually mixed
without
up his name.
prejudice by special appearance, and I would like to ask, if it pleases the court, that someone can please render the account for me at this time.
What?
Right, the appearance of Mr. Brooks is noted. The court will not be addressing that last request of yours. We are here today to continue with the sentencing hearing. I do have the Zoom up. I have not brought in any of the individuals from the waiting room just yet. I wanted to know if there was anything the court needed to address before bringing those individuals in and then turning to Mr. Brooks to
Subject
start
matter
his portion of the
jurisdiction.
sentencing hearing from the state.
There's two issues that I'm aware of, Your Honor. One is we're requesting if the court would briefly allow a young girl by the name of Brooke, who provided an impact statement yesterday, to read that statement again. She felt like she did not get a good chance to do that yesterday. And it's a brief statement, if you would just allow that. And then I just wanted for the record to let the court know that at the close of today's hearing, we will be prepared to address the motion for stay pending appeal.
All right, thank you. Can you remind me, was she interrupted at all based on anything that went on yesterday? Was that either the court taking a break?
Yes, it's related to, or Mr. Brooks' removal from the courtroom. Yes.
All right. Any comment or position on the request that she be able to restate her victim impact statement prior to the people we have on Zoom for you making their statements, sir?
I don't recall that particular victim being interrupted because of the issue with me being sent to the other courtroom.
What did I miss?
I think it may have
They've
been
just started up. The prosecution have asked that one of the children be allowed to restate her victim statement since she interrupted.
He interrupted it?
It was the removal of him from the courtroom that interrupted.
Okay, yeah. Why is he asking if he's going to be interrupted?
Did he?
What?
Did he just ask? What is he talking about being interrupted?
He doesn't believe that she was interrupted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's an asshole, and nobody gives a shit what he thinks. All right, here we go. Thank you.
May have cut that particular victim off from the statement.
Oh, is my closed captioning on? I'm so sorry.
No, that's all right.
Whatever the circumstances were, I have a request from a victim to give a statement.
Yeah.
I'm going to honor that request and allow her to make
Deal
that
with it,
statement
bitch.
before I turn things over to you and the people who are on Zoom on your behalf. Okay. Other than that, is there anything else
Did
you
she
wish
say
the
how
court
many
to
people
address
showed
before
up
I
for
hear
him?
from
No.
victims
Well,
or your family members?
Yes. I just wanted to
No, she didn't. I think.
let the court know that there will be, in fact, 4 people speaking on my behalf.
there
If
won't.
that pleases Your Honor.
All by Zoom?
Yes, correct.
Nobody shows up for you.
Are they all on your list?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
No new entries.
Do you realize if they didn't have Zoom, nobody'd be there for him because nobody took the time out of their lives to show up for him. And it's kind of sad. If it was anybody else, I'd feel bad for them. These people who had nobody to be there for came to read their statements out loud. His mother wouldn't even show up for him. That's telling.
Yep.
All pursuant to what I submitted to Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, do we have 3 or 4 individuals on by Zoom? Is the 4th with another of the individuals that already is on our Zoom? Do you know?
I believe the 4th was trying to access the Zoom link. They expressed that they had already had the Zoom ready to speak on my behalf, but they were having a little bit of trouble.
I was asked to put them back
accessing the
on
link from the
by
court.
some people in the chat.
Tell us the individuals you have on by Zoom right now.
I have Mary Edwards, Dawn Allworth, and Dawn One that I assume is Liz.
All right. Who would be the 4th then? So
Miss Marsha Winters.
Marsha Winters. All right. We don't have a Marsha Winters on. I know your mom has the Zoom information. It's an ID, a meeting ID and a password, not a link. So hopefully that can be. Oh, he created the link. All right. I'll have Madam Clerk also put in the chat to the Zoom the meeting ID and password once again and indicate that it can be provided to Ms. Winters.
Yes, Miss Winters.
Should she need it?
That might be the mix-up. Maybe she was having. Maybe she thought it was a link. Or I'm not sure.
There can be a link, and the clerks have that as well. So we'll get it.
Okay.
We'll put it in the broadcast. There's a chat function. We'll get it in there so they can pass it on, and hopefully at the appropriate time she'll be able to join.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
She's being
All
very
right, then
kind.
with that, if Brooke would like to stand up, I know it's a minor, and thank you. The microphone is being handed to her.
All right, go ahead. And thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is Brooke Sorensen. I'm Virginia Sorensen's granddaughter. The things I miss about my grandma are me and my sister Mackenzie doing foot races around the driveway, and my grandma would do commentary and time us. She always cheered us on at all of our activities. I would DJ at dance at granny parties and carry the banner at parades with my grandpa while Grammy danced. When we would get on the school bus, she would say reading is the key to learning to be nice, kind, brave, and angels watch over you. After school, we would talk on the porch. Other times when we came over to her house, we would play games together, go to the playground, have drawing contests, dance parties, and work on granny routines. She would give us snacks when we watched some of our favorite movies like Polar Express and Coco. When we first found out that she was gone, I started to cry, and I would cry every night. I miss her so much and still do today. Darrell Brooks, you took her from me, my sister, and my family. The things we will miss the most are not seeing her again, her smile, her laugh, being able to talk to her, and doing fun things with her. My sister and I pray every night for our Grammy and our family. Grammy, I will see you in my dreams, and I know you will be watching over me.
Thank you.
Oh, his mom is there? Thank you, Your Honor, for accommodating that request, and we have nothing further at this time.
All right, then.
What a
we
sweet
will
girl.
Bring in the individuals who are on the Zoom, and then I'll give them some instructions.
Okay, here we go.
How that should proceed.
This should be interesting.
Do you have all 3 trying to join?
Having a hard time hearing today. Can everybody hear it all right?
Yeah.
Louder?
A little bit, yeah.
I'll put it louder. Because I'm having a hard time hearing everything.
Yeah, a little louder won't hurt.
Yeah.
Be all right.
All right, so I can see Dawn Woods on the Zoom. Miss Woods, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. I know you have your camera on. You're unmuted. There are two other individuals on the Zoom. They currently have their cameras off. I believe they're both muted. I would just simply ask that we take one person.
Oh, he took his mask off for this.
Are on the Zoom. It is viewable in the courtroom. I want to acknowledge, ma'am, I did receive what I believe is a written statement that you faxed to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then if that is, I'm not sure who joined us at the moment.
Get off.
Is that
You're not
Ms.
supposed
Edwards?
to be
Ms.
on.
Edwards, if you could
Turn your
please,
camera off.
I'm going to have Ms. Woods talk first.
Can
and then I'll
nobody
have
in
you
his
next.
family
If you
follow
could keep your camera
directions?
off and your microphone muted until it's your turn to talk. That way I can give my full attention to Ms. Woods.
Sure.
It's like nobody in his family ever learned how to take direction. Ever. Jesus.
There we go. Very good. Thank
Is
you.
that loud
All
enough for everybody
so
now?
once again, Ms. Woods, I believe you sent in a
Little
fax
bit, yeah.
yesterday. Is that right?
No, I believe it was this morning.
Oh, this morning. All right. I have
Yes,
that
ma'am.
and I've read it. Go ahead. What would you like to tell the court? And thank you for being with us today.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I have two things I would like to tell. One is a written statement, Your Honor, and then I have a poem I would like to read after my statement.
Nobody
if
wants your
that's
poem.
permissible. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mental illness affects everyone. It destroys lives, families, and hurts society. For far too long, it's been a dirty little secret in families that no one wants to talk about. Mental illness is the elephant in the room that so many pretend it's not there. People who suffer from it are often shunned by families and friends, rejected by society, and made fun of, the subject of bad jokes.
That's true.
Ridicule.
Not anymore.
And judged on YouTube.
Talk about your son.
Podcast, Facebook, and other media posts. Used in campaign ads. Disrespected. Stripped of their
Oh
dignity.
my God.
No
Keep making
one
excuses,
cares.
bitch.
No one sees their pain or hears their cries and pleas for help.
Most people who are mentally
They
ill
are
hurt
the forgotten
themselves,
ones.
not others.
And viewed by many of not having a place in society.
If that's what you taught
It is
him.
no fault of their own that they have become ill and began to change from the person we all knew. Once viewed as fun, loving, and kind, are now the outcasts of society.
Oh my God.
We say what's wrong with society? They're idiots, unfit.
Oh my God.
They need to be disposed of, thrown out with the rest of the trash. They serve no purpose.
What society is she talking
The saying,
about?
my brother's keeper doesn't apply to them. And the Bible, in the book of Philippians chapter 2, verse 4, it says, let each of you not look only to his own interests, but also the interests of others.
Yes.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
To do the unthinkable. They must be punished. Yes, I agree. There should be some accountability to their actions. But we also must render help. What good is punishment without correction?
How about all the times he's been punished before? Helped
in their
before.
cases, or many of their cases, treatment, therapy, medication, hospitals and institutions that specialize in helping those who suffer with mental illness need to be offered. And I believe these places can help those who suffer become mentally well.
Yeah, be nice and we're all cured.
I believe lawmakers and society as a whole need to recognize.
I think it's very interesting that she's using this as a platform to make some kind of grand speech talking about society in general instead of her son and what he's done. This is why he is what he is. You've made excuses for this and blamed everybody else but him his whole life.
Yep. And talk about delusional.
Yeah.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Yep.
Mental illness cannot be eradicated with prison bars. Mental illness is going to always be there. It's invasive. With treatment and therapy, medication, and hospitals and institutions that specialize in the treatment of mental illness, it can be controlled. What else can we do as a society to help those who suffer from mental illness? How about showing a little compassion?
Oh my God.
And some understanding. Families need to advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves or who struggle to understand what's happening to them. Lawmakers should support by providing resources to individuals so they can get the help they need.
They do.
Now, I've been dealing with mental illness for over 30 some odd years. And here's my take on it.
Don't give a fuck.
And I think I have a little insight on it.
You don't have insight at all, bitch.
From the surface, I believe that treatments need to be offered. I believe that if treatment is offered early, when the signs of mental illness first show, and
if it showed as a kid, you should have
And
done
when,
it.
address and stay on
and
top
when
of,
did this
so
first
that
show
people
in your
lag
son?
Wait. What?
And when did the mental illness first show in your son?
Well, apparently, though, he was treated and medicated during his childhood. So what the fuck is she talking about?
If she was that concerned about it, she can petition. She should have petitioned for him to be put in a hospital to be monitored.
Committed, she's full of shit. She's doing what she's done his whole life, and that's why he is the way he is. Let's let her speak, though, and we'll just deluge.
Hi, Lane Schools.
Hi, everybody
just
in chat.
maybe there would be less court cases.
Oh, shut up.
And less people crying because their loved ones was hurt or was injured or killed because someone of mental illness attacked them. Maybe that needs to be done. Treatment needs to be done early and right away and stayed up on, and not let people fall through the crack holes and not be shunned out the door. It's the same. You don't have a mental illness. You're just a bad person and needs to be locked up.
You are.
Jail
She is.
Not the only answer. Help, treatment, hospitalization, and medication. It plays a big role in preventing this where we are today if it would have been offered sooner. Now, I have a poem that I have adopted, not just for my son Darrell, but for all the people who suffer from mental illness, and I let this be my theme of inspiration.
Compare him to me, bitch.
That Darrell will find strength in this poem. I sent it to him, and it's a poem that was written by the late great Maya.
Oh God,
Angelou.
no!
I don't know if you're familiar with her
He is
writing,
not
but
that
she
caged
was a
bird, bitch.
Brilliant poet, and she wrote this poem back in 1969.
Not about your
for
son.
a totally different reason. It was during the racial injustice era, and
I called her yesterday. She's gonna be just like this.
Suffer from mental illness as well. It's called Caged Bird.
He's not the caged bird.
Beats on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends, and dips his wing in the orange sun rays and dares to touch the sky. But a caged bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, and he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with fearful thrill of things unknown, but longed for still. And his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breed, and the trade winds that when soft winds with soft
crocodile
shines
tears
through the trees, and the fat worms waiting on the dawn's bright lawn.
Look at him.
And he names the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on the nightmare scream. Their wings are clipped. Their feet are tied.
She's a bad actor as
they
he is.
They open their mouths to sing. The caged bird sings a fearful thrill of things unknown, but long for still. And his tune is heard on a distant hill. The caged bird sings of freedom. Everyone who suffers from mental illness.
Look at how he's trying to look all,
all they want is to be free of their illness and become mentally well. I believe as a society, we have an obligation to help those become mentally well with treatment, medication, hospitalization, or sent to an institution where they can get the intense help. And if they have to stay for the rest of their lives away from society, at least they are getting the help.
He'll see a psychiatrist in prison.
Mentally well. We are our brother's keepers. And I also want to say to the families who lost loved ones and those who suffered injuries, that I know their pain.
No, you don't.
And I pray
no, you don't.
that the Lord would continue to comfort and heal each of them. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
She's full of shit. She didn't say anything about what he did. Not a thing addressing him and her. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's worse than I thought it was going to be. It was worse.
I told you he was going to be just like his mom. His mama's going to be just like him. And nothing's her fault. Nothing's his fault. It's everybody else's fault but theirs.
Oh my God. It's all society's fault.
I mean, if you wanna cut it black and white, she failed him. She did nothing to help his problem. She knew about it his entire fucking life and did nothing, or did as little as possible.
You want to talk about caged birds? How about all the caged birds that he created through the injuries he gave them?
Does she not know that mental institutions for the criminally insane are probably worse than prison?
Oh, they are. And they absolutely are. But
yes, they are. And it sounds like she needs to be in one too. She needs to go get herself evaluated too, because she's just as nuts as him. They believe the same fucking mantra.
Maya is fucking turning in her grave right now, using that poem for that monster. No, he's not the caged bird, bitch. He created a bunch of them, but he's not the caged bird.
Yeah, he's a monster that isn't caged.
He's been doing violent, horrible things to people his whole life. Where were you then? It wasn't a national platform. That's why you weren't there. All right, let's keep going.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. And I should have said
Look at
this
him.
earlier. I have 3 monitors in front of me, and the monitor that I'm pointing at right now is the monitor that the Zoom shows up. So that's why I look like I'm turned away, but I'm actually watching you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Shut up. Stop.
Thank you.
Somebody should be interrupting his people.
Next to,
oh, stop it, Darrell. You're a bad
You
actor.
want to turn your camera on and unmute.
Look at
and
the
then
dry
Ms. Woods,
eye.
if you would.
Can't even
Go
cry.
on, shut up now. Not you, Nancy. I was talking about his mother.
What? I wasn't listening anyway.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Here we go.
I
Another
should say for the record
excuse
that
maker.
Dawn Woods was the first speaker, and then I have Mary Edwards. If you can let me know who's next to you, please.
Oh, there's no one next to me at the moment. Thank you. Okay. Are we good to go?
I need to know who's in the room with you because I saw them.
Oh, that's my husband.
Okay.
Okay, he's not in the room at the moment.
Well, all right. That's okay.
He's not here.
I just wanted to know I saw
the problem
someone
with him being here?
No, he can be there since I know who it is. We'll just.
All right, this is my husband is here.
Will he be speaking or just you?
No. No, he's not speaking.
I didn't give him
All right, go ahead.
permission
Thank you
to.
for being here today. And again, if I look like I'm looking to the side, it's because that's where the monitor that I can see you is located. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
She's
For the record,
she's so
my
nice.
name is Dr. Mary Darlene Edwards, and
I
I
want
am
to see
not
your
the
certificate.
wicked grandmother of the West.
Yes,
I am
you
the
are.
grandmother of Darrell Edward Brooks
The
Jr.,
monster. Yes.
And I asked to be here today for two reasons. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I want to offer my sincere apologies to those who have been hurt so badly by what has happened here, this tragedy that has been caused by my.
Is she going to church after this?
Finally,
I want to
somebody
also
said
apologize
caused
to the
by
family
him.
of the little boy.
She
What?
can't offer apologies. She cannot offer apologies. She can offer condolences, but
Yeah.
she cannot offer apologies.
I get what you're saying.
Boy, I understand their name is Sparks. And to all of those whose lives have been damaged by this overwhelming tragedy.
It's not a tragedy.
As a
It was
minister
an
of the
attack.
gospel of Jesus Christ, I want to give the family and those who've been hurt so badly the scripture, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." And I say this, please know that it's my prayer that my grandson will sincerely and humbly apologize and ask all of you and God for
won't.
forgiveness for
He
this
won't.
horrible, terrible deed. Some of you have said that you will never forgive him. Please do not be like the man who drank the poison and hoped his enemy would die. Unforgiveness is a terrible disease, just like mental illness is.
Oh God.
Truly, there have been many losses because of this tragedy.
Attack.
Darrell's mother has lost a son. I've lost a grandson. Darrell's children have lost a father.
Oh my God.
And
It's
Darrell
all about
has
them
lost
again.
his mind and his life in the outside world. Darrell's behavior, including his voice, should get the attention of the powers that be, both near and far. Darrell
This is
has
ridiculous.
suffered from bipolar since the age of 12. And it was that disorder that caused him to drive through that crowd. It is my prayer that he will be treated for this illness and managed in a facility that addresses mental health concerns. We must start with a younger generation. Finally, I'm 80 years old, and I have been an ordained minister for the gospel of Jesus Christ for 47 of these 80 years.
You should know
If
better.
you look at my background, you will see that God has used my life to bring about positive change in multitudes of residents in the city of Detroit and beyond. I share this information not to boast. That is not my intention, but rather to let you know that I care about people and their well-being. I've spent more than half of my life helping what the Bible calls the least of these, AKA society's rejects.
Where were
Since
you
this
for your
tragedy,
grandson?
I have become a mental health coach. This will help me better understand this horrible disease, which has plagued my family for generations.
Yep, it sure has.
Presently, there is a church in Detroit that is planning to establish a mental health clinic on the east side of Detroit. Without hesitation, I will support this effort and do everything I can to help those struggling with mental illness. Before I close, I just want to share with you some facts with regard to mental illness. And I got this from the government's mental health.
This is not what this is for.
There's a myth that said mental health problems don't affect me. Many people don't feel like it affects them. That's a myth. It affects everyone. It's a common problem. In 2020, and listen to this, 1 in 5 American adults experience a mental health issue. 1 in 6 young people experience a major depression episode. 1 in 20 Americans lived with a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disease, or major depression. Suicide is a leading cause of death in the United States. In fact, it was the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 24. It accounted for the loss of more than 45,979 Americans in 2020. That's nearly double the number of lives lost to homicide. As a result of this great tragedy, I'm dedicated to living the next chapter of my life with a mental health awareness campaign. I have faith to believe that God will hear the voices of all of those impacted by this horrible disease, as well as the cries of the mentally ill. I thank you for this opportunity to share with you from the bottom of my heart, and my prayers will continue on for those who have been affected. God bless you all.
All right, before I get into how egregious his whole family has been, at least she said he did something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not a platform to talk about lawmakers right now. His mother and grandmother needed to have done something for the person in their family. The mother's ridiculous. What are you guys feeling? It's really loud.
Go first, son.
Go ahead. Not you. Tara is watching it on her phone. Go ahead. Anybody?
I'm not overly impressed by either of them, to be honest. I mean, I'm not even sure what the aim of this section of the trial is for. Since they've just had impact statements, I'm assuming this is the reverse of, yeah.
They're supposed to be talking about the impact, how it affects them, and on his side, they're arguing to hopefully not have him do every single year he could.
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to sway the judge at this point. Is the point of this part of the trial.
That really worked. I'm imagining that worked really well.
She's probably thinking the same thing we were, that his family is just like him. They blame everybody else but the person who did the wrong.
Just because I can be pedantic, I shall be.
Okay.
I winced when she referenced the number of people, when she said more than, I think, 45,679 people. So why not just say more than 45,000 or more than 45,000?
Yeah.
Why come up with that exact number and say more than?
It is stupid. But like, I'm bipolar, to be honest. Nicole is. She's talked about it on air. I know quite a few actually people who are diagnosed bipolar. We don't even know if he's diagnosed bipolar. They're just saying it. I am not on medication for it. Nicole is, and my other people I know are. None of us have driven through a crowd of people. I have never heard anyone else. Most people I know who are mentally ill hurt themselves, not others.
Yeah.
Graham, you are a naughty man, suggesting that she's color coordinated with Darrell.
That's beautiful.
In the orange.
That's beautiful. Maybe it is. Who knows?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about this family.
Yeah.
Is that they're all grandstanding for a crowd. Like this is, their stage for performance.
Yes. His father's in prison, or he was at least, for calling a bomb threat into a Vegas casino that he was losing at, that treated him badly, he said. They're all like this. They all think they should be, treated like they're kings and queens when they're not. Yeah. All right. Shall anybody else have anything to say before we continue?
Just that his grandmother was a little better than his mother, but
A little
she's
bit.
still pretty terrible.
She at least said he should be apologizing and confessing and shit or whatever. Here we go.
Did she say he should be, will be?
She said he prays that he will ask for forgiveness and man up.
That's going to work, isn't it?
She's
Never.
praying instead of actually doing something about it.
She'd be screaming
Like
at
I
him.
said, all they could have, they could have done something a long time ago.
They should have, yes.
Yeah.
She should tell him, I won't put any money on your books until you ask for forgiveness. How about that? All right, here we go.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Is there anyone else on the Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, and I reached out to Zach. And he
Oh, nobody else showed up.
All right, Mr. Brooks, we do not have anyone else. Oh, we have Michelle Allworth. Sorry about that. Thank you. All right, if Ms. Allworth then would start her camera and unmute, and we'll hear from her next.
Is that the baby mama?
Can you
Hi, my name is Michelle Allward. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
I'm kind of sitting. My son is here in the room with me. He's sick from homeschool.
That's okay. Go
My
ahead.
name is Michelle. My name is Michelle Allworth. I met Darrell Brooks Jr. 17 years ago when we both lived in Sparks, Nevada. He became my best friend, and over time we became brother and sister to each other.
Okay.
We shared so many good times, whether it was hanging out at the house, listening to music, movies, or just having conversations, a good laugh. He always had a smile on his face and the best laughs and jokes. Going out to theaters and a movie, going out to eat, attending Hot August Nights, which is a car show in Reno, Nevada, the rib cook-off. He shared with me multiple times on a daily basis since this has happened last year, how remorseful he truly is.
No.
Sorry.
Don't believe her.
I don't believe that either.
He is a very private person when it comes to his feelings and emotions, and it only happens with family and close friends. They say blood is thicker than water. Well, you can choose to make your own family. I've chosen to make Darrell part of my family. I will always have his back, even with his tragic event.
Oh, you're a piece of shit then.
I suffer from medical issues as well. I have epilepsy and cerebral palsy.
Nobody
my
cares.
whole life. I've had it my whole life. Darrell was there several times that I had seizures. He called 911, went to the ER with me, stayed with me by my side when I went home.
Get the
and
kid
helped
out
me
of the
any way that he
picture.
could help me.
That kid does not need to be seen here. They've been trying very hard not to show children, but she doesn't give a shit. She's just as bad as him.
So I might be totally out of line here, but if she's had cerebral palsy all her life, it's got to be the smallest
A very small
version of it ever.
Yeah. I know people with cerebral palsy. They don't get to sit around like this.
No, they don't. You're right. But it's to show that he's friends with somebody who's got a problem.
If this is the one he found when she was 14 in Nevada, that's the one he got sexual seduction charges.
The one he
that
got.
was Erica.
No, that was Erica. Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
well, this
here
is
we go.
another one from Nevada.
Can you not do that right now, Sarah? Thank you.
Sorry.
All right.
Because of this reason and him being a family friend to me. He lived with me back in 2006 and again in either 2013 or 14. No. I'm glad he lived with me at those times because I black out during a seizure and I'm able to call 911. He lived with me for over a year. I wouldn't have let him had I not trusted him with my life. He had never shown any signs being this way on what happened November 21st, 2021.
She won't say it.
This is not the Darrell I know. He is a loving, compassionate, loyal, and humble
Bullshit.
person.
Yeah.
What about all the women
he
he
would give
beat?
a complete stranger that needed it the shirt off his back, the last dollar in his pocket, or a place to stay. During this manic episode, he had blacked out the whole incident. I have prayed a lot since 2016 because of my medical issues and almost losing my life to a seizure, and even more now since this has all happened. I know what happened with those lives being lost and people being injured is terrible. It's something Darrell will have to live with for the rest of his life and always.
They all talk about how it affects him, though.
Happened. I hope that.
Well, that is the point of this section.
The help
So
he needs for his mental illness. My hope as well is that he gets help in a mental facility, and that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, she was worthless.
Yep.
All she wanted, she's there simply because, oh, look, it's a girl I didn't fuck and I didn't beat. Bullshit. Bullshit, first of all. You beat every girl you're with. You have been arrested for beating multiple women. None of your baby mamas showed up today, Darrell. None of them. I wonder why.
Everyone.
And why did she even mention cerebral palsy and whatever else, epilepsy? Why? Because oh look, he injured all these people and caused multitudes of agony and torture for people and killed 6 of them, including a child of 8. But hey, he's friends with somebody with illness.
Well, because he helped her with his seizures. I think that's why she mentioned it.
Oh my god.
Well, that still doesn't cover it. I mean,
no.
There's no sympathy for him.
No.
Again, if he took responsibility of his mental illness,
maybe
I did after self-harm, and I'm on medication for the rest of my life. And if he had
done anything,
if he could done anything, even if his mother and grandmother had gotten him put in for evaluation as an adult, they can. It shows he was a danger.
Yeah.
But no, they didn't.
Nope.
They're wanting to blame everybody else.
Everybody but him. All right, let's go. Get this over with. Put him behind us. Shut up, you. Don't even try.
At this time, Madam Clerk, has anyone else joined the Zoom? No. All right. Then at this time, the court will
none
close
of your baby
the
mamas.
Zoom. The proceedings are being live streamed, and family and friends can watch that way as well.
Sorry, Darrell.
Mr. Brooks,
those 20 people did not show up.
Your opportunity to address the court.
Nobody's going to talk while he talks. Everybody, let's let him get through it, and then we can.
I do have a lot to say.
Oh God.
I would like to stand up if I may.
Go ahead.
Will he do it?
It's emotional. I apologize for taking so long. I'm going to start first. By giving glory to God. I believe in Jesus Christ wholeheartedly. I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe that he was sent here by the Father to die for all of our sins, everybody. Everybody in this courtroom today, everyone walking this planet, mostly for those of us who will believe. I believe that he was crucified on the cross at Calvary. And he shed his blood on that cross. And he died. He was buried. And he rose again after 3 days to glory. Took his glorious place at the right hand of the Father. The Bible says that he was exalted, given a name that is above all names, so that at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord, to the glory of God the Father.
Oh my God, get to it.
It's not just something that I was taught by my family. It's something I believe in my heart. I just want to clarify one thing. A lot of references was made to one of the things I said regarding my conscience being clear. And having the time to think about it last night and to understand that the victims have the right to feel how they want to feel. They have the right to their opinions, and understanding that there's a lot of emotion, pain, frustration, anger, hatred, a lot of emotions. But I don't want that comment to be twisted. I don't want that comment to become another narrative that's ran with and taken out of context. That comment was made is because I made the decision to rededicate my life to Christ when this tragedy happened. In no way did that comment refer to not having any remorse, not having any understanding. It was strictly made to that point that I have repented, that I have asked God for forgiveness, that I have sent many prayers up. Learning how to wrap my head around this whole situation has been extremely hard. Extremely hard. You get minimal time to reflect in a place like this. But one of those minimal times that you get to reflect in a place like this is when you're alone in your cell. When it's just you and the walls. One of the victims made a comment about trying to understand why this happened. That's a question I struggle with myself. The why, the how. How could life ever get this far away from what it should be? Regardless of what a lot of people may think about me, about who I am, about my family, about my beliefs, I know who I am. God knows who I am. And I don't have any words of anger, any shots, so to speak, to throw back. As I said before,
why would
I had to look inside myself and understand why the comments was being made. Why people feel the way they feel, and they have the right to. If I may.
You just need to turn forward, sir. I don't know that they're ready for that yet.
Respect. I think it's important to state why I did want to turn. Comment was made about this mask. It's something that I've worn the whole year of this incident. I don't. Well, I'm not gonna say don't, but I don't feel like I needed to go in too wild. Chose to wear this.
You're hiding, we know.
There are a lot of different reasons why. But it definitely has nothing to do with hiding anything.
Mm-hmm.
There is nothing to hide. When you're on TV every day, when your life is being dissected for the world to see, when your family's on TV every day in some capacity, when you're on pretty much every social media platform, what is there to hide from? I want each and every victim in this incident, family members, those who lost loved ones, those who are still healing. I want you to know that no matter how you felt during this year, no matter how you felt yesterday, I want everyone to know, also the community of Waukesha, I want you to know that not only am I sorry for what happened, I'm sorry that you could not see what's truly in my heart, that you cannot see the remorse that I have, that you cannot listen to all the phone calls that I've made to my family, that you cannot hear all the prayers that I've said in my cell, that you cannot count all the tears that I've dropped in this year. The truth is hard a lot of times. I'm not very old by age standards, but I've been alive long enough to understand that a lot of people are comfortable with hearing what they want to hear, being told what they want to be told. And being okay with that. It's easy to accept what's on the surface. It's easy to accept what's being put out there. It's harder to pull back the veil. It's harder to look deeper than the surface. And regardless to the truth, I understand that there are many people that would never forgive what happened.
What you did.
I have to be okay with that. And I hold no ill will towards them for that.
Why would you?
I have to be okay with the fact that people will be angry. Some for a long time, some forever.
Oh my God.
I think it was clear with respects to how I'm viewed. I will not respond to those comments in anger either. I want to also say that it is not me that can take any pain away, replace what was lost. Give back joy, happiness. There's so many other things that was lost that day. I think all that comes with belief in Christ. I believe that all that comes with time, some process. It's a process that we all have to go through. I noticed a lot of things that that I've said over the duration of this trial were there's a lot of misconception. I don't consider myself to be a man of God yet. It's something that I'm learning with time, with faith, with study. Lord willing, I will make it to that point at God's appointed time. Something that I'm learning. For anyone that doesn't think that I've spent time in the scriptures even before this, you're mistaken. Passages were quoted from Romans 6:23 in particular. The wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. That's Romans 6:23. It's a verse I'm very familiar with and I've read numerous times. Countless other passages are all passages that I'm familiar with. The thing about scripture is not only studying and reading it, it's about applying it to your life, applying it.
Thou shalt not kill.
It's not about just reading it or being able to quote it. It's about living it. At times during this, doing all these proceedings, mostly trial, I've become frustrated at times. I want you, Your Honor, to know, I want the entire court to know that regardless to what you may think about those particular incidents, they were not personal. Being here throughout this year and the constant learning how to deal with everything, learning how to take everything in, what you see, what you hear, things being shouted at you, the threats, and everything that you have to deal with just being here. It was like a culmination. Sometimes you get so frustrated because you feel like your hands are tied. You don't know what to do. And for a person like me, it's easy for me to get to that point. And so they would come out in frustration. I take responsibility for that and apologize to you, Your Honor, in the court. Nothing about it was personal. It was a part of me that felt that I haven't been able to defend myself. And I think it was just the pot boiling over. I was wrong for not being able to control myself the times that I wasn't me. For long as I can remember, I've dealt with a lot of issues. And going back to what I said a little bit earlier about what people see on the surface, a lot of people don't understand what it is to battle mental health issues. Not just that, but the difficulties of life in general. The childhood I had. Not having a father, having to see my mom sometimes work 2 and 3 jobs just to be able to support us. I remember being a child and me and my sister, my mom only had 2 children. My sisters passed away. But I remember being a child and me and my sister and my mom standing in the welfare line to get milk, to get cheese, bread, Spam. And when you're a kid, you don't understand that. You think it's normal. I remember living in apartment buildings infested with rodents and bugs. Pouring in cereal in your bowl and having bugs in it. A lot of people weren't raised like that. So it'd be hard for them to pull back that veil and understand that. Physical abuse. By the people that are supposed to love you. Trying to understand why your mind thinks the way it does. Why you don't comprehend certain things. Why no one can provide the answers that you want. Fact of the matter is, I have at times been medicated. Have been in mental health facilities, only for a short time.
Anybody buying any of this?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
I can honestly say that life was better. It helped.
Stop beating around the bush.
I think when you're going through something mentally that you don't understand, it always helps when you have people not so much that can relate. That also helps, but it's more, it's not the relating part of it, it's more of the that you can feel comfortable being yourself with. Someone to listen, someone to tell you that, hey, it's all right. You can't let your guard down.
Where is he going with this?
Down a rabbit hole.
It's a lot.
He's trying to figure out something to say. Just talk, dude, really.
It's a lot. And back to what I said about truth. People are going to, like I said, believe what they want, and that's okay.
Generous of you.
This needs to be said. What happened on November 21st, 2021 was not an attack.
Bullshit.
It was not planned, plotted.
Don't take much to plot.
That I believe.
Doesn't matter.
When you constantly hear that perpetuated, constantly pushed, constantly pushed, constantly pushed.
So if not that, what?
You won't say.
Only takes a second to plot, buddy.
Why?
Then why? Yeah. Come on, little bitch, say it.
They gave him
not an
spam.
attack.
Fuck this dude.
Then what was it? Say it. Say it.
This was not an intentional act.
Stop saying what it wasn't and say what it was, bitch.
Yeah, it was.
And stop staring at people like you're
No
the
matter
injured party. Goddamn. All right,
how
everybody
many
shut up.
times you say it over and over.
Yeah.
It was not.
Look at them.
Zach's holding on for dear life. He don't want to.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure he stays seated.
I have a lot of
Rage? Yeah, you do.
and this has nothing to do with the victims, the families.
Nothing
the
of what you said has had anything to do with them.
And as a matter of fact, I'm grateful that they had the opportunity to voice their opinions and their frustrations and their angers, because I believe and hopefully that will alleviate some of the wounds
that you caused.
I could never point a finger at them and say they're wrong for what they said, their opinions, how they feel. Never. And I won't do it. I won't do it now, and I won't do it ever.
Oh, big deal.
They're well within their rights.
How magnanimous of them.
Yeah.
To feel how they feel.
He's still not taking responsibility, though.
Wouldn't it be nice to say how they felt by you not killing people?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I felt a lot of frustration and anger yesterday, not towards any of the victims.
Sue.
It was towards Miss Susan L. Opera.
Oh, the way he said that.
And I won't even throw shots back at her.
Because you can't.
Again, I choose
the high road.
To take the high road.
Oh, I knew he was going to say it. When have you ever taken the high road, motherfucker? When?
In spite of the clear
He
language
took the
that
high
was
road
used
during
by
the
her.
parade is what he's getting at.
All right. I'm going to stop saying anything. We're all going to let him talk. Say the bullshit he wants to do, and then we can take it apart later. All right. Let's get through this bullshit parade. Look at her. Go ahead. Sorry. Starting now.
Not going to fire back. Not going to do that.
Like he's being big. No, you're not. Oh, sorry.
Am I angry? Hell yeah.
Do we care? Hell no.
Hell yeah.
Do we care? Hell no. Hell no.
What?
So what? Oh shit. I'll start now.
When it boils down to it,
can we mute it?
The whole prosecution team had a job to do. Can't be mad at somebody for doing their job. Attorney Basie, Attorney Witchild, I respect you guys. Regardless of what you may feel about me, I respect you guys. I really do. I respect you too, Attorney Opera. The difference between all you guys is you, Attorney Opera, I don't respect how you did your job. And I never will. But I refuse to get in a name calling. I refuse to raise my voice. I refuse to do any of that.
You mean the stuff you've been doing the entire trial, you little bitch? Sorry.
Night.
Don't make
the part of me that I don't understand why it goes the way it goes had every intention to come in here and lay into you.
So?
Out of frustration and out of the fact of feeling that I needed to defend myself by some of the things you said. How you had the audacity to speak on situations that had nothing to do with this tragedy, as if you were there, as if you had intimate details, as if you knew everything that led up to those allegations.
Excuses.
Just by reading the police report. I think every situation is unique in its own way. It all has different circumstances that leads to ultimately what ends up happening. Reading the police report doesn't give you the right to pass judgment on a situation that, frankly, is none of your concern. Honestly, you would think for someone that's been doing your job as long as you have, you would think you would understand that.
Oh, she knows her job. Shut the fuck up. Sorry.
You would think that you have some kind of integrity.
Judge should stop this. This is not what this should be.
Even with that, not gonna bash.
You have.
Not gonna say anything disrespectful.
You have.
Not gonna call you anything other than your God-given name.
Like she has? Right. You piece of shit. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Hey, Levon.
As far as the integrity, though.
Hey, Levon.
You have none.
I won't ever be able to wrap my head around why you did things the way you did it.
What, tell the truth?
Made reference to this being an open and shut case.
It is.
Yet you needed a whole team.
No, she didn't.
To prosecute an open and shut case, as you say.
All right, I gotta stop right here. No, she did. She could have done this half asleep on Ambien with half her brain tied behind her back, bitch. Those people are assigned to her, okay? And she was assigned this case. She didn't choose this case. And we rarely, in a murder like this, get so many eyewitnesses. We had them. It is an open and shut case.
And the judge is allowing this because this is his final curtain call.
That's
Yeah,
true.
but it's he doesn't have the right to go after the prosecutor this way. None of this has ever happened before. Okay? None of this. This is like the first for a lot of things. We've had like Ronnie O'Neill, the idiot who screamed at the jury the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've seen a lot of this bullshit, but just in the past, I don't know, 8 years or so, like what is causing this? What is in the water now that caused a specific type of person to do this?
And Juggernaut's very, very right. She's
What?
just letting him, DA Upper is just letting him talk, and she's not objecting it.
No, she could
Just let
object.
him.
She could. He doesn't realize she could be objecting left, right, and center.
Yeah,
He doesn't
she's
get
very-
that.
Yeah, she's very classy. That's what Juggernaut was talking about.
She's full of class and
Oh, yeah.
integrity, and that's why she doesn't do that. And he's talking about he's taking the high road. He doesn't even with a map and GPS and a navigator in his passenger seat could not find the high road.
No,
bitch. All right, here we go. Sorry.
All right.
I will try not to do that anymore.
And again, no disrespect to Attorney Basie, Attorney Whitchild.
Yeah, just for opera. She's so unaffected.
I feel like they was the reasons why your case had any strong points.
Oh, okay.
Not from you.
Oh, okay. You bitch. What a little bitch. He goes down being a bitch. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't, guys. Sorry. Go somewhere else. That's fine. I just can't stop. Look at them. They won't even look at him. They're like, yeah.
31
just get over.
years. You said, well, yeah, you did say 31 years that you've done this.
I'd be laughing if I was her. Piece of shit.
I don't believe you're that bright.
Oh, no, he didn't. Okay. Mr. I killed 6 people and drove down a parade, injuring several dozens.
I respect you having.
Maybe he's pissed off he didn't kill more. Who knows?
Yeah.
The resolve.
Look at her.
To take on something of this magnitude.
She didn't. She was assigned it.
Can't do nothing but respect that.
No, shut up. Mr. Dumbass motherfucker. You're so smart, but you're going to be spending life in jail.
This courtroom, I will have no ill feelings.
Oh, shut up. Who cares what you feel or
anyone.
think? Nobody. Thank you, Levon.
I know this is being live streamed.
Thanks, Thomas.
I believe even in other countries. I've gotten some mail from Germany, Belgium.
Oh, shit.
I'll
get the super chats after, guys. Thank you.
Which doesn't, I stopped reading it months ago.
Good.
So it doesn't really affect me. It's irrelevant. I do want to say something to
you didn't return them for value
watching as far as
you're irrelevant. How's that?
Those who take the time, spend the energy and money to
no money,
spew hate, not just against
he loves haters.
Myself, but my family, my children.
Yeah, so what are you gonna do about it, bitch?
I have no value in anything that you say.
Oh.
Doesn't bother me. Doesn't affect me. Keep up the bad work.
Dude, you have who gives a fuck what you think about us? Nobody here. You're irrelevant.
To everyone else, the people that have sent letters of support.
Psychopath?
I thank you for that, because it's not an easy thing to show love and support to someone who's the most hated man on the planet at this point right now.
You're not that important, bitch. You're not that important.
It's not easy. It takes a lot of courage to do that.
No, it doesn't.
I thank you for that. My family thanks you for that.
The 3 letters you probably got from psychopath like you? Yeah, nobody cares.
I want to say to the mother of my children.
Mothers, plural.
The mothers.
Yeah, there you go.
Me, of my children.
There you go. Those poor children who will probably turn out like you.
Obviously, I think I should start with the obvious, Erica Patterson.
Okay, be careful.
I want you to know, if you're watching, I always have love for you. You're one of the mothers of my children. I can never hate
One of
you.
the mothers. Oh my God.
I refuse to go that route.
You mean like beating her?
Always have love for you.
Running her down with a car? Okay.
I always respect you. We got a beautiful daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't always been right in the things that I've said, things I've done in regards to you.
Beating her.
What I will say is,
saying you pimped her out at 14?
It always takes two.
Oh, blame her. Oh. What a small little brain he has.
I pray that at some point you will reconcile with your children.
There he is.
And that you remember who I am here in my heart. That you remember that. My oldest son, who's an adult, his mother, beautiful, beautiful spirit. I thank her for the times that she was there to listen when no one else was, when I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on in life, and I was being pulled to this direction or that direction, and just couldn't figure things out. She would take the time to sit and listen, and I thank her for it. Times where I had nowhere to go, she would find me in the back of abandoned cars or trucks or something of that nature, and she would do things to help. You know, it's a lot of people, a lot of good people out there in the world still. She's one of them. I thank you, Angel. That's her name too, by the way, Angel. When I was all over the place mentally, couldn't sit still, couldn't make decisions. Trying to figure out how life would go being young parents, the both of us. She never once judged me. She never once ridiculed me and downed me because of my issues. She always was willing to be there. I'm eternally grateful for that. Jessica, my youngest daughter's mom.
How many has he got?
Ready to think.
I believe it's a reason why God puts anyone in your life at the time that he does. You came into my life at a time where everything was chaotic. I didn't have a clue how to even begin to put one foot in front of the other. You came into my life at a time where I was pondering, what did I even have to live for?
God, I wish you had kept pondering. Sorry. Never the answer.
And in the midst of that, you gave me my daughter, my baby girl. I always get emotional talking about her in particular, because she's such a daddy's girl. We're very, very close. Very close.
Not anymore. Did you beat her, Mom? Yeah, you did.
I felt like when Missy was born, that was God giving me a chance to make good on the mistakes I made with my older two children at the time. I felt like that was redemption. Everything that I didn't do right before, I had the chance to right that wrong.
Didn't hold on to that, did you? Mm-mm.
She's probably the single-handed reason why I'm even still breathing.
Damn her.
She's such a light in my life. Such a light.
Yep. Moving on. Jackson was a light to his parent too. Think about that.
She
bitch.
doesn't even understand the extent of everything that's going on. She doesn't know what it is not to be able to talk to me when she wants to be able to see me when she wants to.
Yeah, she'll figure it out.
She just doesn't get it.
She gets to talk to you at all, though. At all. Is a blessing. Jackson's parents don't have that.
And I'm mindful that there are people in this community that feel the same exact way.
Good. Be more mindful of that.
That
say his name.
That lights in their life that were taken
by you. By you. He won't say it.
So without
he won't man out. He won't man up.
Being insensitive to that, I'll move past that.
Of course you will.
I just
moving on.
Tell my baby girl that I love her. I love you, Missy. My baby boy. Was born in June during the time that I've been here.
You mean your grandson?
His mother, Quita.
Oh, I guess he's got a boy too. Okay. 4. Oh.
I regret not being able to be there for the times that both of them needed me the most. it's not an easy thing for a woman to go through a pregnancy with virtually no help. Having to move residencies because of this tragedy. Not feeling safe while she was pregnant, not feeling safe, receiving threats, things like that.
Oh.
And I wasn't there.
Because you did this. You caused all this. Oh my God. Figure it out. It's all because of you. Nobody else.
I know what it's like to be at the birth of your children and see them born and cut the umbilical cord and to do all those things. I've done that.
I'll give you a badge and a cookie.
And to not be able to do it for her and for him.
They're better off without you, really. He might escape your narcissistic, malignant, cancerous ways.
To only know what he looks like because of pictures.
Aww. You get to watch him grow up. Jackson doesn't have that. Again, missing the point completely.
For her
God.
to not feel safe to be in the city or be around my family members to build that rapport. Because she can't mentally deal with everything that comes with.
Not if she inherited your brains, no.
And for me to not be able to help her, for me to not have any words to uplift her.
Yeah, he is just rambling now.
I've got words to uplift her. Daddy's not coming home.
Yeah.
Her expressing her anger to me.
Thank you, the rabbit.
Not knowing how
and welcome
everything would go.
Yeah, it's always been about him. You're right. Leather and Lashes. Hey, girl. Huh? Welcome.
I want her to know. I believe God has a plan for everything.
Oh my God. God. Don't bring God into this.
It's about doing the best you can inside of God's will.
So
and
is he
it was
saying
God's will.
God's
You put your
sword
foot
has
down
a
on the
sword
throttle.
badge?
Say what you want about me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you guys. I hear
I'm
you.
not gonna walk away from my children.
You are. You're
No,
never gonna see them.
you're
my children.
Marched away from your children.
You drove away from your children, bitch. Think about it.
I love all four of you. And that won't stop for nothing. No matter what. A lot of reference yesterday was made about death. In reference to opinions towards myself. I do not fear death.
Really? Let's get the death penalty in here real quick.
Not one bit. I do not fear death because I'm in Christ.
Keep telling yourself that.
Whether we believe it or not, at some point, we all have a date.
Bye, Levon. Thanks for coming, hon.
Everyone on this planet has a date.
Bye, Levon.
Yeah, you brought some of those early. You proud of that?
In the word, it says that it is appointed to man once to die. The way I see it, it's inevitable, so why fear it? I'm 1,000,000% confident in where I'm going when this is all over.
I think everybody else is that as well.
Don't be.
Regardless of what anyone thinks or says, I'm 1,000,000% confident.
Because you're a narcissist, that's why.
Going.
You've never asked for forgiveness, so no, you're not.
We all got to stand before the judgment seat of Christ at some point.
Mm-hmm. And he'll ask you, did you humble yourself? And you'll say no.
All of us.
And you're...
Nobody's any better than the next person.
God. I will not be preached to by this son of a bitch.
Contrary to belief, I do not feel like I'm above anyone.
Yes, you do.
I don't feel like I'm superior to anyone.
Yes, you do.
I breathe air, I drink water, I eat, I go to the bathroom, I bleed just like anyone else. I'm no better.
Oh, we know that, but you don't. You put yourself first, always.
I'm a human being. I'm not a monster.
Yeah, no. Disagree with that.
Citation required.
Mm-hmm. Proof. Grounds.
I'm a human being that's been trying to figure out for 35 years.
He's only 35 now? What?
No, he's 40.
What the fuck?
Questions that I've never got the answer to.
That doesn't make sense then.
Well, I suspect he wasn't thinking that in his first 4 or 5 years. So
yeah, that's what it was.
But it's a weirdish way of saying it.
I noticed yesterday in a lot of the victims' statements that a lot of the victims are going through the healing process. Believe it or not, I've prayed for all victims' family members for a year now
from a worthless
to be able to
piece
make
of crap.
it through that process. but it is a process. It won't happen overnight. There was a big question of if I was paying attention, if, this, that, or the third, which I won't really get into. I definitely was paying attention. And I heard in a lot of those statements, people that were having their own mental health issues.
Oh, really? You're going to, okay.
Some recognizing what it was, others not so much.
Now he's going to tell
That's
us
what it was.
about us.
A lot of things
okay.
that you just can't quite wrap your head around.
Oh my God. Please stop this, Judge.
Believe it or not, you were talking to someone that's dealt with those same types of questions for a long time.
We know.
Questioning life itself. Questioning.
We don't care.
What's the point of being here?
Ask them for forgiveness. Say, I did this and I'm sorry.
To go through all this pain. To go through.
Man up.
All the doubts. Feelings of inadequacy I can relate to firsthand.
Your existential angst is not required.
Being made fun of, being joked about, being jeered at, being bullied. Growing up, I can relate to all of that because I've been through it.
Yeah. And none of those people killed anybody.
Not knowing if you even want to wake up after you go to sleep. I've been through that.
Unfortunately, you kept waking up.
Wondering if you'll even be missed when you're gone.
I gotta
go.
Okay, no on that one. All right, bye.
Bye.
Bye, hon.
The weirdest hours of the morning, just sitting up and just finding something to stare at.
Oh my God. The self-importance of this
hoping
man.
that an answer may just fall out of the sky on you. Me, myself, I've, like I said, raised Christian, but it's been so many times through the years that I've doubted God. It's time. I think everyone in this room can say that. If you believe, you've doubted, you've questioned, you've wondered. Been in situations that just can't figure out why. How did I get here? What did I miss? What didn't I catch? What didn't I see? How did it ever get to this? How did it ever end up with this? At some point we've all been in that position. Obviously, in my shoes, it's a little different.
Oh my God.
Obviously. Nothing's his fault. Come on. Think of the next lie.
Oh, yeah.
I said before.
He just doesn't want to stop talking because that's the end.
For the people that don't have any understanding, I can't sit here and be what people would want me to be.
You never have. You mean a good father, a good citizen?
We all
not an
have
abuser.
our own ways of looking at things, and we all have our own personalities or whatnot. That's what makes us unique, is our individualism. How one person may react to something, another person may feel the same exact way, but probably not react the same way. People can agree on certain things and still have a different approach. And listening to all the victims yesterday that had the courage to speak and state their opinions and vent their frustrations and their anger and everything. I heard a lot of what should have been done, what could have been done, as far as to the remorse. I apologize for not showing people what they wanted to see. I just ask that there be understanding to that there's a side out of the courtroom that's not seen. What's seen in the courtroom is just a small piece of the whole puzzle. Just a fraction. The majority of the time, I'm not standing in the courtroom or sitting in the courtroom. It's not a day. It's not an hour that goes by that I haven't thought about what's happened.
What you did. Again, what you did.
That I haven't tried to wrap my head around how something like this could happen.
Well, we certainly know he can't use brakes.
Right. You turned down the street. You did that. What's there to wonder?
Where I haven't thought about the pain that you all are in. What was lost and in the fashion that it was lost. Contrary to what people may think.
Oh my God.
You get to a point though, and obviously it's different with me being in this position and people being on the other side of the coin, so to speak. It's a different position.
What?
On my end, you get to a point to where you just tired. You get to a point where you've cried all the tears you can cry. You've prayed all the prayers you can pray. You never stop praying, but it's repetitive at this point. You get to a point where you're completely drained. You don't know what else you have to give. There was many court dates in the beginning of all these proceedings that I wasn't even sure if I can even come in the courtroom without breaking down. It was times where I didn't even feel like I was going to make it through a court proceeding. When I did have representation, it was times where I told my representation, no, I don't. And that wasn't because I just didn't want to come in the courtroom. It was because mentally I could not handle it. I couldn't. Having to be prepped for everything that I was gonna walk into. Them telling me, it's gonna be this kind of atmosphere and expect this and it's just like, wow. How am I gonna do this?
You don't. You use an attorney.
I want everyone to know, though, when you walk out of the courtroom and the cameras aren't rolling anymore, you don't have the world looking at you anymore. That's when you can feel like you're human again.
You're not, though.
You can go back to your cell, drop your tears, pray.
Never
punch your mat
once
if you're frustrated.
Ask for forgiveness or say you're sorry. Take responsibility.
He did apologize,
Sleep
but he
it
hasn't
off.
asked for forgiveness.
Whatever you may choose to do.
Gesundheit, Tara.
Oh, he said Gesundheit. They can hear you.
And I wonder how.
Well, not Darrell.
Things would be different if the cameras was rolling then.
Yeah, that would be freaky.
That would be freaky. Yeah.
When we remove all
she got allergies.
Courtroom, how would it be then?
What? A reunion? What are you talking about? Barbecue? You gave up that when you killed and hurt people.
We've all done things in our life.
Not like you.
That we regret, that we're not proud of.
Of course. But we take responsibility.
We don't know what we were thinking.
Yeah, but for me, it's, a bad color choice on my jeans. Not killing and maiming. See the difference there?
That's been like a roller coaster for me in this year, a roller coaster. And obviously, just everyday life, some days are better than others. That's just life in general. Some days are just better than other days. You heard my best friend speak a little bit earlier. about I guess it would be more happier times, but even then, you put on a smile to hide the pain.
That's what your victims are trying to do.
Long before November 21st, 2021, long before that day, I was struggling. Long before. Feeling dead inside. Then feeling hopeful. Then feeling depressed. Then feeling happy. Then feeling upset. Just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. %90 of the time, not even knowing why you're going from point A to B. Why is it going like this? So I think you do a lot of things to numb that. Some people have different things that help them numb it. Some people turn to drugs. Some people turn to alcohol. Some people turn to many different things. Some people isolate themselves. Some people, however you deal with it, it's how you deal with it. At that point in my life, I chose to put up a front. No one seen me for how I truly felt, then there would be no questions. You see someone and they always have an upbeat appearance or seem to be smiling or seem to be in a joyful mood. There's no reason to quit. Like, what is there a question?
But you weren't. You were beating people.
How
Your
much
what? Your
turmoil
girlfriend.
could it be?
Your mom.
The first thing they would say is every time
Committing other crimes.
Okay. It's not okay. It's not.
Usually the colonel says, "I'm so sorry to all the victims. I feel terrible. Thank you." This guy? No.
But I do believe one thing, though. As long as you have breath in your body, no matter what you're going through, where you may be, what struggles you have, what you can't figure out, you have to find a way to press forward. You have to keep faith, and you have to press forward. I think the Apostle Paul said it best.
Shut up and sit down.
Apostle Paul said it best when he said, one thing I do, forgetting what's behind me and straining toward the upward call. of which Christ has taken a hold of him. Straining forward, which acknowledging that it's difficult, acknowledging that there'll be opposition, there'll be hurdles to jump, there'll be mountains to climb. It's not going to be easy. Acknowledging that by saying straining to move forward. That's what I've been learning. Is it frustrating that sometimes people mistake that?
Oh my God.
Not caring. Yeah. Very frustrating. As hard as it is, you cannot turn back the hands of time. You can't. As much as I wish I had the power to do that, I can't. So I have to look at life going forward, not backward. I have to look at reality. I've moved past the actual tragedy of the day of November 21st, 2021.
Oh,
but I have
well done,
not
you.
moved past
Oh,
uplifting this community in prayer, and I will continue to do that until it's my time to pass on. I won't stop uplifting the communities in prayer, the victims, the families.
What?
Regardless of how anyone feels, I will continue to pray for them.
Nobody cares. Really. You're not doing shit for them.
That's what I want my heart to reflect.
And ask for forgiveness.
And I don't want it to be misinterpreted what I'm saying by that, by saying I've moved past the actual day. To clarify that so there's no misconception, it's that none of us can go back and change what happened. We can't.
So?
But that doesn't mean that my life has to continue to be defined by that. I refuse to continue to live at that time because that time is past. We can always say shoulda, coulda, woulda. Nobody knows what they'll do until they're in that situation. It's easy to say, I would have did this. I could have did this. I should have did this. I would have did that. You never know what you're going to do until you actually there. Does anyone think I haven't asked myself that? Man, I should have. Why didn't I? What does it matter now?
It matters a lot. You haven't said it yet.
How many times can I pound my fist against something and say, why, how could this, what?
He gets almost there. Did you notice that?
How many times? Before you just...
He never gets to the point, why did I do it? He gets, why did, what? He won't say it. He won't say it.
It's like,
he'll say everything else.
You have to move forward.
You haven't moved past this yet. You can't. You did this.
Forgiveness. Matthew 6:14 and 15. Forgiveness.
Oh God.
Yep. This could be the end though, so let's hope.
For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins.
Yes, and who is going to forgive who here?
That's Jesus himself, God himself. I point no fingers towards anyone in judgment to say, how could you say this? And how, like I said before, how people process this tragedy is how they choose to. I could jump up and down and yell and scream about what was said in regards to me. But why? Everyone has to make their own peace with God. And that's what I've done, regardless to what people think. I've done it.
I don't think people are thinking that at all.
I don't want that to be confused with being at peace. It's a process, but I've made my peace. That is the only reason why I made the comment that I have a clear conscience. It was not pertaining to remorse. It wasn't mockery. It wasn't to thumb my nose at anyone. That wasn't what that comment was about. I've chosen to do that because it was needed. It's easy to lose your way in the world because the world is, as we all know, it's a big place. All types of things are out there. All types of it's easy to get caught up in the world. I can't and I refuse to live the rest of my life trying to please other people.
Well, you made a good start.
I still have a long way to go to get to where I need to be. But my life now is about pleasing God. It's about what He wants, not what I want. It's about what He wants, not what everybody else wants.
Whoa.
God's will. Yet another comment that was taken out of context. A comment that again was not meant in a disrespectful manner in any way. Was not meant to thumb my nose at anyone in any way. It was the acknowledgement that God is in control of everything. Everything. The good, the bad, and the ugly. He is in control. That's what that was pointed towards. That and that alone. For those of us who do believe, we've always been taught that God, His ways, not ours. What He sees fit to do, we can't stand in the way of it. No matter how much we wish we could, we can't. Frankly, sometimes that sucks.
Tara just had to wake me up. I literally nodded off.
I never thought I would be standing here not being able to
go home ever. Yeah.
Enjoy a time with my family that anyone would enjoy with their family. People lost loved ones.
They didn't lose them.
The same way.
I've sat through high church services that have lasted less time
It's
than
ridiculous.
this.
He keeps saying people lost loved ones. They didn't lose them. They know where they were. You took them.
Yep, they did.
Stop beating around the bush, dude. This is your moment. Man up and say, I did this and I will be dealing with this the rest of my life. Whatever you want to say, just man up and take responsibility for once in your rotted life.
He can't.
No.
And stop rambling. We know this is the last moment in the sun you'll ever have.
He's caught the weapon.
But you did that. You.
Yeah.
Don't make us suffer for it. I literally nodded off. Tara just woke me up. That's
you need coffee.
She's making more.
More coffee for AMG?
Yeah, Susan, thank you for the more coffee.
We need to get you the extra strong coffee.
You sent me some. Here we go.
Yes.
We need some Death Wish.
That is not lost on me.
They didn't lose them. You took them. Stop saying it. Tara's leaving, everybody. Bye.
Bye, Tara.
To suggest that I don't care.
You don't.
Are you near anywhere near Wisconsin?
No.
Because I could probably stick with the Uber fare to get there with a baseball bat.
Year. That's probably the hardest one.
I'll be up there at Christmas time.
So digest.
No Christmas for you, sir.
To suggest that I'm heartless.
You are.
Mr. Brooks, what do you think this court should do as far as the sentences are concerned with all of these convictions?
Thank you, Judge, for stepping in. Let me go home.
Honestly, Your Honor, and I don't want this to be taken out of context.
Oh, God, it's going to be good. Everybody, just let them say it.
Oh, God.
Shit.
I believe there's issues with me attempting to answer that. And here's why.
Hold on to your butt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still confused.
Oh, God, no. Don't do it.
I'm still confused on the true nature and cause of the charges.
Oh, no, he didn't. Oh.
I also believe a decision was already made before we even got here. And I could be wrong. That's not a shot. It's not a slight in any way.
She's not the one who decided. The jury did.
It's not. And I don't want that to be taken out of context as well. I will say help is needed. When you've dealt with certain things as long as I have,
You're not the only one.
Yeah, so many questions about where to start.
Oh,
yeah, so many questions about what can give you the help you need, who can point you in the direction to get the help you need. There's so many things that you don't know where to start at.
Still hasn't answered the judge.
Nope.
Your Honor, I think that throughout these proceedings, and I've noticed this, that you've been very observant. You've been very attentive.
Oh my God.
Without denigrating
Regardless
her,
of me being
it is her job.
Frustrated with some of the things that has been. I can't do anything but look at what you have done, which is you have been very, very keen. I believe that still a lot of issues there. I believe that because of the issues I have, sometimes I may have said things that you probably didn't really understand what I was meaning by it. I'm not sharpest knife in the drawer.
You mean you're not too bright? Like you said to Sue?
My mind probably works a little faster than I can articulate something or pronounce something or say something. Obviously, it would be hard to top what was already said about you thus far. You've gotten an incredible amount, a credible amount of love.
Oh God.
Credible or incredible? Which one
He
did
doesn't
mean?
know. He doesn't know. Just let him
Some
go.
of you said superhero. Some people, I'm sure you know this, but some people have even dressed up as you for Halloween.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not looking for accolades from anyone. I'm looking here today to sentence you in this case, and I'm frankly more interested in your thoughts on that than
Thank
your
you.
opinion of me and how I conducted myself during this trial.
Good for her.
My opinion on that part.
I have a job to do today. It's not an easy one. There's 76 counts. I'd like you, if you can and if you want, to tell me how you think I should do that. That's what the victims have stated. That's what the state, right? They provided their recommendation.
The only thing I can say is one thing that should be taken into account is the time that I've served. Been here a year.
Oh my God. Are you shitting me?
Yeah. 6 life sentences, 1 year time served. Not a problem.
Would
sod off.
Pretty much negate count 76.
Are you fucking kidding me with this? Are you shitting me?
Holy shit.
The first one is live.
I got.
Yeah.
I have no words. I've been struck dumb by that.
What the fuck?
Holy shit.
.chat exe is not responding. What the fuck?
All right, let's hear him out though. He might.
My pet rocks are crying. 3 of them have left.
I was sort of half expecting that.
I don't understand how he could even try to penny ante. All right, here we go. Let's just hear it. Everybody, we can do this.
So there's that.
Oh God.
Your Honor, I'm confused. I don't understand the true nature and cause of the charges.
What are you confused about, Bobo?
So I can't. I don't.
He won't accept responsibility.
Consent to being sentenced.
Oh no.
I'm still trying to I don't understand.
How do you not understand?
It's not a delay tactic.
Bullshit.
Oh, it won't be delayed. Don't worry.
Not attempting to be disruptive.
Yes, you are.
It's trying to get away with murder.
It's not intended
literally
to stop the proceedings. It's my honest opinion. I have trouble
with the truth.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Accepting responsibility. Do you understand you're at fault here at all?
I can't say with 1,000,000% certainty.
Imagine being able to speak for 3 hours and not say a fucking word.
Everything.
Yeah, no.
As far as
we are witnessing it, folks.
Yep.
In regards to me, everything should be looked at in its totality. The mental health issues, I believe that you've seen them rear their head at times. I believe that. I know that you've seen that rear his head at times.
The whole trial, yeah, okay.
I also believe that you recognize the need for the help that's needed. You've seen things as far back as my childhood, and I believe that you understand the certain needs that would benefit where to start. Me myself, I don't know. There's so many issues that I've been trying to address for a long time, a very long time, and I don't know where to start. I have no idea. I can tell you that I want to be able to get to a point in my life where I can have the ability to recognize before it happens, when something could become out of control, before an outside source can maybe pinpoint it and say maybe something's wrong. I will want to get to a point where I can be able to recognize the signs on my own. I want to get to a point where I don't have a mind that's jumping back and forth and all over the place, and these moves that go from here to here to here to here to here to here to here, and then it's like, oh, I'm cool, and then it's here to here to here to here. I want to get to a place where I can combat that. this, Your Honor, this has not been easy, and not just this, but life in general. It has not been easy. It's not easy to wake up every day and try to figure out how to stay grounded, or how to stay in a I don't want to say a box, but to be able to stay in a straight line, to be able to take life as it comes, to not only be able to cope with things. Things are going to happen, problems happen. Life itself isn't easy. I want to get to a point, Your Honor, where I can be able to say, okay, it's okay. It's okay. I can be myself. I can say, you know what? You aren't the only person going through this. This doesn't make you any less than anybody else. I wasn't asked to be born this way, Your Honor. I wasn't. I was not. I don't understand it. But the fact of the matter is I want to get to a point of happiness again. To be able to be medicated and not care what people think. To be able to speak my truth without having to feel ashamed that some people may think of me lesser than a person because I have to be medicated for life, or because they feel like it's not normal.
Bro, you don't think about nobody now.
Which lends to the reason why I said not wanting to live to please anyone else anymore. But for me to be okay. Here, for me to be okay.
Nobody cares if you're
I haven't
okay.
been for a long time.
Nobody cares.
I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. Some days I don't know what's up or down. Some days I don't know.
Nobody cares.
I want to know.
Next thing he's gonna say the earth is flat.
Yeah.
Mr. Brooks, it's going on 2 hours. I feel like we're starting to cover the same ground over and over. So I'm going to ask you again, because I'm really interested in your perspective. I want to know, as I consider and contemplate and finalize what to do in this case, if there are any sentencing recommendations you have on your own behalf to make at this time.
Damn it, she started him over again.
I just want to be helped. I don't want to live with inside this pain anymore. I know that's probably not the answer you're looking for. Your Honor, I really
Let me ask it this way, sir.
Mm-hmm.
6 of these counts that you have been convicted of are intentional homicide charges. The options for the court are very limited. Life without the possibility of extended supervision. Life with the possibility of extended supervision as early as 20 years, that's the statute. And third, anything in between. And then lastly, related to that, there's an enhancer of 5 years for each count based upon the jury answering that special verdict question: did you commit the offense of intentional homicide by using a dangerous weapon? Thoughts on that?
I don't understand.
Do you think you should spend the rest of your life in prison without ever seeing freedom outside bars? That would be extended supervision. Should these counts run consecutive or concurrent? Meaning one after the other, or serving them at the same time? What are your thoughts on those things?
I didn't understand everything you said, but I did.
Of course not, you muppet.
I can't live a million years.
Oh my God.
So
Please. Put me out of my misery, please.
I feel like I should be able to go somewhere where I can be helped, where I can be properly evaluated, where I can be properly medicated.
They can do that in prison.
If that is an extended period of a long, long time, at least I know that I'm getting what I need. Not what I want, what I need. At least then I would be able to say, it's okay. You can be you.
Well, you can be you in prison.
Extended stay on an uninhabited island.
Grateful for the fact that
No resources, no supplies. Let them rough it.
I was
With
thinking
scorpions.
more a nice, comfortable
you have
drainage ditch.
experts, or I don't know if that's the right word, but you have people that
What on earth is that banging and clattering
know
going on?
exactly what to
Oh,
do,
my head against the mic stand.
that recognize exactly
Sorry.
what needs to be done and what should be done.
What? I'm sorry, guys. I had no idea.
To be able to
That's all right. Nor do we, nor does he, nor does anybody else.
like I said, be properly
I think he's saying there are specialists who could figure this out, how long he should serve.
extremely needed.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I'm not sure.
I don't know if
Because he never answers a question with a straight answer.
No.
answers.
I'll follow
Never.
it up again. What I hear you saying, sir, is that you don't have a specific recommendation in terms of how long the sentences are, whether they're life, whether they're consecutive, whether they're concurrent, but you're asking me to take into consideration your mental
suffering?
health needs and your desire to get help. Would that be fair?
Yes, I would say.
I guess he should have started with that instead of jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be what you said. What was the term
Yeah.
you used?
He overstood too much,
Consecutive
y'all.
and concurrent.
The extended supervision term or consecutive versus concurrent?
Yeah. Concurrent.
Is that you, Rusting
Serving
AMG?
sentences at the same time versus consecutive,
Has to
one
be.
after the other.
Serving all together.
I hear Lay's potato chip.
Pretzel crisps.
I'm kidding.
My main thing is
I could have done baked cookies by now
Yeah, I know, right?
and made them all. I mean, ate them all.
I could make a pound cake and iced it.
Yeah.
Shit, we could have made a 7-course dinner. Are you shitting me? All right, let's just hear it out. We're almost done, I
Okay.
hope.
Kind of hope so.
Oh, I hope.
to not just be placed somewhere and just forgotten about.
Oh, you're going to be forgotten. Oh yeah.
That doesn't help.
Hey, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
Hi. Hi.
Yep, he's still here.
Obviously,
He still
I
hasn't
don't
answered
know,
the question.
How that all works.
He thinks we're going to think about him after this? No, never.
But
I suspect wrong, but yes, I appreciate the sentiment.
Dude, you are going to be forgotten about until we get the great news that you've been taken care of. So don't worry about that.
I know that it would greatly benefit me to be able to be somewhere where, like I said, I can properly evaluated and medicated with the things that
We
I
don't
need. It could
care
be something
about
that
your
I haven't
benefit.
even discovered yet, or not me myself, but it can be something that maybe way near that could have helped me years ago that I probably wouldn't never have known up until this point that could have
Then why didn't you or your mother
immensely helped.
look for?
I want the I want the opportunity.
I don't care what you want.
Megan, I think we're starting to repeat some of these topics that you've covered, and I understand what you're saying. And I
want to beat this. I want to beat this. I
I
want the
understand.
opportunity to beat it, to show that it can be beat.
Nobody
I don't have to live like
beat what?
His mental illness.
You know, I want to show. I want to show that regardless of anything, that there is still hope.
There isn't for you.
I want to be able to show my children that regardless, you can rise up.
You can't.
You don't have to.
I believe I understand and comprehend your desire to have your mental health issues addressed and met. You've stated that multiple times. I understand that. I can certainly address that in my sentencing remarks here today. At this time, it's been over 2 hours. I appreciate all of the words you've said here today, and
word salad.
that you've made a statement.
I apologize for the length. I didn't even.
It's not about the
realize.
time. It's okay. But at this time, I would like to take about a just shy of 20-minute break, come back at 3 p.m. and start my portion of this sentencing hearing with my sentencing remarks and the sentence. So at this time, we will be in recess until 3 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
All right. We made it through.
Wow.
His bullshit remarks.
And it's quite potential. We've got a lag of about 20 minutes on it, so.
Yep.
You want me to go do it now? Or you want to take a break? I think we should take
Yeah,
a break.
just check. Just check.
All right,
I think
check.
it's ripped the plaster off in one go.
They're not back yet. Sorry.
Yeah, just check and we'll
they're
come
not
right
back
back to
yet.
the discussion.
Yeah. I checked. It's not in. They're not back yet. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on it.
What I believe his problem is he's overstanding instead of understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you overstand somebody, you're reading more than what you're being told.
Yeah, it's just I can't. I knew. I honestly thought instead of saying he still doesn't understand the cause, and I thought he was gonna literally go for jurisdiction again. Thankfully, he didn't. But you know what? I gotta pee. I sat here too long. I'll be right back.
Oh, sorry about that.
Wow. Okay.
Hopefully you
In
didn't
which
cough
case,
up the
since
lung on
Uh, try not to. Trying to get myself
since
stoned so I don't kill nobody when I leave here in a minute.
since we always end up talking about food, what I've been sort of semi-doing in the background is proofreading a new menu for a friend's little coffee shop. In feast your eyes on that.
Oh, they're back. They're back. They're back on the live stream,
shortly.
yes.
So I wanted to say to you.
Sorry, Nicole?
She's froze up.
I said,
Okay. Didn't catch that at
she
all.
knows what I'm talking.
Rotor Maker's got a good point. I can't wait for a cop to say, "Do you comprehend what I just said?" Let us also work that into their script.
Okay. AMG, are you back?
I think she just had 2 cups of coffee without a break, so it might be a long one.
Well, I'm watching it right now, and they've got him back at the chair. He's got his mask back on. Deputy's standing sort of right behind him.
And in 3, 2, 1, she should be back. Damn it,
And
I
I'm
was
trying
off.
to remember who had super chat earlier. Was that you, Paracord Princess?
Judge has just walked in. I think that's her with the coffee.
Yeah, she's getting coffee.
Yeah.
Coffee pot.
Okay.
Damn it, AMD. No.
Hurry, AMG, they're up. They're back on.
That's okay. She can rewind it. We'll stay 10 minutes behind or 20 minutes behind or a day behind. We'll be all right. Someone shout, headphone warning. AMG, hurry up.
It was pretty much guaranteed to happen, wasn't it?
Yeah. Whoo. She's got her remarks started.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you to Erin. She knows what I'm talking about.
Oh. Yeah. Happy early Christmas. Someone finally at their desk again. Okay, they started.
They're back, KMG.
They're back.
Hey, who did that?
Hey, she's back on. They're live
Okay,
again.
I'm going.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I had to pee, guys. I sat here for like 23 hours.
What I tell y'all?
Jeez.
Over there pushing.
Give a girl a break.
bowl.
Give a girl a break. Hey, here we go. Here we go. We're back. I'll rewind it a little bit so we get every single one of her good words. Here we go. And here we go, guys. Any second now. She'll be on that screen giving us the good news.
Oh, there's some good news, all right, probably.
I had to pee like a Russian racehorse. No, wait. I had to pee like a racehorse or a Russian faucet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had 18,000 cups of coffee here. Oh, because it's a diuretic, you know?
How are you not seeing the future?
Yes.
Dude, I'm telling you. Talk about a steaming cup of reason. Here we go.
He might as well take that pencil out of that Bible. It's not going to help him anymore.
I don't think they'd let him take that pencil back to his cell.
So what do you mean anymore?
Shank. And yes, I did get another cup of coffee. You're right.
We heard it.
Heard you.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
I know the sound of your coffee pot.
Okay.
I heard a lot of glug, 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 glug.
Okay. Well, it's a very big cup of coffee. It takes a lot of ounces.
Just take the pot.
Right? I used to have a 50-ounce cup, but not anymore.
God.
Go on, me. I hope your daughter is okay.
Who? What?
Yes.
I saw earlier that. you
Yeah.
have to
Oh,
leave
dear
for
Lord. Please
first.
keep us updated.
Man.
Please keep us updated, sweetheart.
Yes.
Oh.
Oof, second-degree burns.
Holy smoke.
Oh. Was it in like a lab class?
I hope not. That's a chemical burn. Ouch.
Yeah.
The hospital did nothing? Are you on my Discord? On my about page is my email, and my Discord and everything. Please keep me updated, sweetheart.
Damn.
I will absolutely keep her in prayer. I
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Fires.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
I know, I saw it. I peed as fast as I could. Do you want me to splash everywhere? Come on.
Oh, cooking class. Oh, okay.
All right, we are back on
yeah.
the record and State versus Brooks. Appearances are as they were before. Damn. I want to give you all a little bit of my roadmap for my remarks here today and what will ultimately conclude with the sentencing. I'm going to start with a review, frankly, of Mr. Brooks's NGI plea. I wasn't going to start out doing that, but I feel compelled to make a record of certain things in light of many of the statements that were made here today by Mr. Brooks and his family.
Mm-hmm.
Following that, I'm going to talk about the case, the strength of the case, the witnesses and evidence that was presented, and some of the things that really impacted me throughout that time and throughout the nearly 4 weeks of trial. Then I will spend some time talking about the victims, their victim impact statements, and again, things that have stood out here to me. I cannot comment on all of the victim statements that have been made, but there are a few that I do want to highlight. And then ultimately go through the sentencing factors. Because all of these things I'm going to talk about relate to those factors, which in Wisconsin, there are 3 primary factors: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the character and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. So I want to start sort of near the end of all of the remarks over the last
I didn't do that.
days,
That was not me.
With my thoughts
Thank you.
on Mr. Brooks and his mental health.
Always
I'm
me.
not here to debate that you have
And nobody
had a
interrupts Judge
history
Darrell.
over time of intersecting with the mental health agencies, and that you may have in your history trauma, emotional pain, and things of that nature. I have read through not one, not two, not three, but 4 reports from experts, people who are well known in this field of what we call forensic psychology and psychiatry, individuals who have an expertise in evaluating a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Because I don't want there to be any doubt in my sentencing here today that I've considered that. But I also don't want there to be any doubt that somehow this trial was missing something. Because the fact is, Mr. Brooks entered a special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect in the early summer, maybe late spring of this year. And this court ordered 3 court-ordered evaluations, and the state retained an expert to also review the issue. Whether the defense team at that point ever hired anyone, they are not required to disclose that. I don't know, but I have 4 well-known doctors who have written this court based upon the orders that were made, or one doctor being retained. And these are reports that are thorough. One report is 24 pages. Another is more of a summary. It's 8 pages. Another is 26 pages. And then another is 12. Wow. And they look at the discovery information. So police reports, videographic evidence, things of that nature. They have access to any mental health related records from prior stays or things like that. They look at a history. They meet with Mr. Brooks. I've referenced this in the past when competency wasn't so much raised by any of the parties here, but during the trial, there was, as Attorney Opper wanted to make a record one day of Mr. Brooks's competency. And I will restate what I stated at that point. I have absolutely no doubt that Mr. Brooks is competent. I'm obviously well-versed in the legal standard, but that is not something that this court
it's a low
is
standard legally
concerned about at any point in time. I know that his attorneys, when he had attorneys, never raised the issue. And it was really only after the trial began that that issue was raised, I think, by the public based upon what they saw. But Attorney Opper, like myself, had the benefit of having reviewed each and every one of these examinations. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think it's important because it goes also to Mr. Brooks's character, which is one of the things that this court must consider along with his rehabilitative needs. And I'm going to read parts of these evaluations so that you all understand the information that I have and why it is my opinion that mental health issues did not cause him to do what he did on November 21 of 2021, and frankly did not play a role. That's not to say that he wasn't diagnosed with something. I've referenced this previously, but that's an antisocial personality disorder.
Oh.
And this is what one of the reports has to say. They've looked at one doctor indicated that there was available evidence to sustain a diagnosis of cannabis abuse, intoxication, antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance of emotions and conduct. And the reports go on to describe what those things are and that they may qualify as an abnormal condition of the mind substantially affecting mental or emotional processes, and thus as a mental disease or defect as broadly defined by the Wisconsin jury instructions. And that's at least as to the adjustment disorder. Cannabis abuse or intoxication would not. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and this is what the doctor said, reflects converging support of an underlying characterological disorder versus a major mental illness. In Mr. Brooks's case, I would note his history of disregarding the rights of others and conforming to societal norms, including in the forms of multiple acts of violence beginning in his youth, contacts with the criminal justice system, lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent, rationalizing, etc. The doctor goes on that it's her understanding that this characterological condition would not qualify as a mental disease or defect as defined by the applicable statute, which also specifies that mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct. Goes on to talk about her opinion regarding criminal non-responsibility. And the examiner rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that there was not support for the defendant's special plea, that the facts at hand do not sustain a conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that because of symptoms of a mental disease or defect, Mr. Brooks was rendered to lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the alleged misconduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law at the time in question. In arriving at this opinion, the following considerations were significant to this examiner. While acknowledging Mr. Brooks' documented history of episodic contacts with mental health professionals beginning in adolescence, most of the time he has had such contacts or received mental health treatment when in custody. In effect, there is not a sustained documented history of a diagnosed major mental illness for him predating the alleged offense or otherwise. Looked at a psychiatric review from April of 2010. At that point, the defendant was determined to have no medically determinable impairment on which to qualify for disability benefits. The consultant who conducted the review noted that Mr. Brooks' claimed mental illness was not, quote, well established, quote, that the statements that he made at that point were not deemed credible, they were inconsistent and not verified by treatment providers in the community. Factor number 2, the defendant's history of violence beginning years predating the alleged offense is significant. He faced multiple prior domestic related charges. He was not permitted in his mother's home because of the history of violence.
Oh.
To be sure, the magnitude and lethality of Mr. Brooks's violence in the commission of the alleged offenses is more severe than what was previously known. However, the defendant's history of a pattern of violent behavior, coupled with other aspects of his history, and in this case, strongly suggests that his mental state, which produced the alleged offenses, was most fundamentally formed and fueled by contributions of his underlying characterological dysfunction, anger, and rage born of his conflict with his girlfriend moments before the Christmas parade tragedy.
Wow.
The examiner considered Mr. Brooks's episodic endorsement of auditory hallucinations, including on clinical interview with the undersigned, meaning the examiner, and in a couple of recorded jail phone calls subsequent to his arrest. She said this: I am unaware of any objective corroboration that he presented either in the hours leading up to or following the alleged offenses as internally preoccupied or otherwise exhibiting signs of impaired reality, contact, or behavioral discontrol. To the contrary, the defendant's conduct within hours of the onset and moments following the alleged misconduct was organized, controlled, and purposeful. Moreover, he demonstrated the motivation and capacity to take efforts to evade detection or try to flee the immediate area of the parade carnage. She went on, I have considered the seemingly inexplicable nature and magnitude of the violence and mayhem wrought by the defendant's conduct on the day in question. He has caused 6 deaths, dozens of injuries, and terrorized hundreds of parade participants and thousands of spectators. There is no indication in the extensive compilation of records and other information available that at the time of the alleged misconduct, he lacked substantial capacity to either control or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, or that his reality contact capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was substantially impaired. In the context of rage born of his conflict and altercation with his former girlfriend, Turmoil, the defendant was disinclined to control his behavior or attend to its consequences. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the violence in this case, a mental disease or defect is not defined by the unnaturalness or enormity of the act. Moreover, temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, or the like does not constitute a mental disease or defect. She goes on to talk about the course of functioning of Mr. Brooks during the day leading up to the alleged offense. Does not suggest that he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Goes on to talk about what he did in the immediate aftermath of the parade, including fleeing the vicinity, making efforts to evade detection or responsibility, and other things. Went on to discuss other evidence, including the videographic evidence of the Ring doorbell and being on the porch where he sought to use the phone. He had apparently discarded a couple of small bags, later determined to contain marijuana. And presumably, this is the examiner again, he discarded items to evade responsibility for possessing them. By implication, such conduct strongly suggests his capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was then intact. When responding to law enforcement officials, he followed their commands. He lowered himself to the ground. We saw that on the recording of his arrest when he was taken into custody and detained. None of the behaviors nor verbal remarks at the time of the arrest suggest he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Following his arrest and being taken into custody, he engaged in an informal series of verbal exchanges with authorities. And none of his statements taken at face value suggest he was then actively psychotic or that his behavior controls were substantially impaired. She then goes on to talk about the Mirandized statements. This court personally watched every minute of that interaction with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern, along with the one from the night before, which was at the hospital within hours. And I would concur with the examiner's conclusions that the content of his initial statements to authorities included multiple efforts to deceive or mislead. He changed his story multiple times, including he initially denied being in Waukesha the prior Saturday. He initially asserted he traveled to Waukesha on the day in question in a tan Kia with a friend. He initially asserted his mother did not own a vehicle, though later acknowledged as much, and that he used it from time to time. Other changes in his story over the course of his statements and the nature of them further suggest that he was making active attempts to evade detection or responsibility. By implication, such behavior strongly suggests that his reality contact was then intact. When he was shown photographs of driving in the SUV into the parade route, he indicated it was not him. And this is again the examiner. With the police. She's noting the police contact. It was not until Mr. Brooks was in the booking area of the Waukesha County Jail that he displayed some emotion. And this was to, I believe, Detective Stern, where he said, "I didn't mean to kill nobody." Such a remark indicates an awareness of the consequences of his actions and runs counter to a conclusion of an exculpatory mental disease or defect.
I gotta run. Take it easy.
There's
bro.
other criteria
Take
or
care,
other
hon.
factors. I'm not going to read them all. That was probably one of the more comprehensive explanations of why that examiner did not conclude that there was support for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. All 4 examiners shared similar observations. Certainly their conclusions were that there was not support for the special plea. One examiner talked about, again, conduct after driving through the parade, abandoning the vehicle used in the act, altering his appearance by removing his outer layer of clothing, altering how he was wearing his hair,
Yep, he
and then
did.
engaging in further efforts to leave the scene by securing transportation via a ride-sharing application. This particular examiner went on to say, while he essentially, meaning Mr. Brooks, disclaimed any memory of those actions and could therefore not explain them, such behaviors strongly suggest an awareness of wrongdoing and a desire to avoid detection. Another examiner had very similar things: antisocial personality disorder with borderline features, talked about the cannabis use disorder and full remission in a controlled environment. What's interesting about this particular report is the description of an antisocial personality disorder. The DSM-5 defines antisocial personality disorder as a pervasive pattern of disregard for a violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 years, as indicated by 3 or more of the following: failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeated performing acts that are grounds for arrest. 2, deceitfulness, as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. 4, irritability and aggressiveness, as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. 5, reckless disregard for safety of self and others. 6, consistent irresponsibility, as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. 7, lack of remorse, as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. In addition, the individual is at least 18 years old and there's evidence of a conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. This examiner noted Mr. Brooks meets nearly all of the symptoms described above because he has exhibited a long-term maladaptive pattern of behavior involving a disregard for and violation of the rights of others, beginning in childhood and continuing through adult life. The borderline features reflect a general inability to sustain healthy relationships with others, including his domestically violent relationship with victim PPP.
Erica.
That examiner goes on with further analysis and conclusions, again, finding that there is not support. The last examiner, again, made similar conclusions, also diagnosing Mr. Brooks with an antisocial personality disorder. Why is that important?
Because he keeps blaming mental illness.
There is no doubt that in our criminal justice system today, we face a crisis of the mentally ill intersecting in our courts. In the last year and a half alone, this court has ordered many competency evaluations, presided over a number of contested competency hearings, and ordered many, many evaluations for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the bottom line is, for this court, Mr. Brooks does not present as a person who is either not competent or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. It is frankly heartbreaking to see those individuals who truly suffer from schizophrenia, for example, intersect in our criminal justice system. Sometimes they do unspeakable things. They hurt other people. I'm thinking of one such gentleman who was so schizophrenic and out of control. He couldn't even be kept in the courtroom. He was too loud. He clearly, if you've ever been in the room with someone who is suffering from auditory or visual hallucinations, it is not something you easily forget. It makes an impression, even on someone like myself, who's not an MD or a doctorate level psychologist. I've been in the room with an individual who was, when I did defense work, and he was accused of killing someone near and dear to him. It's a very, very different presentation.
Yeah, it is.
It's
Yeah, it is.
heartbreaking. It's
It is.
heart-wrenching. Do the mentally ill sometimes commit atrocious crimes? They do.
Mm-hmm.
This is not one of those situations.
Nope.
We've heard Mr. Brooks's family talk about mental illness and bipolar. You know, in addition, and before I get to that, I've also had, over my 11 years on the bench, of coming face to face with evil on occasion. There are many times, good people do bad things, but there are times when evil people do bad things.
Mm-hmm.
There
This
is
is one of
no
them.
medication or treatment for a heart that is bent on evil. Child trauma, bipolar, indifference, physical abuse of a child, or even childhood trauma did not cause Darrell Brooks to commit the acts for which he will be sentenced here today. It is very clear to this court that he understands the difference between right and wrong, and that he simply chooses to ignore his conscience.
If he has
He is
one.
fueled by anger and rage. Some people, unfortunately, choose a path of evil. And I think, Mr. Brooks, you are one of those such persons. As a mom, my heart breaks for your family, for your mom, and for your grandmother. The son that she raised, the grandson that your grandmother knew, the hopes and dreams they had for your life, they're gone.
Yep.
And I think it's perhaps far easier for them to blame a mental illness than to perhaps come to grips with their son did very, very bad things.
Yes.
Due to very bad motivations.
Because he's evil.
One of the things ultimately that will happen when you are in prison, sir, is that the Department of Corrections, they are statutorily responsible for your care and your well-being, including your mental health. I do not have any authority to dictate to them where you go or how they treat you. That is far different than when there is support for a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, because then the court has available what is called treatment facilities and a commitment to such a treatment facility. That is something that is simply not on the table. And again, 4 evaluations, not even my own assessment, but 4 evaluations from licensed professionals say otherwise, even in the face of your family saying that, and even in the face of you claiming that. I'm not even here to say that some of those things can't coexist and you might not have some of your own mental health issues, whether it be bipolar, childhood trauma, or things of that nature. But the bottom line is none of that caused you to do what you did on November 21 of 2021.
Spit facts, baby.
I want to next turn to the trial in this case. I think it's important that the sentence here today focuses on your conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the moments leading up to that tragic and fateful decision of yours to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade, and of course, the moments after. I, of course, through my sentencing remarks and ultimately what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why. Perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why did you barrel down White Rock Avenue? Why did you not stop? Why did you keep going? Many of us in this courtroom sat through the entire trial. And what we learned is that very early on in the afternoon of November 21, starting at around 1 p.m., the police got ready for the parade. The staging area was set up, and that was all along White Rock Avenue. Signs were put in place. Ultimately, barricades were put up at a number of locations on Main Street and surrounding that. We know, because we heard from Sergeant Warner about what he had done, and he had, right before the start of the parade, had driven down the parade route. It was on his shoulders, his responsibility to make sure everything was safe and in order. What's important about that staging area, sir, is we know that that is where the altercation with Erica Patterson really came to a head. We all watched that video, multiple videos. Mm-hmm. And we know that even before that, you appeared angry and upset. 2 individuals testified about you being at that mobile gas station, how you turned the wrong way down a one-way street, waved your hands in the air, rolled down your window, either exchanged gestures or words with one of the drivers. Perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove down the parade route. But what's important is the signage. Even you, at one point, I believe when you were talking with Detective Carpenter, noted, it was my words, my assessment, it was clear something was going on. I think what you said was a lot of shit was blocked off. Mm-hmm. You'd driven past those signs on the staging area. The fact remains they were there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective Carpenter that. We then heard from the witnesses related to Ms. Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way, she showed grace and dignity facing you.
Yes.
A man who clearly has no regard for her as a mother of one of your children, as someone you had a domestic partnership with and a relationship with at one point. We know, and I would say this goes to your character, what was shown through that altercation and going up the hill, following her, slapping her, you know, the rules don't matter to you, not the rules of the road, not the rules established by court orders, not the rules even of decorum and decency. And I'll get to this more fully when I talk about your character. And I know you went hard at Attorney Opper for her bringing these things up, but those are legitimate, lawful sentencing considerations. And when I get to that point, I'll tell you the case law that supports that. Your character, even your pending cases.
I don't need no case law.
You've been asking for it all trial, bitch.
We know at the time of all of this, right? You were out on bond for 2 felony cases. one involving a handgun, one involving the same vehicle and Erica Patterson, and one involving ultimately intimidation of Ms. Patterson. We know
you're a piece of shit.
That on November 20th, and she was very contrite about this. She told you where she was. She invited you out there. And that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was some physical. Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You need to not interrupt.
That's the reason why the charge was dropped.
Mr. Brooks,
the state
you need to stop.
Specifically wrote you, Your Honor, and said that they know it was no incident that day.
Mr.
And
Brooks,
now you want to sit up here.
Do not interrupt me, or you will be removed to the other courtroom.
Now you want to sit up here.
Stop.
And try to add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here and talk about
what about everything else, bitch?
You talking about someone with 5 kids that don't have custody.
You need to stop right now, or you will be removed.
Remove me then.
All right, he will be removed. He cannot simply stay quiet when this court talks.
Anyway, I don't consent to this. Just like I told you, I don't know the.
We'll be in recess until he's removed.
I don't even
to the
understand the true nature.
I hope his mom and his grandma are watching right now. I do. We'll come back when they're back. I'm not that behind anymore. I can fast forward, but I have a few things to say first. First, let's do the super chats. Simon, you want to take care of those? There's one earlier by Paracord Princess I have in studio if you don't have it. You need it?
If you got it, yeah.
Okay. $5 American. Paracord Princess says he must be getting paid by the word. Why else would he use so many?
That's right. I remember now. Yeah.
Great one.
Yeah.
That was a great one. Thank you.
And $5 from Taipan to go towards more coffee for AMG.
Oh, good. I need it. Thank you. Oh, it's running out of creamer. Shit.
Oh, God.
I like the dairy pure half and half. It's beautiful. Anyway, so I've been taking notes because I didn't want to interrupt. You know, I did good this time, didn't I, guys? I did good, right?
Yes, you did. Yes,
I know, right?
You did.
You did better than expected.
Okay, well, here's what I took notes about. How he claimed everything was due to his mental illness, and his mom did too. Right? Yeah. Super chat. Let's get that
I was
again.
about to say, yeah. Okay, James Blonde 007 for $1.99. Thanks for having me. I'm sorry he makes me so mad. Don't be sorry about him making you mad.
No,
James.
You saw how I've acted.
He's does that, I think, to everybody.
Yeah.
So here are my notes. He wanted to blame mental illness, so did his family, but she made a great point. Or the examiner, the psychs he saw did that when he was arrested that whole night, he did things that only someone who was in control would do. When I was psychotic, and I'll explain that some other time, I did not speak in context. I didn't make sense. He did. He could cover for himself. I couldn't do that. But I would love to know what his family has to say about him being totally cleared of any diagnosis by 4, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 well-known and well-respected psychiatrists. It's a beautiful thing.
I'm a little confused there because the judge, she did mention that she'd ordered 3 evaluations.
Yeah, and then the state also got one.
Okay.
There you go. Here we go. Back to it. I just want to know, I bet you they will not take that as an answer. They go, no, they're wrong, or they're just trying to send him my boy to jail or whatever. No. Sorry, guys. You can't blame mental illness for what he did. She's right. And especially bipolar. If he was schizophrenic, I could see. Look, if he was rushing his daughter or one of his kids to the hospital, you might even say, "Oh my God, what a tragedy!" But no, he did this out of rage. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he may have many issues, but
yeah,
I don't
as
think
well.
they necessarily caused what he did.
Yeah, like
they may have exasperated, but they
right.
were not a
No,
primary
but he's
cause.
not. He hasn't even been diagnosed with anything though, so you can't blame it.
Only antisocial and
Yeah, and shit. Do you know how many people are antisocial? Come on.
yeah,
I am.
most presidents.
Right? But
You gotta be a
think about it.
psychopath.
I know some people who are schizophrenic. I know there's a YouTuber who is Elvis the Alien. He talks about it. It's frightening. Wait, I mean, he's a father, a husband and father now, and a great guy. But he talks about how he could be sitting at the breakfast table eating cereal with his daughter, look across the table and say, "Yep, there's a demon over there." He deals with that every day, and he's never hurt anybody. He's a great guy actually, and he's got some great clothes, alien clothing. If you ever want to support a man who works hard for his family and is mentally ill, but
seated, I need to
it's
first
decent.
confirm that Mr. Brooks is able to hear and see the court. We do have the audio and visual on. If someone,
of course,
I can see on the screen there is a head set on the table should he choose, but I have confirmation that the audio and visual are working in the other courtroom. Before I continue, of course, Mr. Brooks does have a right to be present for his sentencing. He's been present all along today up until his disruption. It was very clear to this court that he had absolutely no intention of stopping his tirade. I think there's really no other way to describe it. And
child that he is.
This court needs to go through its remarks uninterrupted. And given the history in this case, which is well documented, of his disruptions and inability or unwillingness to follow the very simple rules of decorum and courtesy, which include not interrupting the court, I felt it important under Illinois versus Allen to remove him from the courtroom. As that is, of course, one of the options, and we have the benefit of the wonderful technology here in this courtroom and the adjoining courtroom, which I believe is the equivalent of being present, what I have referred to at times during this trial as the functional equivalent of being present in this very courtroom. But it is important that I go through this without interruption to make the record that I need to make. I'm going to backtrack. No, you're not muted, sir. You're going to listen to me and you're not going to interrupt.
Oh, bitch. I love it.
So I want to, I don't want to call it a tangent, but I'm looking for a note that I made. Then you need to pledge to this court, sir, that you will not interrupt me despite what you may not like me saying. Can you do that?
But he won't, so forget it.
He's not making that pledge, and under Illinois versus Allen, unless he makes that pledge, he's not coming back into this courtroom. You are not. All right, clearly he's going to keep repeating that statement, so I have muted him at this point. It was my hope that he would honor a simple rule of courtesy and decorum that he show respect to this court, to these proceedings, and not interrupt and talk over me, but that clearly is something he is unwilling or unable to do. I'll find my note that I wrote later. It had to do with, frankly, what this court has observed as a pattern with Mr. Brooks, and that is when testimony or statements by the court or statements by the prosecution team become unfavorable to him, he lashes out and he disrupts. And that has been borne out time after time after time during this trial. So let me go through and pick up where I left off about the trial. I'm not going to go through everything in detail, but I think it's important that I set the stage, right, and the basis for my sentencing. One of the things that I did know—
Is he still talking? Oh, that's funny.
Regarding Erica Patterson's testimony.
I know.
Because frankly, I wasn't sure where Mr. Brooks was going to go with his own defense based on some of the remarks he made during his opening statement, which was actually later, but I guess I'll go back to my review of his recorded interview and some of the things that he tried to say. And at least it became apparent ultimately with the way he cross-examined witnesses. I wasn't sure if he would claim perhaps someone else was in the vehicle. He was afraid of police.
Yeah, he's still talking.
The tinting of the windows, some of those things. Here's where it frankly doesn't matter. Okay, Erica Patterson provided key testimony in this regard, that there was no one else in the vehicle with Mr. Brooks. And I'm aware that he wants to come back, but until he writes me a pledge that he will not interrupt me under Illinois versus Allen, he is not coming back in this courtroom. He has forfeited his right to be present during my remarks. And unless he makes that pledge to me in writing, he's not coming back in.
Stand your ground, Judge. We're behind you.
One of the things I tried to do in my preparation, and let me tell you, I reviewed all of my notes from this trial. I have, I think, 9 notepads.
Oh my God.
At just a couple of exhibits, but primarily the map, Exhibit 15. I really wanted to determine for myself how long this carnage took.
Oh, he's all right.
We know the distance, right? From at least where he entered. And you know what, Madam Clerk, put my screen up, will you? I'm going to put Exhibit 15 up because I think it's worth doing that. All right. We know he entered from White Rock, where the first star is on the right side, where it says Fleet 1, unmarked sedan and marked SUV. And that's where Detective Casey was. And so we know he goes 1, 2, 3 blocks before striking anyone. And then it's really about 5 blocks of what can only be described as chaos and carnage. We know we have, from the evidence and the testimony, 2 different speed calculations. One from Bosco's, that was the surveillance footage, between 33 and 34.5 miles per hour. And then we have one farther down from the footage from Curry Insurance, where it was an average 32 miles per hour. Now, I acknowledge math is not my strong suit. I did not do a calculation, but I don't think it took very long for all of this to happen. I think it was a matter of minutes. I think 5 minutes would even be far too long. It's probably 3, maybe. And it was somewhat hard to gauge during the trial because of how the state presented. And I don't mean this as a criticism, but they were very meticulous in showing video breaking it down, showing it at half speed, sometimes 30% speed, to really get an understanding of what was happening. And at no point did anyone ever tell me or tell the jury how long this took.
That does seem an oversight.
But even though it took just a couple of minutes, there were so many opportunities for Mr. Brooks to simply stop, turn around, turn down other streets before he ever crossed Barstow Avenue. And what we know is that at 4:37, Detective Tom Casey had the first police encounter with Darrell Brooks. Came face to face, Detective Casey at the hood of the car, coming eye to eye. The SUV brushed past him. And here's the thing. Detective Casey said he wasn't going very fast. To me, that tells me he had ample time to reflect about what he was about to do. If you look on that map, it's not a pledge. He's not coming in. When you come down White Rock, you can take a hard left on East Main Street. You can take what I call a soft left. I believe it's Pleasant Street. And Detective Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it on the map. Frankly, you can turn around at any point in time on White Rock Avenue.
Over here?
But instead, and I think if you all try to picture this, as difficult as it may be, there's squads with lights, there's barricades. I know I read in the other act's motion that Mr. Brooks claimed at one point he was having a panic attack, and he, again, maybe I think he was going to claim at some point he was afraid of police. Why drive toward them?
Right?
Why take that right-hand turn? There's no reasonable explanation other than he was angry, he was full of rage, and he didn't care who he came in contact with, what he came in contact with, whether he drove past, through, at, he drove. Detective Casey pounded on the hood of that car, saw his face, again, was brushed by that SUV, thankfully not hurt. All of this preceded by the visual signs along White Rock Avenue of the staging of this parade. Floats, bands, banners, signs, people. And as you got closer to Main Street, the spectators lining those streets, which both, I believe, Detective Casey and Sergeant Warner said were thousands of people. Before he ever gets to Barstow Avenue, he comes in contact with, after Detective Casey, Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider. He has an opportunity, if you look at this map, he could go right on Buckley. Again, there might be police, there might be barricades. You simply stop. You ask, can I get out? No doubt in my mind, any police officer there would have done just that. He could have gone left on Northeast Avenue. Continuing down, he could have gone left on Martin Street. Continuing on, Barstow Avenue. This is where the parade participants, unfortunately, he has contact with them, but he could have gone right on Barstow. He could have gone left on Barstow. And we know from some of the footage that we saw that his car was seen flying past, true, not hitting one at this point, but flying past. There's no logical understanding for Mr. Brooks other than he's in the middle of a parade and he can see them. Anyone driving a vehicle would see what's ahead. And we know from this map right? What was ahead of him. We saw that video footage. We heard the testimony. Many police vehicles at these intersections with their lights flashing. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Brooks would understand a parade was going on. You can turn off my monitor. Thank you. We also know it was not yet dark. Dusk. This was from the battalion chief, who talked about when he arrived after that first alert at 4:39, it was not yet dark, it was dusk. I think that aids to the visibility that Mr. Brooks would have seen all of these people. This is not under cover of night. It's, of course, downtown Waukesha. We saw city lights and many of the street lights I'm referring to in many of the videos as well that would have been on or coming on. We know just past Barstow, he strikes his first victim, Nicole White. She was with Remax Services with the hot air balloon. If anyone's seen that, we saw it in the video. That is unmistakable what that is. That would get anyone's attention. If this was a mistake, if he was lost, this was his very first opportunity to stop and do the right thing after causing injury to a person. But he didn't. He did not stop.
Nope.
And then, of course, the Waukesha South Band.
Poor band.
It's hard not to think about.
Oh my God, she's crying. I'm gonna cry.
And not have this reaction. Those were images that frankly kept me up at night. That I saw over and over and over. For their band director, she is a hero to me, to get up on the stand, to talk about, and that was Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio, to identify each one of her students. Talk about their formation, talk about what she saw. So strong for all of you. Mr. Brooks had another opportunity to stop. This wasn't one isolated person that he could claim, I didn't know I struck someone. This was driving over people. What Kyle Jewell described as the SUV went over people like they were big old speed bumps. I know the Green children were injured around there. Thankfully, their physical injuries were minor, and I know I could probably spend a long time talking about the injuries of the band members, and I'm not going to go through that. They were significant. It was horrific. Thankfully, none of them were killed. And then, of course, moving on to Burst Logistics. Between the band and the Blazers, that is where Kelly Graybow and her 10-year-old daughter, Adelia, were in that adorable Cindy Lou Who costume. And what struck me, and Kelly referenced this in her statement yesterday, was seeing the tires go past her head after she was hit. Adelia had major injuries as well. And then, of course, the footage from the Waukesha Blazers. And Jeff Rogers talked both at the trial, he testified, and he gave a statement yesterday about, again, having to come into this courtroom, talk about all of those who were with him, who were injured. And of course, little Jackson Sparks, another video that frankly is very difficult to watch and hard to unsee. You heard not only Jeff, but Josh Craner talk about what happened. And Josh, of course, being struck. And then the extreme dance group. I think it's fair that I didn't fully understand the extent of their injuries until hearing from many of the victims yesterday. I now understand why one of the girls called her aunt and said, "My entire team is dead," because that's what it looked like. It was horrific. And to think of those two brave young ladies who got up during this trial to testify about what they saw, what they did, Jamie and Alyssa, your dancers are proud of you. And because of you, justice has been served. We heard from others, spectators, Deborah Ramirez, regarding herself and her son, that the vehicle was accelerating, not stopping. A moment that sticks out to me was really Mr. Brooks trying to chastise her for not seeking medical attention right away.
I know.
Her response was perfect. She waited due to the number of injured and all the blood she saw. Understandable. Not something to be chastised for. And then moving on, and again, I know I'm not mentioning everybody. These are just some of the highlights that, and I should call them lowlights, not highlights, but some of the testimony and evidence that really, really impacted the court. Stephanie Bonesteel and her husband testified about what Citizens Bank was doing, hearing the impact against Jane, a very large thud and an audible gasp from the crowd. Her husband, Adam, was driving the support vehicle. And when he was being cross-examined about why he didn't see the driver, again, he just simply said, "I thought it was my wife that had been hit. All I saw was the red poncho." And the only time we ever heard about brake lights was when Jane Kulik was on that vehicle and he braked so he could get her off the top and run her over. We heard from Matthew Harris, who talked about the red SUV coming straight at them and then veering and going in the direction of the dancing grannies. And again, that audible gasp as he described that eerie sound. He saw
night
in front, Jane Kulik behind. Actually, the child and Jane Kulik behind, and two victims ahead. He saw two of the dancing grannies. What he described as the SUV traveling faster than the speed limit. What I wrote down from his testimony is he's a combat vet, and this is what he said. "I've never saw anything like this in such a safe area." You could tell he felt bad about not seeking treatment right away for his daughter. He talked about how his wife's a nurse practitioner. And again, he didn't want to direct resources from other victims, that we thought she was okay enough to be home with them. Now, by this time in the parade, it's very clear the spectators are noticing something is not right. The sounds, the atmosphere has changed. They're screaming, there's gasping. There's a noticeable difference. It's at this point, I believe that Owen was struck, Kelsey was struck. Probably another miracle given the injuries she sustained, the tear in her spleen, significant road rash, cuts, requiring facial surgery. What Mr. Knapp described the driver as having eyes completely wide open. And then next we heard from Laura Thien, one of the dancing grannies. She talked about the sisterhood. Another brave woman came in, talked about what happened to that group. 7 people injured from her group, 4 fatalities. She said it all happened in a matter of seconds. All I seen was bodies. It looked like a war. The 6 people who were killed suffered multiple blunt force traumatic injuries, severe, significant, some dying instantly. I was impressed by both Dr. Scheel and Dr. Bidzricki. Dr. Bidzricki for her attention to detail, her looking at that vehicle, inspecting it, looking at the heights where certain damage was done and it being consistent in height with the individuals that she did the autopsies on. And of course, Dr. Scheel, and both of these individuals have testified before me, but Dr. Scheel, very shaken from the autopsy of little Jackson Sparks. We then, continuing on, heard from Father Witter, very gracious man. He too talked about how he noticed something unusual, saw an SUV flying down the road, heard thuds. It was faster than anyone in their right mind would be going. He estimated it to be over 25 miles per hour. And then Lucas Hallmark, the off-duty police officer who was walking with his family on that day. He talked about the commotion behind, the large amount of screaming. You could feel it was palpable when he testified about having the wherewithal to try to get his kids out of the way, throwing his 3-year-old as far as he could out of the way. You could see the pain on his face when he talked about not being that successful with his 7-year-old. He said, I wasn't quick enough. He testified that he thought this was a terrorist act, that SUV did not stop. I referenced the speed already. The ACE speed estimation from Detective Carpenter, 33 to 34 miles per hour, a little bit more than that. The speed calculation by Michael Smith from State Patrol from farther down the route of averaging 32 miles per hour. And then, of course, the vehicle inspection by the State Patrol, finding no mechanical issues. There was also the Franklin Assistant Chief who attended the parade. He was near West Main Street in Maple. He provided the testimony regarding the SUV, the window being open, and the driver sticking his head out, looking out. He testified how he thought perhaps it was either a medical emergency, maybe even a mechanical issue, but it was clear once that SUV passed him and he saw that driver, he saw you, Mr. Brooks, no panic, no distress. His heart sank. He knew it was not a medical emergency. The body language just didn't fit. It did not believe it was mechanical at that point either. And then he saw the vehicle crank to the right. As he testified, he seemed excited about what he had done. Another off-duty police officer, this one from Wauwatosa, talked about how he saw Mr. Brooks after the fact crash the vehicle, hear him yell out an expletive and run southbound with his sweatshirt still on. We all saw that video. Of course, at one point, Officer Skolton had contact. And as he testified, he put things together. Keep in mind all of the radio traffic, right? About one person, then like 15 people and another 15. It was very apparent to him that although he was on the far end, he was around the dog leg on Wisconsin and Maine, that a vehicle had driven through the parade. He saw this vehicle. Of course, at that point, it was heavily damaged. He made the decision to use deadly force. What did he do after? What did Darrell Brooks do after? We crashed the vehicle. He fled the scene in a hurry. He changed his appearance, took off his sweatshirt, loses his shoes, I think in a hurry to get out of there, not caring that they had fallen off. He puts his hair up. We saw that on a number of videos. He asked unsuspecting people to use their phone to call an Uber. All within minutes of all of this happening. He was in such a hurry to get out of there. He left his phone in the SUV. He calls his mother, who arranges for an Uber. We heard from the Uber driver. He never showed up. It was nearby, ultimately, where he was found. And then, of course, the ring footage of his contact with Daniel Ryder. That is at 5:01 p.m. Minutes after all of this happened. Mr. Ryder was astute, noticing that after Mr. Brooks being in his home for maybe 8 to 9 minutes, he saw squads driving by. I think you could say his gut told him something wasn't right. And he had Mr. Brooks go onto the porch, of course, after having given him a sandwich, given him a coat to wear, ultimately asks him for his coat back. And then, of course, the arrest. This is where some of the lies become evident. Mr. Brooks claims ultimately when he's being interviewed by Detective Carpenter, they have to actually seek medical clearance for him because he claims that he was thrown to the ground when he was arrested. He was not. The video is very clear. He cooperated. He laid down. There was no use of force used at all to take him into custody. But we know ultimately that he lies about what he was doing in Waukesha, how he got there, who he was with. He lies about having contact with Erica Patterson the day before. We know when he's found, he has the Ford Key credit card, not only in his name, but one, whether it's a credit card or like a benefits card, but it's in the name of Erica Patterson, and of course an ID for himself, a state issued ID. The Ford itself is registered in his mom's name. It's the same address that's on his ID, and there was documentation found in the Ford Escape. He's now in custody. He's taken to the substation, ultimately taken to Waukesha Memorial Hospital. What's notable about the video and audio clips that this court reviewed from the hospital, Mr. Brooks is calm. He's coherent. There's no obvious signs of impairment, no obvious signs or really any signs of mental distress. He makes statements that he's not from the area. He doesn't appear disoriented or confused. At some point, there's kind of a jovial atmosphere between him and one of the detectives. The next day, he lies to Detective Carpenter, denies driving to Waukesha. I got a ride. He makes up the story about a tan Kia. He's very nondescript and vague with the information that he provides. And over the course of those 5 hours, he never once references the parade. He never once says there was another driver. Of course, they start talking to him initially about the domestic altercation because by that time, it's very clear a link had been made between Erica Patterson and the call that police originally received of the domestic, or at least an altercation near Frame Park and Mr. Brooks. We also know, because of the bond conditions in the 2 felony cases, he's not supposed to have any contact with her whatsoever, but he does. At no time during the 5 hours on November 22nd does he make any admissions. Does he show any concern for any of the victims? No empathy, only lies, only concern for himself, for his family. Can I have a phone call? He does not provide, and I said this already, the name of anyone else that could be driving that vehicle. At one point, Detective Carpenter says, one of 2 people drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade. Either a God-fearing person who screwed up or the malicious guy. Darrell Brooks's response is, don't spin it. One of the things that has become abundantly clear throughout this trial, Darrell Brooks understands exactly what he's doing. His comprehension is fine. I have absolutely no concerns and have never had any concerns throughout this case and throughout this trial, or even through the past day and a half regarding his competency. He's intelligent, he's deliberate, he's purposeful. He made nuanced arguments during this trial, one about the right to counsel versus the right to the assistance of counsel. That's a sophisticated legal argument, not the product of someone who doesn't understand. He asked questions on cross regarding tint, horns. He brought up the recall after the fact. He talked and asked questions about, question about barricades, police being at the intersection. Although we never fully understood what his defense was, what became very apparent to me as I reread through all of my notes is that from the very beginning, he wanted to argue jury nullification. If you go back to his opening statements, he talked about power and the jury doing the right thing. He repeated that theme during his closing statement. At one point, he objected to evidence based upon a violation of one of the court's pretrial rulings. Again, a pretty sophisticated objection that resulted in the court striking an exhibit that had previously been received. Today, he spent close to 2 hours talking on his own behalf without any notes. He covered a variety of topics. I want to talk next about, here's my note that I found. One more thing on Mr. Brooks. You know, at times,
sorry,
right? We've seen the eye rolling, the fake clapping,
Mhm.
laughing, hand gestures, many times and most times very emotionless, unless he's doing those things, which would be really inappropriate and are inappropriate. His reactions are largely negative when things are not going his way. What did this community suffer as a result of this tragedy, this malicious conduct by Mr. Brooks? Well, I think many of the victims who spoke said it best. Lori Locken described it as this: a sense of personal safety you robbed from us. I believe it was Bill Mitchell who said, the only life he seems to value is his own.
Mm. Yes. Yes.
Jason referred to it as evil. And he talked about innocence being stolen. He called the defendant a coward.
Mm-hmm.
No remorse. What he said is, you look like a monster. You look disrespectful to court and witnesses. You look like a callous jerk.
Because he does.
I forgive you.
Yep. They're better than you.
Such character.
Mm-hmm.
Such compassion.
Mm-hmm.
Margaret talked about the mental, physical, and emotional toll this has taken. She talked about how it was so traumatizing that her mind won't let her see everything that has happened, and that she's worried
Hey, Nana.
when her mind might allow her to do that.
Hi, NA, and Sensible Crime.
Hi, Sensible
I'm thankful
Crime.
that
Welcome.
she's 95% back to normal.
Thankfully.
Hey, Nana.
She talked about emotionally every day. She's reminded of the physical pain and the loss of self. But she's had tremendous support from family and friends, and that today she will move on.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Rogers also commented on the lack of remorse and sympathy for the victims, how he has had to relive just the immenseness of this, the confusion, the anxiety, depression as a father, and irritation. He talked about how his son, Caden, was so concerned for his younger sister. I'm really glad Riley is okay.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was from the day of the parade. And how he recognized he was inches away from losing 3 of his 4 kids just because of where they were located.
My God.
He had flashbacks of grabbing his daughter's jacket, missing the first time. But that Riley gets up sometimes 6, 7, 8 times a night. How this was supposed to be a happy kickoff event for him as their new president. And how after it happened and in the aftermath, the weight of the moment, and 35 people there trying to find everyone, weighed on him. He talked about the media showing up at his door and the emotional toll things have taken. It was intense. And speaking at Jackson's funeral.
Oh, God.
He talked about how his faith is stronger. Again, very gracious, very inspiring. We heard next from Jessica and Juan, and how this impacted them, the loss of their son's friend, Jackson. Their kids were involved in 2 different groups that day. One, a dance group, not the extreme dance group, but a different one. And then, of course, the Blazers. And how, I believe it was Jessica who said, I yelled stop. I put my hands out as if I had the power. How she saw Jackson. And how she will forever have that image burned in her memory. And that she was so grateful when she found her son. How she covered his eyes to shield him from what was around. Not once, but twice. They had to run because at first it was what happened through the parade, and then the active shooter situation, because of obviously people didn't know who had fired the shots in that moment. And she talked about pain and terror. Many people talked about PTSD. I mean, for her, I was really struck by how difficult it has been because of what she saw, not able to be a teacher, how she's hyper vigilant, and every sound sends her into a panic, how her joy has been stolen, and how she does her best to hold it together for her kids. But when she was alone, she cried, she screamed. And only a month ago was she able to return to work, but in a very different capacity. She commented on the lack of remorse by Mr. Brooks, and that he seems to search only for sympathy for himself.
Yes.
She said He will always be a danger to society. We heard from more individuals. From the Blazers, again, a lot of discussion of PTSD. The sights and sounds of the SUV plowing through, the impact to her and the kids, the nightmares, how parking lots are problems, there's panic attacks, that no one will ever be the same. Of course, we heard next from the Sparks family. They're hurt, angry, they're traumatized, they're broken. It was difficult to even watch them make their statements. Their hurt is palpable. She talked about her last hug with Jackson. Oh. The horrible sounds she heard. She saw a police officer holding Jackson. She went to Tucker and then her world came crashing down. She talked about how she found a hat, both boys' hats, then shoes. And I didn't realize how significantly Tucker had been injured until she described that for us yesterday. How Tucker somehow blames himself for his brother's death. Oh, it's not your fault, Tucker. It's Mr. Brooks's fault. One of the things when there is a fatality with all of these victims is the future that is robbed from them, right? No future weddings, no future graduations, no future grandchildren or children, no plans. It's just gone. It's all memories. And the contrast with, frankly, what Mr. Brooks will have, and that is even a life in prison, he'll make memories, he'll have phone calls, he'll have visits. He may even get to hug the people that he loves again.
It's not
the
fair.
6 individuals who lost their lives, that will never, ever be a reality. And that this family also talked about the lack of empathy, lack of remorse, no apology. I'm aware Mr. Brooks wants to come back. It says, I don't intend to interrupt in any way. That's not a pledge. He needs to pledge that he will not do so. I need that word in that statement. And if he does that, I'll bring him back in.
He's going to be running out of crayons at this rate.
He's pissed now. He thinks he's clever. He's not smarter than
faster.
her.
Some of the comments, the yells and screams from that night will haunt me for the rest of my life. I'm asking the court to give the max for each conviction because he has given the community a life sentence of these memories.
Yes. A child said that one, I'm pretty sure.
I think it was Tyler's mom who talked about the community rising like a phoenix.
Yep.
You clearly have a phoenix for a son. He's strong. He got me a little bit with his comments. Wasn't expecting that. You're an amazing young man. You're a picture of resiliency, of fortitude, of strength. I think what this community needs. I thought it was quite a testament that you took those pictures and the same pictures of Jackson, you replicated that, and I thought that was a great tribute to him. You talked about of course, rising up with Eric, who had significant injuries as well, both of you, and how you fought back and each were able to play baseball, even if not up to the full capacity that you had done previously. And then we next heard from Sasha, who's haunted by survivor guilt. My heart breaks for her. She talked about feeling empty, how she couldn't play soccer because her kicking leg would hurt from the injuries she sustained. She has difficulty sleeping, struggles with nightmares. Physically and emotionally, she feels stuck. She talked about maybe law school being in her future. And to her, I say, don't give them the satisfaction of holding you back. Rely on your friends and your family and be the phoenix that Tyler's mom spoke about. Jen Dunn read a statement from Sasha's mom, and I wrote this down. No one knows what it's like to stand on your feet when there is no floor. That's a pretty powerful image. I think that's very apt for what this community has gone through. We heard from others, including the Teagues. We saw photographs. So many families with more than one individual who was injured. How baseball for Eric was stolen, how he was such a good player. We heard a lot about night terrors and, again, PTSD and trauma. One of the individuals talked about humor is good medicine, and I would echo that. We heard about one band member whose instrument may have very well saved his life. Someone described it as a mental massacre, though, the aftermath of this. It's difficult to go downtown. It's difficult to get restful slumber. Panic attacks are common. Describe Mr. Brooks as sheer evil in its vilest form. I wrote down that despite all of the impact and carnage, many people talked about forgiveness, brokenness, sorrow, anger, hatred, regret. A lot of emotions, frankly, really no emotion shown by Mr. Brooks, certainly not for what he did on November 21st. We saw a lot of anger for some of the people who lost loved ones, and understandably so. Many families were devastated. Nannies and grandmas were taken away. Yes, there were very specific terms used to describe Mr. Brooks, that in their opinion, he's a monster, he's a demon. Pure, unrepentant evil was one of the phrases that were used. Talked about the system failing us. Saw you in your SUV hanging out with a smile of satisfaction on your face. For one of Leanna Owen's sons, I lost my mom, and I wasn't always a good son. You can hear, right, the regret in that statement, because life is short, and these lives were taken far too short. We heard the very gracious statement from Michael Carlson, who, unbeknownst to me, had been writing Mr. Brooks in jail and sharing the gospel and the love of Jesus. He read a poem, which I thought was beautiful, from the standpoint of his sister. And he said this. In that poem, it says, we both died that day. I, Tamara, died to life. You died to the world. And then, of course, the Sorensen family talked next. They talked about never seeing their Grammy again. You murdered my mom. But at least I have some peace knowing she died doing something she loved. We heard from Brooke yesterday and today. She reread her statement due to the interruption. Proud of her for getting up here and sharing that. We talked about how compassionate each one of these individuals who died were. We heard about the compassion from Detective Casey that we learned about. It said Detective Casey came to our home to verify what we knew, and he greeted us every day of this trial. They ended with, angels watch over us. 6 angels watching over us today. They asked me to hold Mr. Brooks accountable so that he will not have the opportunity to hurt anyone ever again. We heard from the Kulik family about the empty space that they have and the brokenness, their lives being shattered by mom and grandma being taken away. We heard from her youngest daughter among them. The grief was so palpable, being 17 and in high school as a senior, now a first year in college.
What are you guys
We
doing?
talked about all of the things she will never have.
Oh,
with
it's
her
the
mom.
Darrell show.
We're watching her sentence. Him. It's almost over.
All right.
Just
I'll
the
stay
last
around.
year alone, an 18th birthday for her and her brother, graduation, and beginning college. She lamented that her mom would never see her
I don't
do
have an
her wedding
iPhone.
vows, never see any kids that she would have, be a grandmother. She wouldn't be able to call her mom for parenting advice. And how excruciating it was for that family to wait 3 hours because of the chaos at the hospital. Talked about triggers of their PTSD, sirens, things of that nature. And how she waited. She waited hoping that Darrell Brooks would have a reason. She also said this: no verdicts don't bring my mom back. No more hugs, no more dinners, no more talks. My mom was the glue that kept our family together, and we are falling apart.
God.
Moving on, Leanne talked about her safety and security being stolen by this defendant. She asked Mr. Brooks to picture his own daughter, unresponsive, lying on the ground with a leg injury, a head injury, and blood coming out of her mouth. She talked about the excruciating 2 weeks in the hospital, wondering if her daughter would ever live, in a wheelchair and then a walker for months. She said this: all you had to do was hit the brakes. Her daughter talked about being scared of everything, worried about a sister, being alone in a church for 3 hours on lockdown because of what was happening in the aftermath. And we heard next from the Darrell family. A family that, of course, was impacted significantly with 4 of their children, all of their children being struck by the SUV, with the mom, of course, having to testify, in this case being called by Mr. Brooks, which, of course, was his right to call witnesses, but it's the manner in which, I think the indifference, not caring that this was someone who had 4 children impacted significantly. But clearly, you're raising your kids the right way. Grace and dignity, Charlotte got up and talked about. The basic things you learned in kindergarten. She described what she saw as being stupid, delusional, and egotistical. She wanted to punch you in the face, and understandably so.
I love that.
I think her words were, "Your arrogance is pathetic." And her mom echoed those words. And then the gut-wrenching survivor guilt that you heard from her mom. She goes, "I say this with a heavy heart. I have my kids here. I had to fight for my children. They will strive." And then, of course, we heard from Alyssa, her heart-wrenching statement. She, of course, testified bravely.
They all did.
But you could tell the impact that this had on her and what she saw in the aftermath to the extreme dance team. How one of the girls, who at 10 years old, even lying on the ground being injured, had the wherewithal to ask, "Why would someone do this?"
Right? That
The
hit me
10-year-old
too.
knew this,
Mhm.
and the defendant knew this. And how she left the hospital not knowing if she would see some of her girls again. She was completely and utterly broken, forever changed by this event. She waited. She talked about how she waited for remorse, for empathy. It didn't happen. Dylan Urell said something very insightful yesterday, something we didn't hear about in the trial, but because of where he was at on the parade route, around the corner, waiting for his children, he didn't even know that all of them were in the parade. He said this: "You hit the brakes to go around the corner. And then you drove through a barricade where an officer shot at you 3 times. Those brakes were working. You knew how to use them. And you selfishly only used them so as to not crash your own vehicle as you fled the scene." Talked about walking through and around that corner through the wake of carnage, bodies all over, women, adults, children deceased, people running all over. We heard from more of the members of the extreme dance team, either directly or parents and loved ones, how they had to walk through the carnage to find their children. Such a gracious statement of love.
Wow. Hey, Clockwork Russ.
Talking to Mr. Brooks about being a Christian and how she prays for him. Very powerful.
Very powerful.
Her daughter, equally as powerful and brave and gracious. But even she knew, she said that, "I thought about you every day. How could someone do this?" More victims talking about PTSD. How even the song that was playing during the extreme dance team performance is a trigger for her PTSD.
Oh my God.
And how she's forgiven him. We heard from the sister of victim HH and how the first thing she talked about was the sound of Vivian Urell whimpering, crying, and then she found her sister, how her clothes were ripped off. She was unconscious, half naked. How she felt forgotten because her mom was at the hospital with her sister, of course, due to the severity of her injuries. How her sister was in a coma for 2 weeks, but how she has survivor guilt and issues like that, panic attacks, PTSD. She can't be around fireworks. Tire screeching is a trigger.
Oh, God.
That this turned her life upside down. And then, of course, we heard from victim HH herself. So brave to come here. I'm so very thankful you are recovering.
Mm-hmm. The kids are amazing.
Someone commented on how amazing it is to see the many people with their in recovery. You wouldn't know by looking at them, of course, the emotional.
Sue said that.
Injuries are significant and severe, but so grateful. Frankly, lucky to be alive.
Is he hot or is he trying to get her attention?
I say to you,
I think
that
trying
scar
to
on your
attract
neck
attention.
should be a sign of strength and fortitude. You fought, you won. You have a story to tell. Don't shy away from it. Of course, we heard from her mother as well. We saw that PowerPoint with the pictures of their journey. The road rash on her face was horrific.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can only get a mental picture from words so much, but to see those actual pictures, her being intubated, and it's heart-wrenching.
Mm-hmm. It was
And
a
all
child.
the surgeries and the toll it took on
Broken
her family.
trachea. A 9-year-old girl with a broken trachea.
But she described her daughter as a warrior. I think all of you here are warriors. We heard from Sam and her family and what she went through and how significant her injuries were. And her mom talked about the haunting vision she has of just what she saw because of her perspective. Sitting in the back of the pickup truck, she had a seat, a front row seat to horror. How she thought her daughter was dead because she was unresponsive, and blood, and really kind of the chaos and the confusion, and not really even being able to articulate what happened over the phone to her husband. She described what happened as careless and reckless. Asking Mr. Brooks, how could you do this? What kind of father does that? The last person we heard from was victim, I think it's Gigi, the mother of FF. If I have it reversed, please excuse me. And how you could, I actually have her written statement that was provided earlier today, but how she was so taken aback by the conduct of Mr. Brooks that she frankly called him out on it yesterday.
He can just sit down.
Because he was kind of motioning his hand like, okay, come on, let's get this over with, hurry up.
Mm-hmm.
She yelled at him, you don't care. She goes, you hit me, I saw you, you knew, you're a child killer, you're a woman killer. She was so flustered, she had to really gather herself before she could continue. So again, I want
What
to
to say? Does anybody know?
The victims. I have other.
I suspect it's a pledge to behave when he returns, and he'd be far better off giving it to the bailiff than wagging it in front of the webcam.
For people, so gracious. I think they were all members of the Catholic communities.
Yeah.
Their statements were translated. Very gracious.
She's
Praying
nailing
for
this.
Mr.
This is
Brooks.
amazing.
So I just wanted you all to know that I've taken all of these statements into consideration today. I can't read your sign, Mr. Brooks. Can you hold it up closer? If it's a pledge that you will not interrupt me, I will bring you in for what will be the final section of my remarks today in the sentencing portion.
That have been amazing, ma'am.
Go through the sentencing factors, and I can only read the top where it says objection, but
Oh God! Of course it does.
I can't tell what it is. What it
She's
says.
laughing.
Bring the
She's
sign
laughing.
with.
Look at
Clear the
Sue.
courtroom. We'll take a short break, and I will bring him back in. But I will warn you, Mr. Brooks, that there is one interruption. You will go back to that room because you will forfeit your right to be present for the sentencing portion. We'll be in recess until we can get him back in. Thank you.
All right.
He is such an ass.
He is, and he has failed to realize that he's insignificant and nobody cares what he thinks or feels. Hey, Raj, welcome.
Yeah, I haven't been following this all that much. I don't really follow court cases, but what I've seen is a piece of crap, and that's even an insult to piece of craps.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday we
that
we
sums it
did
up.
a 9.5-hour stream yesterday watching.
I saw that. I was like, wait a minute. Does that say 9.5 hours?
It was crazy. I didn't think I'd make it, but I felt they needed to be heard.
That was all the victims.
The victims
That
deserved
wanted to
it.
speak. There was 45.
And the children were absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
The resiliency, the strength, and unfortunately, they've lost their childhood now. They've had to grow up too fast, deal with adult things too soon. But to see how far they've come in this short amount of time, 'cause it seems like long when you think about how long it took to get him to justice, but for the healing, for their injuries that they sustained, to see them already dancing again is amazing to me, and I'm so in awe of them. He, however,
oh my God,
his mother and his grandmother showed up today, Raj, and they blamed everything but him. They blamed
the system
and mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
So the judge's first thing that she took care of was reading out the reports of all 4 well-known and respected psychiatrists that said, no, he's not mentally ill, he's evil, basically. I paraphrased.
Yeah, they didn't actually use the term evil.
Huh?
They didn't actually use the term evil.
They didn't? I could have sworn they might have.
No.
Not even a little.
He's,
They were thinking it. They were thinking it.
Reading between the lines, they were probably thinking it, as you
They were
say.
thinking
Yes,
it. I stand by that one. But
Or
anyway.
just pull up Black Law's dictionary if the evil is in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I would seriously, this man has no empathy at all. It's
he
just
was rolling his eyes at victims.
Yeah.
Did you see that, Raj?
I saw those those things he did. Also, constantly making it about himself and constantly playing the victim card, like he is the victim. It's
Did you watch the victim statements yesterday at all?
I have not.
Yeah, when the victims were talking about what effect this had on them, he rolled his eyes, he shook his head, he pretended to pray, and then when the prosecutor made her remarks, he went off. He couldn't take anymore.
Oh yeah, he couldn't take it,
and he got thrown out because he was like, "You're not going to sit here and disrespect me."
Disrespect him?
Yeah,
disrespect him. It's all about him.
But it's okay, Radical. But it's okay. In his statement today, he said he feels it's all right for people not to like what's.
He said it's okay for you not to be mad at me. He gave them permission.
Yeah.
That's exactly what a lot of them do. Basically, giving other people permission to do some kind of judgments on them.
Mm-hmm.
That is the ultimate form of narcissism, right there.
Yeah, he took 2 hours for his statement.
Oh yeah, he did over 2 hours.
And it was rambling.
It felt like 3 days.
No, it felt like 3 days, but he was rambling and repeating himself, and she basically had to stop him and sort of say, "What do you want to say about what you're about to be sentenced on? These are what you're facing."
That's what you need to talk about. Your sentencing.
and he basically was sort of saying he really.
Oh,
he went out and say he was basically looking to be put
No.
into a mental hospital. And,
but no. His response, his immediate response to that was amazing. He said, "Well, you should take into consideration I've served a year already, so that takes number 76 off the
I
table."
forgot about that.
What? Time served? Are you shitting me? Oh, okay. One of the charges is covered now. Good for you. Good. The lesser of all charges, that 1 year sentence. Okay, there you go. Number 76 is off the table. All 75 rest you have to deal with. 6 is a big life.
It's going to total up to about close to 1,000 years.
It's like, okay, I think I've served enough time, is what he's saying. Let me go home now. What?
You don't get to go home after this.
Yeah, you're never leaving prison ever.
Oh,
Not breathing.
And talk about how he can't hold his baby boy and all this. It's like, dude, you've got 6
He has
people.
4
One is
kids
8 years.
and 4 baby mamas. Oh, and when he did lose it today, when the judge was talking, he of course had to malign Erica. And let's get back to it.
Convenience for you over there. It's you go over there.
Here, I'm gonna rewind so we can hear everything she says.
I will honor that request as you specifically waive your right to do so. Without that, that's not a convenience for you over there. It's you go over there when you frankly demand removal under Illinois versus Allen.
Demand anything.
No, your conduct did. So
My
you can
conduct
sit.
didn't demand anything either.
Yeah, it did. You're doing it again,
Mr.
bitch.
Brooks, please sit down.
You keep
And
changing
I'm going
the
to continue
jurisdiction.
with my sentencing remarks.
You keep changing the jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is a subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be
Oh my
proven on
God.
record.
Shit. He's not.
In
Mr.
that court
Brooks?
and in this one.
Please sit down.
I would like to go back to the other court.
It's not a courtesy.
No.
to
Why'd
If
you
you'd like to
bother us
specifically
then?
Waive your right to be physically present, then I will entertain that. Otherwise, you need to sit down.
I never waived the right to not be present.
That's
I had
because you
to-
forfeited your
No,
right
I
to be
didn't
present
forfeit
by
anything, Your
conduct.
Honor.
You're
I
now
wrote-
back in this courtroom.
Your Honor, I wrote 3. I did what you asked me to do.
All he waived was his
You never
paper.
once
Then
pledged
sit
to
down
me,
and
sir,
shut
that
up.
You would not interrupt, and
You-
you're demonstrating by being here that you continue to interrupt.
Man, I ain't trying to hear all that because at the end of the day, I
Oh,
did what you
that's
asked
his
me to do.
attitude.
You told the bailiff to tell
Mr.
me.
Brooks, this is not a debate.
You told the bailiff to
It's
tell me
not
that
a
I had
debate.
to
You
write.
asked to come over here, and I honored that,
Well,
and
I
I brought you
exercised my
back.
right 3 times.
You did not.
I shouldn't
you
have
don't
had
have
to
a
do it
right.
3 times.
None
didn't
of
have-
those
you don't have a right
opportunities that you wrote to
to
me
interrupt.
said, I pledge to not interrupt.
I never
Judge
had to do
Darrell."
that before. You've never required that.
That is actually not true, sir.
You've
Not
never
true.
required that before. Every single time that I've been brought over there,
Oh, for God's
after
sake.
some time,
And that's the problem. She let him come back without pledging before, and that's what he's used to. He thinks he got his way before, he can get his way now.
You know what this man
That's his
needs?
mentality.
A muzzle.
Yeah. Well,
So he can't
There we go.
talk at all.
What?
Oh, that sort of muzzle. I thought you meant a muzzle of a rifle.
All right,
No,
here we
that's-
go.
oh, you know,
Well, either one. I mean, sorry.
I'm gonna push play. Here we go.
sometimes very short, sometimes an extended
Mr. Brooks,
period of time.
you are just simply trying to delay the
I'm-
inevitable. Please sit
I
down.
don't care about the inevitable.
Of
It
course
was
not.
already
I need to
written
get
from day
through
one
this
what was going to
hearing.
happen. It doesn't make me lose any sleep about that. I know I'm okay. I'm okay with everything.
Then please
I just
sit
wanna
down.
I just want to be treated fairly, which I have
Please.
not been.
You always
sit
were
down.
And
more
then
fair than
Your
you
Honor,
should.
And then you
Mr.
always make it seem
This is
like
not a
you always
debate.
make it seem like it's some type of aim, and it's not.
Please sit
shut
down.
We're
up.
talking about constitutional rights. You just told me, or you told the bailiff to tell me that I had to exercise a right that I should already have. I
No,
did that.
you don't have a right to
Not
interrupt.
once, not twice, 3 times.
Get
and it
rid of
still
him.
wasn't honored. And then I raised this sign. I'm
Mr.
waving
Brooks,
this for like 20 minutes,
You're-
saying I would want to come back. I'm doing this.
You're
Hey,
here now.
Can I come back? Can I come back? Can I
So
come
sit
back?
down.
It wasn't honored. And then I
So I
said,
can
okay,
finish.
I'll write this and I'll see if Your Honor can see it on the screen. The objection sign saying,
Mr.
I
Brooks,
exercise my right
if
to
you
be present.
stop for a
May I have
minute,
the order of the court?
I'll explain it, but you have to stop
I'm
so
not-
I can
what am
explain it.
Your Honor, You've never. I did what you asked me to do.
Shut up.
Yes.
Let me explain.
And
if
I
you
did,
would like.
if I didn't, Your Honor, if I did not do what you asked me to do, then why was I allowed to come back if I did not do what you asked me?
Because I'm frankly going to a very distinct portion of this hearing where I am going to impose sentence.
Okay, that doesn't answer the question.
Matters.
That doesn't answer the question.
Yes, it does.
Please sit down, and I will explain and
Your
remain
Honor,
quiet without interrupting me.
With all due respect.
Okay,
That doesn't mean you're respecting me, so please sit down.
With all due respect.
Hang on,
Yeah,
Practical. You've got a wordy bucket.
First said,
What
Yes, I
does
do.
with
because
all
every
due
time that I've
respect
been
mean?
brought over there.
Again?
Well, it doesn't mean what he's doing. I don't think he understands the words he's using.
No, he doesn't. All right,
No, he
here,
doesn't.
Man in the background.
here we go.
That basically.
He wants to
Brooks,
kill
always stated.
I don't need a history
You
lesson
always
of
stated
what I've done.
that when I exercise my right to be present.
Untrue.
You've
Untrue.
always said we
Untrue.
have the record.
Remove him
We have the
already.
record.
Yes, we do.
We can dig into
Remove
the record.
him.
Mr. Brooks,
I know what the requirement was of me going over there.
Take a break
You've
or something.
always stated
Don't give
on
him
the
this
record
platform.
that when I exercise my right to be present, you will bring me back if I will follow the rules of decorum. That's it, your exact
And you
words
never
that you said
have.
at the time.
which you're
I've
demonstrating
never
right now
had-
that you have absolutely
Your
no
Honor,
ability to do.
With all due respect,
Oh.
I've never had to go do
With all
any type
due
of
respect, huh?
certain words that
Uh-huh.
needed
keep
to be
saying
said
those
or
words.
stressed or anything like that before. I've always done it the way that you've asked me to do it.
Yep,
No different than today.
She's gonna remove
when I
him.
told the bailiff I would like to be present. You told the bailiff if he wants to be present, he has to put it in writing.
And pledge to me that he will not interrupt me
I put it in writing.
without a pledge.
So why am I here?
Because she wants you there. That's it.
Because I'm going to move on to another phase of this hearing, and I thought it important that you be here in person.
So I was here.
But you didn't reclaim
At
your
her
right to
pleasure.
be back here.
Then why am I here
am
then, Your Honor?
allowing it to
Okay,
happen.
and I respect that you're allowing it.
Then
but
shut
still,
up.
It doesn't answer the
Shut
question,
up.
though, Your Honor. It does not
She
answer
doesn't
the
have to
question.
answer your
Brooks.
question.
Your Honor, as a
Mr.
public
Brooks.
servant, I have the right to ask questions
Sir?
of Your Honor.
I'm going to ask
Matt,
you
to
one more
direct her to
time,
do
and
it.
if you refuse to sit down,
I need
then
some
you are in
nacho
direct
fries.
disobedience of a court order. Sit
That-
down and be quiet so I can make the appropriate record.
Can you tell me what the
All
court
right,
order
he's
is?
not going to obey. He's now
I
forfeited
didn't
his
say
right
I
to be
wasn't going to
present.
obey.
He will
Oh, it's
go
not
into
on
the
your
other
I didn't say I
time.
wasn't going to obey.
We'll be
I
in
just
recess
asked what is the
until he's
order.
there.
I just asked what is the order. I didn't say.
Yeah, but it's not when you're ready you'll obey.
No,
Fucking
at
piece
this
of shit.
at this point in time,
Hey, Mom.
he's going to learn a hard lesson now because it doesn't matter where he's going. Oh, they'll make him. They'll make
yeah.
him listen, and
She's
they'll
gentle
make him
compared to where he's
understand.
going. And
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
Mom, how you feeling about your son's actions now?
Mm-hmm.
Are you
And
proud?
Grandma.
You proud, Grandma? Piece of shit. The whole family. I need some nacho
Yeah.
fries.
Basically, and the grandma being, I've been a minister for 46 years.
Who
Well,
gives a
apparently you
fuck?
didn't do it. And I was like, well, you
You
sure
needed
didn't
some
do a
Sunday
good
school.
job. And him talking about when he was doing his closing argument that coming out of the womb, he was taught about God and Christ.
Yeah,
and
well,
he,
not
yeah, it's
well
like,
enough.
yeah, apparently not enough. Didn't get beaten your head enough.
He may have been told about it, he may have read about it, but he doesn't seem to want to conform.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't, and I just ordered some nacho fries because I fucking need them. I do. Some people get a drink. I got some nacho fries coming.
You got nacho fries.
I got my nacho fries and Shirley Temples. Dang it. Ain't I a rebel? Shit.
You are.
I'm hardcore. Shirley Temples and nacho fries. Watch me party.
I want to file an objection.
Grounds.
Yeah. To nacho fries and Shirley Temple. Grounds.
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 Mental
Grounds.
health.
I know, right?
Oh my God.
James Bond. Yeah, nacho fries.
never heard ground so much in my life. Feels like, damn, that's worse than a coffee shop.
Tones overthinks it. Can you highlight that one, Simon, while I read it? I think it makes it worse for the mother and grandmother to gloat about their work when they didn't notice or help someone in their immediate vicinity that whole time and failed to prevent this.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Yes, that's
And
a bit
do all
like
that community work
a,
and ignore that.
a
Mhm.
boat builder having a rowing boat that sinks because it's got leaks.
Mm-hmm.
These are
And
the kind of people that say, I do good stuff. Well, doing good stuff doesn't really make you a good person.
No, especially when
Mm-mm.
you do it for the wrong reasons. But
Right.
yeah, and I know that it happens because I've seen it happen in my own life where
Mhm.
somebody's so into helping others that they miss what's right in front of them in their own family. That can happen.
Yeah.
But yet and still, they have never ever held him accountable for anything he's done.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Here we go.
Mhm.
Are we back on the record? Did I mute it? No, I didn't. Okay. So when she's ready, she'll start.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's absolutely. Yeah, there are nacho fries up and out.
They're back.
They are.
Who knew?
I know.
Give me a bunch of nacho fries.
They're the best.
I got some bad news for you. They're not
That's
your
not
fries.
what you
Oh, funny.
I see what you did there, Raj.
I
You
know.
gotta
Go
work
on
it,
me.
man. I got all the words.
And you should be ashamed.
I am
I
drinking
should use it.
Hollywood. Ooh, I'm drinking
Because-
Hollywood's original
You don't do
Shirley
puns.
Temple. They come in a bottle. They're pink, labeled.
Of course,
Of
I do
course
need
they're
to
pink.
first verify that they can hear and see us. I'm getting the thumbs up. We're back on the record. The record
Ice
to reflect
cold.
that Mr. Brooks is no longer in the main courtroom. He is in the adjoining courtroom.
He's on the
I,
naughty
of course,
chair.
have been erring on the side of constitutional caution, but I would note that his right to be present at sentencing is a
I'm sorry. What, Rodrigo?
Basically, this childish man baby is on the naughty chair.
Yes.
Yeah, he's in the
Yeah.
timeout room. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
he's
right,
in
here
the
we go.
timeout room.
statutory right.
Yeah.
Which frankly, I probably don't need to go through the findings under Illinois versus Allen. But I did. But under whether it's a statutory right or a constitutional right, you can forfeit that right. And his behavior today has certainly demonstrated that he has forfeited his right to be present in this courtroom during my sentencing remarks. He immediately came in. I was
With attitude.
on the bench looking through my paperwork. The courtroom wasn't even open. And he started asking me questions. I said I wasn't going to answer them. He really had no respect for the proper decorum. I needed it to be on the record. He didn't seem to care about that. Wanted to debate me about my prior rulings. Bottom line is it's a
ridiculous.
statutory right for him to be present.
Not constitutional.
And he's forfeited that right. And I would just add that it's part of a pattern that has been demonstrated during this trial that when my perspective, things are not going
His
in
way,
his direction, things are being said that he doesn't agree with, that he tends to act out.
Act the fool. He shows his ass.
And I'll leave it at that.
Did you mean that literally?
Yes.
Once again, I'll confirm.
Oh, for
he can
fuck's sake,
be
really?
here and see
No,
we've got
no.
confirmation from the staff.
Oh, I
Take
wouldn't
his shirt off
put it past
once.
No, he's only taking off his shirt, not his pants.
Okay, well, that's, contempt of court and the
Oh, yeah.
degree.
But
What a fucking idiot.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, continue.
Like he said, he doesn't care. It's not bothering him that he's going
he's
to
just
jail
going to
the
get
rest of his
time
motherfucking life. Right. That he'll be told what to do by others for the rest of his natural life. Especially that he'll be told what to do and when to do it by women COs for the rest of his life. He's going to hate that. So here we go.
One of the reasons I really spent the time going through both my observations of Mr. Brooks in terms of the mental health related issues and first, and then going through the victim impact statements before I go through all of the necessary factors for sentencing is frankly, it's challenging to talk about the impact to the victims without getting emotional.
It is.
This
for humans
trial is unlike anything that I've ever been a part of.
He's muted.
The sheer magnitude of the crime, the number of people impacted, how they were impacted, the vicious, senseless nature of it, and hearing about the impact of all of that on our community members and the people who were at the parade.
I wish you'd use effects, not impact.
And I wanted to do that before I really got to the meat of sentencing, because I also thought it was important to really spend some time recognizing and acknowledging the impact to the direct victims who are in this courtroom and who have provided statements. Today, my focus in sentencing will be about November 21 of 2021, the events shortly before that or leading up to it and after, and are not about Mr. Brooks's conduct during this trial, even though case law is very clear that his conduct at trial can and is a legitimate factor for the court to consider. I need to make the record very clear that in no way what I do here today is based on Mr. Brooks exercising his right to a trial. That is a firmly embedded constitutional right, which I support, which I upheld. Of course, every person charged with a crime has a right to a trial. This court honored that right. I protected that right, even if Mr. Brooks treated it with contempt, disrespect, and at times like a game. But sentencing today is directly related to his conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the other sentencing factors, which, as I indicated previously, include the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and his character and rehabilitative needs.
Just ignore him.
Yeah.
Today, I am tasked with sentencing Darrell Brooks for 76 counts related to a couple of moments in time. Moments that are tragic, moments that were frankly avoidable. My sentence here today is, the purposes of it are twofold, really threefold if we think about the community. One, it is punishment. Two, protection of the community. And three, what I hope is justice and closure for the families and the community at large. I, of course, want to recognize and give due respect to the guilty verdicts that were rendered by the jury in this case. Not just 76 guilty verdicts, but the special verdict questions that they answered, including for counts 1 through 6 and 7 through 67 that had the special verdict question related to the use of a dangerous weapon. So let me talk about the seriousness of this offense. The seriousness of the offense can be summed up, frankly, in one word, and that is attack. There is nothing, no other word that can best describe what happened on November 21 of 2021 than the word attack. I talked about during my remarks regarding the trial about the opportunities that Darrell Brooks had to avoid this altogether. I put Exhibit 15 on the screen for a bit, which is the exhibit that details the map. The map of the parade, it starts with White Rock. It shows where Sergeant Warner was at one point, farther up that parade route, the staging area. And I believe if you look further up on Exhibit 15, it even depicts where White Rock School is. And that, of course, is where we saw the video of the altercation between Mr. Brooks, Corey Runkle, Nicholas Kirby, and Erica Patterson. Now, of course, there were moments in time before that, but that is really where things started, where I believe Mr. Brooks boiled over with rage and anger that he chose not to control on this date. He had a number of opportunities to simply drive in the other direction down White Rock, but he chose to drive toward Main Street, even though from the testimony, we know it was very evident that it was staging for a parade, where many people may not have been exactly by the school, but farther down White Rock. From Niagara forward is where that staging area was located, and many people were there. The sights and sounds of a parade, the signs on the side of the road telling people not to park there, for example. Instead of turning around, or instead of turning left onto East Main Street or left onto Pleasant, and despite Sergeant Warner trying to flag him down and being in front of a squad with lights and a clear indication you should listen to or honor the even gestures of a police officer, and he was in uniform, he drives down White Rock Avenue and has contact with Detective Casey, who very clearly did everything he could to stop Mr. Brooks. And in that moment, thinking it's a lost motorist. But Mr. Brooks chose to basically brush him aside with that SUV and drive on to Main Street, past more people, past many spectators, and in a manner that was not just at a speed inappropriate for a parade, but frankly, that was reckless and endangered anyone who was on the roadway at that time, whether or not he hit anyone between White Rock and Main and Barstow.
Yes, he was.
But during that 3-block section of Main Street, he could have turned off Buckley, Northeast Avenue, Martin Street, or in either direction on Barstow. He could have stopped, asked for the police barricades to have been removed, or frankly, turned his car around even at that point and gone back the way that he had come. But he didn't do that. He chose to drive recklessly, carelessly, and maliciously through a parade route and at anyone in his path, where he struck not one, not two, not three, but 68 different people. We actually know
that we know of
higher.
Yes,
because we now know. We heard from the 2 individuals who were with Extreme Dance, the one girl who was struck by one of the individuals who was clearly struck, and that person flew into her. that would qualify for a charge based upon the state's description of how they chose to charge. It's just they didn't know until
too late,
closer to the sentencing hearing. So 69 individuals if you include her. There are so many aggravating factors here, it's frankly difficult to even keep track of them all. The complete disregard for the lives of anyone else that day. Someone described it as depraved indifference, and I think that is the perfect phrase to capture the actions of Mr. Brooks on November 21st of 2021. The aggravated factors of the numerous opportunities to turn around or not even enter the parade route or simply to stop.
What was that?
The fact that he mowed over and used that vehicle as a battering ram to hit 68 individuals, never once stopping, with rage and anger at unsuspecting people at a parade who were there simply to kick off the holiday season, to experience joy with their families. The intentionality of the conduct is outstanding. The viciousness, the speed, the swerving from side to side at various points. This was not a case of whodunit. From the very beginning, from when this case was charged, it was clear who did this. Now, that is not to say that I prejudged this case. I did not. But after sitting through this trial, after watching the many videos, after listening to the testimony of the many dozens of witnesses, it is clear the state had overwhelming evidence of Mr. Brooks's guilt. What's also aggravated is his complete and utter lack of remorse. He spoke here today for 2 hours. One sentence. That's it.
Yep.
I'm sorry. No detail. 2 hours. One sentence. No empathy for any of these individuals.
The fuck? It's not me, I swear. Not me.
At times mocking them with
It's just a
hand
hiccup in the
gestures.
server.
Yeah.
I'm guessing a
Or
lot of people
rolling
are
his
watching
eyes
this particular
multiple
video.
times. That is not an indication or a sign of someone who has empathy, who is sorry for what he has done.
Nope.
Okay,
We may
take
never
it, everyone.
know the true why, but we were provided with nothing here today other than a feeble attempt to blame mental health, which frankly does a disservice to those who truly suffer from mental health issues. I understand why his family might cling to that because of the difficulty in coming to grips with a loved one doing such heinous things. But for Mr. Brooks, it's nothing more than indifference, deflection, and outright denial of what he did and the impact that he has caused as a result of his heinous actions. I searched for a mitigating factor in this case. I waited patiently for an apology, a true apology. I didn't get it. And not for my benefit, but for the victims.
Can't even read what that says.
The law allows me to look at things such as Mr. Brooks's prior criminal history, including the history of criminal offenses and pending charges,
That's going to
the
end
history of undesirable behavior patterns, which can include dismissed, uncharged, or unproven offenses or facts, even including expunged offenses not really relevant here. Acts resulting in probation revocation.
He's got plenty of those.
Those are part of his criminal history, nothing specific to these charges. I can look at his personality, character, and social traits, the vicious or aggravated nature of the crimes, the degree of his culpability, his demeanor at trial and truthfulness, his age, his educational background and employment record, his remorse, repentance, and cooperativeness, his need for close rehabilitative control, the rights of the public, the recommendations of the interested parties, including victims and family members of homicide victims. I can consider statements made by his own family. I can certainly consider the length of pretrial detention, which I'd note, though, when facing 6 life sentences, is really a fraction of the time available to this court. The loss of life in this case is certainly one of the aggravating factors here today.
Can anybody see that?
The number of people injured.
What are you saying?
Also an aggravating
No.
factor.
No, the lighting is not.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure. It probably says objection or something. All right.
It's too bright.
Yeah. There we go.
Factor. The reach into the community. Certainly palpable because this was a Christmas parade. I think it was a comment earlier, either today or yesterday, that this was not like one act where Mr. Brooks drove into a crowd of people.
Sue said that
this
too.
This was sustained driving from block to block to block to block, picking off people that
Susan
were unsuspecting. 68, 69 times. Driving over people as if they were nothing more than speed bumps. What's also aggravated is his conduct after he drove through the parade. Crashing his vehicle in an attempt to flee. It's pretty evident based upon the evidence and testimony from trial that Mr. Brooks had no idea there were these logs in that backyard that could damage his vehicle. He was attempting to flee when he ran over them, and it ultimately disabled that vehicle. And he was forced to abandon it. He ditched it, leaving personal identification information in it and his phone in a clear attempt to get out of there in a hurry. And then we have that series of videos that we saw at trial of him going through backyards, coming in contact with people, asking to use phones, ultimately ending up at Mr. Ryder's home, who graciously took him in. Never once, Mr. Brooks showing any signs of distress, of any emotion of what he had just done. Cool, calm, collected. Certainly not a sign of someone who had any remorse for what he had just done. Someone who's involved in an accident, even a tragic accident, one where they flee the scene and are later caught, oftentimes show incredible remorse, tears, not tears for themselves, but tears for what they've caused, a recognition of the loss of life, for example, from their conduct. Nothing. An individual who simply wanted to flee. That is the epitome of consciousness of guilt evidence. Fleeing, changing your appearance, taking off the sweatshirt, not even caring that your shoes are off your feet because you're so intent on fleeing the area, putting your hair up from it being down. No doubt.
Sorry.
This is by far and away one of the most aggravated cases I've ever presided over. The sheer magnitude of the loss, the number of victims, the types of crimes for which the jury has convicted him. 6 counts of intentional homicide, 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, 6 counts of hit and run, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, 1 count of misdemeanor battery. What's further aggravated is the fact that he was out on bond. He should have had no contact with Erica Patterson. But the rules mean nothing to Mr. Brooks. Nothing. He didn't care. This was someone who on two prior occasions charged with, frankly, causing mayhem. One, a reckless endangering safety for discharging a firearm. The other for battering and then running over Erica Patterson's foot. This court does get to consider the other act's evidence that the state sought to introduce at trial. That other act's evidence includes that on November 2 of 2021, Milwaukee police took a complaint from Erica Patterson that Mr. Brooks had run over her with his vehicle and tried to kill her. She had tire marks on her right pant leg. She could not move her leg and had blood coming from her mouth. On that date, Mr. Brooks was driving the same vehicle that he drove through the parade. Erica Patterson was conveyed to Frederick Memorial Hospital. Her injuries received medical attention. She even had that boot on her leg on November 21 of 2021. She described Mr. Brooks to police as yelling at her, using profanity, as she tried walking past him when she was at a gas station. I think initially before that, at another location, but ultimately where he allegedly ran over her was at a gas station and caused the injury to her leg. Struck her in the face once with a closed fist, causing pain and bleeding without her consent. And then it was after she walked away that he followed her. When police had contact with him, he denied driving his mother's vehicle. When police had contact with him at his house, he ignored their commands because he was found in the vehicle, claiming that he was having an anxiety attack upon the sight of the squad car and needed to get into the home to get his inhaler.
Right. Right. We believe him. Just tell us what kind of inhaler
When I
it
say
is.
the rules don't matter to Mr. Brooks and court orders mean nothing,
I was about to say, can you get anti-anxiety meds
Yes.
delivered via
Mr. Brooks
inhaler?
was in custody.
No, he's saying, excuse me.
And there are jail phone calls where
He's saying he needed an inhaler for like asthma and stuff. He's never ever said that before.
Right.
And since he has incarceratus, he gets sick when he has to be locked up, including mentally ill. I got a sort of a super PayPal tip from Irene Jones. I mean, thank you very much, sweetheart. What were you gonna say, Simon?
Nothing. So I just sort of wondered about that inhaler thing and thought.
Yeah, he's fine. All right.
berating Erica Patterson,
Mm-hmm.
encouraging her to recant,
Yep.
blaming her for what had happened,
Oh God.
saying things on that phone call like, you trying to make it seem like everything is always everyone else's fault but yours. Like you don't never do anything to cause shit. And the whole cause of this shit was something that you fucking did. He ended the call by telling Erica Patterson, you did this shit and you couldn't even keep your mouth shut after numerous people told you that shit. This ain't the place for you to be doing this shit. And you still ran your mouth. And I'm the one sitting in here facing all this time.
Oh, piece of shit.
Repeatedly calls her a bitch. During a phone call on November 11th, Darrell Brooks is overheard or captured saying, why in the hell would I just try to mow her down knowing I could kill her like that? Like, okay, I probably got a few screws loose, but I ain't hardly no goddamn fool. He's complaining that she won't help post his bail. You didn't put a cent on my bail. Why should someone else have to pay for some shit you caused?
Oh.
The end, apparently, of that conversation, or at least moments later, he says to her, nah, I didn't try to do anything because if I tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That's what you're not realizing. If I really tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now.
Oh, wow.
That is the rage
Yep.
and the anger that Mr. Brooks had on November 21 of 2021 when he tracked down Erica Patterson, confronted her. This wasn't about him getting money from her, like he lied to Detective Carpenter about. This was to confront her.
Mm-hmm.
He clearly hit her. We know that. This is the type of man that drove through the Christmas parade, enraged because, frankly, it's entirely possible that Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby saved the life of Erica Patterson. It's clear Mr. Brooks was hell-bent to cause harm to her, but she was able to get free, run back to her friends. Who knows what would have happened but for their intervention? If you think back to the testimony of Nicholas Kirby, he felt bad for threatening Mr. Brooks, like somehow this was his fault. He was just trying to be there for his friend, someone he recently met. So, Mr. Brooks, that other act's evidence is a very clear indication of your poor moral character.
Mm-hmm.
It demonstrates unequivocally that you have absolutely no remorse for anything that you do, you have no empathy for anyone, and that you are justified in the actions that you take. In addition to that conduct, as part of your character, this court is able to look at and consider your prior record. And I'm well aware, sir, that you're raising an objection sign, but you have forfeited your right to be here, and I will not stop, and you will not be brought into this courtroom. I will continue. This is his prior record, going back to...
Well, at least we know what it says now.
2000, spanning what? Nevada, Georgia, at least police contact in Georgia. We have an unknown disposition in Wisconsin. Substantial battery in 2000, party to a crime. Put on probation. Ultimately, that was revoked. He went to prison. 2002, felony possession of THC, jail time. 2003, resisting obstructing, jail time. 2005, a disorderly conduct ticket, but he failed to pay the forfeiture and ended up serving an alternative to incarceration. Sorry, he ended up serving for failing to pay 30 days jail. 2009, obstructing, 2 days jail, meaning he lied to police.
Mm-hmm. He's good at lying.
2010,
Well, no,
strangulation. Battery was dismissed and read in, put on probation, ultimately revoked, serving 11 months jail. 2000.
Read in means you're not doing the time. It's been dismissed by the prosecutor. So they read in the charges. That's all.
2012, misdemeanor bail jumping, possession of THC, with a number of other charges being dismissed and read in, 180 days jail concurrent. Also in 2012, a misdemeanor resisting or obstructing. So either he lied or he fled from police or did something to make their job more difficult. 37 days jail consecutive. In Nevada in 2006, domestic battery, a suspended sentence, obstructing after being found guilty at trial, for which he served jail time. 2007, statutory sexual seduction as a felony. This is for impregnating Erica Patterson when she was a minor. 2016, charged with not being in compliance with the sex offender registry requirements, for which there is an outstanding warrant. In Georgia, a 2021 arrest for battery, domestic violence, presumably with Erica Patterson, based upon where she came from at that time. But I won't make it. I say presumably, but frankly doesn't matter who it was with. We also know that there's the 2003 paternity case out of Waukesha County. Why is that relevant? Because 8 times during that case, a warrant has been issued for contempt of court, meaning for failure to pay his financial obligations to a child or children. The pending cases for which one pending case, I should say, he was, I don't believe, charged with bail jumping for that one. The 20 CF 2550, 2 counts of recklessly using a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm, released ultimately in March of 2021. He's accused in that case of firing a shot. There were two occupants in a vehicle. One was his nephew, and when he was picked up by police, a loaded Beretta, 9mm, which had previously been reported as stolen, was found in his possession. I already talked about the other acts evidence, that is the for which he was charged with felony bail jumping, the second-degree recklessly endangering safety for allegedly running over Erica Patterson, the battery DV, DCDV, and a resisting obstructing. And then the second would be those he was charged with intimidation of a victim, felony bail jumping for conduct.
Anybody?
Gone quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah. Like, what happened?
You got to
Are we
press
bringing-
the live button on the player.
I did.
Yeah. Yeah, they're
bringing him back in?
I just got to
No, they bring him. No, he's not back in.
Refresh.
Hold
Riley
on.
Rogers.
There you go.
What the fuck?
17 and a half
I didn't
years
do
for
anything, I
Katie
swear.
Rogers.
You can also press the live button.
What
Just press
live
the live.
button?
Yeah. Well, you're not actually.
Right beside the speaker.
Okay, I guess we're like 8 minutes behind.
Or
Never mind.
alleged.
Yeah.
We're
2003.
I didn't do anything, did I? Like, I didn't do anything.
Oh, the player
That is the
does the weird.
rage
Okay.
and the anger that Mr. Brooks had.
That's when he was talking to Erica. I just want to make sure we didn't miss anything.
But you cut the lives of 6 individuals.
A little bit farther back.
The pending cases for which
All right, here we go.
he.
Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened.
One pending case, I should say, he was, I don't believe, charged with bail jumping for that one. The 20 CF 2550, 2 counts of recklessly using a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm, released ultimately in March of 2021. He's accused in that case of firing a shot. There were two occupants in a vehicle. One was his nephew, and when he was picked up by police,
God.
a loaded Beretta, 9mm, which had previously been reported as stolen, was found in his possession. I already talked about the other acts evidence. That is the for
I
which
thought
he
it was
charged
like
with
to be
felony bail
continued going to be
jumping,
on the
second-degree
screen.
recklessly endangering safety for allegedly running over Erica Patterson, the battery DV, DCDV, and a resisting obstructing. And then the second would be those he was charged with intimidation of a victim, felony bail jumping for conduct on November 8th. So November 2nd, November 8th.
Yeah, she's still passing the
This is
sentence
clearly
now
someone
live.
with a demonstrated violent history and past.
What, Aaron?
She's still on. It's still live. She's
Yeah, I know. Do you guys think she should maybe let him back in just to hear his sentence live?
No, because
she
he won't
doesn't.
stop talking.
No, she's.
I think she should. I think she should. Only because selfishly I'm saying it because I love to see his face. I know he will, but I just want.
It's just gonna cause a disturbance. That's
Yeah,
all.
you're right.
That's
All
all he
right.
does.
Yeah.
He's just gonna cause a disturbance, and then he needs to be sent out again. Makes it about
Okay.
himself,
Yeah.
playing the victim.
You're
That's,
right.
It's entirely
Yeah.
useless.
It's
Although
And she's got him still on timeout.
Yeah.
Although I do have a solution about that time served malarkey. With
Give him that
all
year off.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Basically, given the fact that he's been such a star defendant, I think she should do him for contempt and add it up for, say, a year in prison with time off for a year served.
Oh, good. There you go. All right, let's get back to it.
Someone who has absolutely no regard for anyone but
Right.
himself.
No, he does not.
To say that he is a lifelong criminal, I think is accurate. He disobeys law enforcement, he disrespects court orders, and he certainly demonstrated that he has no respect for these proceedings. Multiple acts of violence, violent, dangerous behavior that predated the attack on the Waukesha Christmas parade. His character, or lack thereof, is also demonstrated by his complete and utter denial of culpability in this case. His blaming of his mental health or alleged mental health. There's no evidence that he was suffering from a manic episode. I went through all of that earlier today, going through the 4 reports related to the special plea. None of those doctors found support for his special plea. Mr. Brooks talked about at times this being the will of God or that all things happen for a reason. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Brooks, you are not an instrumentality of God. Death may be inevitable to all of us, but you cut the lives of 6 individuals short. You alone, Mr. Brooks, cut the lives of these 6 innocent people short. I talked earlier about how I believe he's intelligent, deliberate, and purposeful in what he does. I've considered that you have treatment needs. Perhaps there are intersecting mental health issues as it relates to your personality disorder, but those issues can best be addressed in a confined setting where the Department of Corrections will be charged statutorily to evaluate you and to provide any medical or mental health treatment that you need.
Not surprised you're here.
This is a case that falls squarely on the need to protect the community. I referenced this earlier. There's really 3 primary reasons for the sentences I will impose here today. One is punishment, one is to protect the community, and the other is to provide justice and closure to the victims. Because under that category of need to protect, the court does get to consider the impact of these crimes on the victims. I went through at length in reviewing all of those victim impact statements. I certainly didn't go through every single one, just highlighting some of them, but doing so with purpose, because it is very clear to this court that Mr. Brooks has caused carnage, mayhem. It has resulted in many people suffering from PTSD, from mental and emotional trauma that will take a lifetime to recover from, and for some, perhaps, if at all. You have taken away from these individuals future memories. They will never have birthdays with the 6 individuals who were killed. There will be no weddings. There will be no graduations. There will be none of the milestones that these families were looking forward to, whether it be for an innocent 8-year-old or an innocent 79-year-old. Frankly, Mr. Brooks, no one is safe from you. This community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the rest of your life. The actions of Darrell Brooks demand punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody. You left a path of destruction, chaos, death, injury, confusion, and panic as you drove 7 or so blocks through the Christmas parade, never once stopping or seemingly caring about the wake of carnage that you left. 4 of those blocks were turned into a scene that frankly is no different than a war zone. On counts 1 through 6, this court is imposing a life sentence without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision consecutive to one another. 1 life sentence for Virginia Sorensen.
Woo! Consecutive bit.
1 life sentence for Leanna Owen. 1 life sentence for Tamara Duran.
Yes.
1 life sentence for Jane Kulik. 1 life sentence for Bill Hospital. And 1 life sentence for Jackson Sparks.
Yes.
I've considered the enhancer and the additional 5 years that I could impose, but I don't need to really order that because I've not made him eligible for extended supervision, and it would only be to increase his time on initial confinement. But make no mistake, Mr. Brooks, you use that vehicle as a battering ram, no different than, frankly, a firearm.
He should be in there for the applause. He really
On count
should.
7 through 67, these are 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety. These charges alone and these convictions without the enhancer carry a maximum of 12.5 years. Because of the enhancer, a total of 17.5 years. And under Wisconsin law, the 5 years is added to the initial term of
Oh my
confinement. So what could be 7.5 years is a maximum of 12.5 years.
Holy fuck.
And I'd ask that everyone no longer
You reckon he's gonna get out?
show
Nah.
any reaction to the sentence so I can get through this.
Okay.
On counts 7
Here we
to
go.
67, on each count, I will impose a total sentence of 17.5
Oh
years.
my God.
12.5 years of initial confinement, plus 5 years of extended supervision, consecutive to any other
Holy
sentence
fuck.
that I've imposed here today. That is 762.5 years of initial confinement
762.
and 305 years of extended supervision on top
Damn.
of the life sentences that I've imposed.
Holy fuck.
That is 17.5 years, sir, for Nicole White. 17.5 years for Eleanor Anders, 17.5 years for Sasha
Holy shit.
Catalan Castillo. 17.5 years for Maura Gilchrist. 17.5 years for Justin Gullickson. 17.5 years for Harry Guilfoy. 17.5 years for Aiden Lofgren. 17.5 years for Theo Maza. 17.5 years for Tyler Pudliner. 17.5 years for Connor Tank. 17.5 years for Eric Teagues. 17.5 years for Adelia Maffioli. 17.5 years for Kelly Graybow. 17.5 years for Josh Craner. 17.5 years for Riley Rogers. 17.5 years for Caden Rogers. 17.5 years for Tucker Sparks. 17.5 years for Isabella Bartlett. 17.5 years for Yaritzi Becerra Montez. 17.5 years for Samantha Coelho. 17.5 years for Madison Hollingsworth. 17.5 years for Mackenzie Hollingsworth. 17.5 years for Mitchell Lampine. 17.5 years for Kathleen Pielmeyer. 17.5 years for Julia Schleichow. 17.5 years for Olivia Stover. 17.5 years for Jennifer Stover. 17.5 years for Jesselyn Torres. 17.5 years for Alice Urell. 17.5 years for Charlotte Urell. 17.5 years for Vivian Urell. 17.5 years for Grayson Urell. 17.5 years for Lola Hospital. 17.5 years for Tamara Rosentreter. 17.5 years for Betty Strang. 17 and a half years for Maria Alvarez Dominguez. 17 and a half years for Gregoria Romelia Perez. 17 and a half years for Elliot Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Benjamin Hallmark. 17 and a half years for Patrick Heppy. 17 and a half years for Lori Locken. 17 and a half years for Marisol Lopez Gutierrez. 17 and a half years for Adair Lopez Rubelar. 17 and a half years for Juan Marquez. 17 and a half years for David Marquez. 17 and a half years for William Mitchell. 17 and a half years for Jason Petchloff. 17 and a half years for Margaret Pachulis. 17 and a half years for Yamilet Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Island Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Ashley Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Jose Perales Alvarez. 17 and a half years for Maria Perez. 17 and a half years for Camila Perez Gonzalez. 17 and a half years for Isaac Foglia. 17 and a half years for Deborah Ramirez. 17 and a half years for Charles Green. 17 and a half years for Lily Green. 17 and a half years for Brinley Harris. 17 and a half years for Kelsey Knapp. 17 and a half years for Owen Briciotti. On count 68 through 73, which are the 6 counts of hit and run resulting in death. These are 25-year felonies each. The court will do the following. On count 68, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision. This will be concurrent to count 1. Count 69, the same sentence, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 2. Did I say that the right way, the first one? Okay. Count 68 is concurrent to count 1. Count 69 is concurrent to count 2. Count 70, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 3. Count 71, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 4. Count 72, 25-year total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 5. And on count 73, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 6. On count 74 and 75, the 2 felony counts of bail jumping, the court is ordering a 6-year sentence total on each count, 3 years of initial confinement, 3 years of extended supervision, consecutive to all other counts, but concurrent with one another. And lastly, but certainly not least, the maximum sentence for the battery to Erica Patterson, 9 months consecutive to any other sentence. To order anything other than what I have done, sir, would be to unduly depreciate the seriousness of these offenses. It is needed, although largely symbolic, given the number of years that I have imposed here today, because frankly, you deserve it. I know it's symbolic, but it needs to hold you accountable in a very real and tangible way.
Oh, shit!
For all of these sentences that I have imposed, I will order the following conditions: no contact with the victims as identified in the amended victim key or their families, no contact of any kind with Erica Patterson. You are to pay restitution in the amount of $47,193.29 to EMC Insurance Company, that's on behalf of the Waukesha School District, and $124,220.65 to the Crime Victim Compensation program. I'm ordering DNA surcharges on all counts. On counts 1 through 75,
Frankly, you
it's
deserve it.
$250. On count 76, it's $200. Those are mandatory under the law. I'm also imposing the domestic abuse surcharge on count 76 of $100. I'm also imposing all standard court costs on all counts.
He gonna
Although
be
my
paying
primary
forever.
emphasis is that restitution be paid before costs, surcharges, and fees. I will order that restitution, costs, and fees be paid out of prison money. In other words, that all financial obligations shall be collected pursuant to statutory provisions as requested by the state. That's frankly a standard, it's customary, but it will be in the judgment of conviction. And then pursuant to 949.165, I'll find that it is appropriate for this court to order an escrow account under 949.165 for payment of restitution, costs, fees, surcharges, and even for costs associated with prior legal representation or future representation under the statute. Mr. Brooks has been convicted of a number of serious crimes for which this section is appropriate. I will order 360 days credit as to count 1 and count 68. Only all other counts, 0 days credit because of the consecutive nature of the sentences that I
not concurrent, consecutive.
I calculated that.
Beautiful.
With my sentence calculator. Of course, that is through yesterday because these sentences commence today. There are a number of advisements I must go through. First of all, Mr. Brooks will be provided with a written explanation of determinate life sentence regarding the first-degree intentional homicide charges. Of course, he's not eligible for release to extended supervision. That form defines extended confinement for him, and there's other language on here that he can read at his convenience. He also will be provided with a notice of right to seek post-conviction relief.
You'll have the time to read it at least.
But he won't understand it.
The caption for him, he's instructed to review it.
Get it?
And review the defendant's acknowledgement, make the appropriate selection, sign and date it, and return that to the court. I must advise you, sir, you have been convicted of a felony.
Yeah, you have.
Means you may not vote in any election until your civil rights are restored. You may not possess a firearm. You may not possess.
Obviously, he's in prison.
Those are punishable as felonies. You also have 20 days from today's date to appeal the decision of this court. Does the state believe I've overlooked anything here today?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
You nailed it, Judge Darrell.
All right, those documents will be provided to Mr. Brooks. And we'll note for the record, at many times during my final sentencing remarks, he was holding up an objection sign. That objection is noted for the record. This now concludes this hearing and this case.
Bye-bye, bitch.
We are now off the record.
Shall we do it?
Motion stay pending appeal, or we can do it another
I want to
day.
wait till I sign the judgment of conviction. I'm not making any determinations regarding where he is to be held. That certainly is within once the judgment of conviction is signed, I'll address the motion for stay pending appeal. But my understanding is he needs to be transported to Milwaukee, and I will not stand in the way of that.
No, you
All right,
won't.
I'll schedule that once
You're a good
the judgment
person.
of conviction is signed.
Let Milwaukee
Fair
get their
process.
dibs.
Thank you, everyone.
Shall we all do it? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye. Yeah.
Oh my God. Take two. That was like y'all were so out of sync.
Oh, shut up. There's a lag. Hey, look at that. They're surrounding him. Like, come on, bitch. You're ours now. You're ours now. Look at those. Look at Tweedledee and Tweedledum, though. Come on. Thing 1, thing 2, and Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Love it.
Oh, he's got the shackles on today.
Oh, yeah, he's had them on.
No, yesterday he was able to lift his arms up.
I think they put the real shackles on today, not the.
Yeah,
he had them on yesterday, too. He did.
Well, yeah, but I mean, since
during the trial, he had just the ankle shackled to the desk.
Yeah.
The tether. All right, guys, that's it. He's gone. He's part of our history now.
Mm-hmm.
He is part of everybody's history now. I got to eat some good old nacho fries watching that, and I'm still drinking my Shirley Temple. Hello. Couldn't finish the nacho fries.
And just
And
let you know.
I noticed we have an unhallowed night on the panel too.
Yeah, you didn't see him then.
Yeah, I did, but I was cooking and I didn't want to interrupt the process of her, of the judge reading all that stuff. I'm like, ooh. I was just listening.
What were you gonna say, Aaron Rod?
Just to let you know, there's two events. On Monday, they are going to have a 1-year remembrance of last year's parade, but on the December the 4th,
they're having the actual parade.
Actual parade.
Yeah. Yep. They didn't want to have it on the same date, and that's a good idea. But I'm so happy because I've been wondering. But I'm so happy to hear they are not letting him hold them down. They are having it right away. That's beautiful. Thanks for coming, Captain Cactus.
There we go, Radical. Now I look more familiar.
There he is.
It's Banana Man.
Man.
I used that on the thumbnail.
You know,
on thumbnail.
You know what the difference is between this guy and a normal psychopath? At least the normal serial killer has the courtesy to, spread their murders around a few years,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. 7 hours ago again? We did it.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be so short today, guys. Seriously, I thought under 3 hours. Oh my God.
7 hours? You bloody lightweight, AMG.
The snark has spotted me.
Yeah, I was about to say, well, Darrell spent 3 hours walking in a circle.
Oh my God. I thought, the judge said it was 2 hours.
Oh, was it? It felt like 3.
It was. I know. It felt like the whole week.
So Tones wants to know what we think. If we'll see him again when he tries to appeal, we put himself in the forever. I think. Well, I'll let you all go first, and I'll tell you what I think. Go ahead, Aaron Rod. You want to say what you think?
I think. Well, I have a feeling wherever she puts him in Wisconsin, he's just. He may not even last to get his 20 days to get his appeal in.
Okay.
I just don't want. I think he's done with. He's just a side note now. He's never going to see the light of day, and to be honest, I'm glad of it. And I do feel that he's done a disservice to people who have actual mental health
his whole
issues.
family has. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nana, he got the book thrown at him. Maximum sentence on just about everything. All of them consecutive except for one.
Yeah.
All right. Radical, what do you think?
He should be gone. And I guess
you think we're gonna see him? He's gonna appeal? Like, do you think it'll go through? What?
There's well, he's gonna try, the narcissist in him wants to, but nothing's gonna change. This man is gone.
Yeah.
If this was ancient Japan, he would have been given a sword and take his own life or be struck down from behind.
Harakiri.
As the ultimate dishonor.
Or made run through the gauntlet.
Yeah.
Well, there's always the way ancient Rome handled it, but we're not talking. Yeah.
Kind of makes you wonder. How the gene pool works into this.
Well, his whole family. I'll say it again for anybody who hasn't heard it. His whole family.
Yeah, why does this man have absolutely zero empathy?
Well, I'll tell you. His whole family is like him. His father called in a bomb threat to a Las Vegas casino that he was doing that didn't treat him good enough, and served time in prison for that. He might still be there. I'm not sure. His mother has bailed him out every time he's gotten into trouble, and he's got a long rap sheet. His aunt, the father's twin sister, has got a longer rap sheet than even he does. every one of them are narcissists, even the ones that aren't criminals. You see their Facebook and Instagram pages, and they can't stop looking at themselves. Like, it's an entire family of just that.
Yeah, and his mother also. That was his mom, right? The first lady.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, she basically said it's not his fault; it's somebody else's fault, and it ain't my fault either.
Yeah, it's society's fault. She blames society. Her whole,
The ultimate victim mentality.
her whole speech was blaming society. Whole speech.
It's become a fetish.
Yeah, he was a
It's this
victim
victim
too.
mentality.
Yeah.
It's just become some kind of weird, twisted fetish of theirs.
Yeah.
It's really concerning as well.
It is. I mean, because this was.
We're not all done.
Okay.
Anacito, did you want to say if you think we're going to see him again?
No, because I know a lot of people were mad, and I was at certain times. But the judge going about it this route, letting him do what he had to do, let him say what he wanted to say. She has crossed all of her T's. She has dotted all of her I's, and she's made sure all of her Q's look like Q's. If he goes for an appeal, he will not be brought out for the hearing. It'll just be outright denied.
Yeah.
They won't even drag him out of the prison to do it.
Yeah.
He can file all he wants, but he is not coming out to the hearing.
Simon?
Pretty much echo that sentiment, and it will be too soon if I ever hear what's his face's name ever again.
There you go. I agree. I do. I don't think she did an amazing job of keeping the record, and he will try, undoubtedly. I hope prison justice gets to him quicker.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we should have to spend any more money or time on him. He's exactly what he was afraid to be. He's irrelevant. He's nobody. He's going to be forgotten. And that's what he even said in his speech. He didn't want to be forgotten. Well, he is going to be. By every good person in this world. You
Sorry,
know, and
who?
his kids, especially the one that was just born, might just have an opportunity to like live a good life now. You know, like be good people.
Also,
I don't know what their mothers are like, but if they're halfway decent, then hey, they have a shot now.
Oh, I was gonna ask, do we know what prison he's going to?
Not yet.
Not
he's
yet.
He's still going to be tried in Milwaukee. So
And
we got if they televise that, should I show it? I don't know.
I don't even know they're going to televise that.
You want to read that one?
I will not.
Simon.
I refuse.
Hey, Radical. And I'm assuming that's Cal State.
Yeah, it is.
Because I can't say it in StreamYard.
It's Cal State.
Cal State.
And then what?
Knife,
fork and knife with plate.
Oh.
Beaming
Smiling.
face with smiling eyes. And a waving hand.
The waving hand.
Y'all read that wrong. Beef. It's what's for dinner.
Yeah.
Oh.
He won't be having any Shirley Temples anytime soon. He'll be Shirley Temple at the prison.
Yeah, but what I was asking about, well, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's gonna go to general population. He's gonna get killed too fast.
Nah, he won't. He won't be in Gen
So,
Pop. No.
Hi, Nicole.
Hey, Nicole.
Hey, sweetie darling. How you feeling?
Hi.
Great outcome, hey?
And if he goes to a Supermax, he's gonna get stuck in the shoe.
Wait a second. Let Nicole go, babe.
Can you let her speak?
He didn't hear her. She's on a lag. Go.
Okay. You're going to be mad, but I had to go do something, so I didn't get to see the sentencing.
Oh, it's no big deal. She gave him everything she could.
Oh, he got it.
And then she said, frankly, you deserve it. I loved it. It was great.
He was also in the timeout chair, Nicole. He was not allowed in the actual courtroom.
I seen that part. I just did not get to see the sentencing, the actual
Waving
sentencing.
a stupid sign around.
When she stopped to say, and if you wonder why I gave you as much as I did, it was frankly, you deserve it. I was muted. I started screaming. Yes, man, she said it.
Oh
It's
yeah.
beautiful.
If memory serves, it was 6 consecutive life sentences and 61 consecutive 25-year sentences.
And then but no, there's 17 and a half
Yeah.
that
Sorry, 17 and a half.
yeah,
Right.
like and then the 25 ones. So
Mhm.
it came out to the 6 consecutive life sentences plus another 900 years plus but the only reason
No,
there's not a whole will you let me finish, please? The 1,000 years is because the ending ones that were the 25-year sentences for the hit and run, those are concurrent. Those are the only
Yeah.
ones that are concurrent. So that's why he got about a little over 900 plus the 6.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was great.
Hmm. And during his long, stupid speech, he was talking about that when he goes to meet, Christ at the right hand and stuff,
Oh.
that he knows where he'll be going. And I'm like,
he's wrong.
he really needs the feather of Mahat from Egyptian.
Yeah.
Where his heart is weighed against the feather.
The thing is, he's never humbled himself. He's never asked for forgiveness. And that's the key to forgiveness. Asking for it. Being remorseful. Being humble. And he doesn't know how to be. He will never bend that knee.
No.
So fuck him. I'm not even gonna talk about any of the.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the only time we may hear his name is when they say he was killed in prison.
Yeah.
It might not happen. If he goes to a Supermax, he'll be in a shoe where even the guard who feeds him won't be allowed to talk to him.
You've been found wanting, yes.
Yeah, nobody's gonna. I mean, if he's in Super
I love
shoe,
that movie.
nobody's gonna talk to him. They're not allowed to speak to them. They are in solitary confinement.
Yeah. I was
Zero
referring to
human
what
interaction.
I was referring to what Tones Overthinks it was saying. You have been weighed, you have been measured, and you've been found wanting, actually.
Yeah.
And that is from A Knight's Tale.
Yep.
I love that movie. So.
Turns out it's 1,076.
Yeah.
Oh, 76. I turned it around.
Yeah, you did.
I Dutchified that word, that number.
1,067 and a half years.
Yeah.
Plus the
I would have
sentences
given the extra 10 years for him as well. So
I would have, I love that she realized that everybody who was injured, everybody who had, a letter, let's say, deserved a full sentence from him, even though it's symbolic, as she said, because their injuries are important. The rest of their lives that they have to deal with it. He still, if you think about it, for each person, he got off easy because they had to deal with a lifetime of this.
Mm-hmm.
He could have gotten a life sentence for all of it.
Yep.
I wish they had they were a state that had death penalty.
And
but they aren't.
Yeah, the burning question when I left was I know he was trying to bargain for that year of credit that he's already sat in jail. Did he get that in the end?
He did.
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
But against
she got taken off of one count. Yeah, 360 days.
I'm sorry. What were you saying, Simon?
The same as Aaron. It was 360 days taken off one of the trivial ones.
Really, I didn't know. No, Llewellyn squirrels. She said 1,000.
Okay, because one thing I've done, and I'd never gotten bailed out of jail, so I would sit in jail until my court hearing or whatever, and I'd get out, and they're like, "Well, you've got time served, and you actually paid your court costs with your time served, and you still got a couple days credit. Thank you. I'll see you later, Your Honor." So a lot of times I get pulled over for a traffic ticket or whatever, and it's just sign here, and go that way. You're being discharged. Thank you, sir.
So, like, I gotta say, I'm glad she spoke as long as she did, because she really gave his family needed to hear that, I think. Especially about how 4 different well-respected, well-known psychiatrists have spoken to him, interviewed him, looked at his history, looked at his mental health history, his physical history, and his criminal history, how he's treated people, everything. And then what happened? And they deemed him not mentally ill. He has antisocial behavior. But he's not
Arrogance.
bipolar as he tried to say. And that was important because they want to blame the mental illness that he does not have. They want to blame society for not treating the mental illness that he does not have. When people who are actually mentally ill deal with it every day and hurt nobody. We hurt ourselves more than anybody else. You know?
And even the judge was talking about when she sees people who have schizophrenia.
Yeah.
That's, she's seen.
That's sad.
She's
It's
seen
terrible.
It's sad. It's terrible. But,
I would suggest everyone go to Elvis the Aliens channel and watch his videos where he talks about his schizophrenic, his history of it, how he's dealt with it, how he sits at a table and will look up and see a demon.
Yeah.
And deals with it without freaking out because he's had to his whole life. And he has a daughter now. Like, this is the reality of it, not what he wants to paint a picture as or his family. Sorry.
And also in Waukesha, this is also where the Slender Man attack happened.
Yes.
And the daughter, her father has schizophrenia, and they believe it.
She does too. Yeah.
And she does too. And she's the one that's still in the mental institution.
She was scary.
Yeah.
Well, you do realize all they had to do is collect all the pages, you know?
These girls thought they were summoning him by killing their friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to make it a little bit light-hearted.
There's nothing light about that, though. So, like, I remember
I know you're talking about
watching
the game. Yeah.
Right,
And
quickly before I go, Go Army was wondering how much the final restitution total was. I believe I heard a couple of sort of low thousands, but there was one of about
No. It's not low, and nothing was in the low thousands, babe. There was a 40,000 to the 40 over 40,000 to the insurance, and then it all added up to 145 and change.
Right.
I remember her saying it. Yes, Sue said it yesterday. The entire total. She broke it down today.
Right. Okay. And on that happy financial note, I shall head for bed.
Thank you for sitting it out through it with me, Simon. I do
That's right.
appreciate it.
Okay.
I can count on you, sir.
Yes, I've got fingers and thumbs you can count on.
Oh my God! Does your little
no
doll?
He just wants to make it awkward. Don't encourage him.
I can count on my fingers and thumb. I can count fingers and thumbs. I can count up to 4.
Yeah, you got no toesies.
I've got toesies.
No,
Okay,
you don't got toesies.
if I take my shoes and socks off, then I can count up to 6.
No.
All right, calm down. For some people, that's for Friday night, but not today. Not today, Simon.
People in Louisiana, that's just one hand.
Oh my God. Bye.
Bye, Simon.
Get the fuck out of here.
Good night, Nicole. Good night, Aaron Rod. Good night,
Good
Rachel.
night.
Good night, Anthony. Good
Good
night,
night.
AMG. Good night, chat. And good night, John Boy.
John Boy.
She let the people applaud. Yeah, I think that was great.
Yeah.
I think it was very gracious of her to let them applaud for at least the life sentences. for those who were died. But if she had let them do it for the rest of them, we would still be there. So yeah, I'm glad.
Don't break my camera.
What?
Steven.
Oh.
Oh wait, Thomas. How did I read that as Steven? Hi.
How you doing?
I'm just going through comments that are calling my channel bootlicker channel. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my comments don't usually do that. Mine tell me, accuse me of being on fentanyl and stuff. Yeah.
Here's one for you. You're gonna hate. You couldn't be more wrong, which is why you're being stupid. Ah, goddammit, phone. I was reading that. Traveling within your private property on an established public roadway is a right you don't have to pay for. You're just mad
No.
at me.
Dude, I just went 2 days with Darrell Brooks. I'm not listening to that shit now. I've had
I'm a bootlicker,
16 hours and more than 16 hours.
You want more? I get more. Oh.
No!
Well, I don't
will
have more.
hurt you, little boy.
Oh, I do.
So, Nicole.
Yeah?
Do you have any final statements as we...
Nicole, you're muted, by the way.
Yeah. If he says so. Anything left you want to say about this whole whatever that was?
I don't have my lights on.
All right, I'll let him read one more. Fiery wants you to read another one. Radical, go ahead.
Well, I just approved them all, so I don't. I have
to
to
find one now.
Well, one of them said I was stupid.
We go find one and read it.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Really?
I'm not phone.
On you. Tristan looked good.
Yeah, there's also positive ones like, hey, Radical, you're stepping up your commentary again. I actually called him a dick too by this time because he was so dumb.
Oh god.
Yes, Tristan looked great.
He did, right?
Contrary to popular belief, a dick flute is not a man named Richard playing the flute.
And that, Paracord Princess, but the way Tones had it is Knight's Tale. Sorry. I get that. I get what you're saying, totally. But what he was referring to was a movie.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was. A good movie, too.
Bootlicker. Rodent of Anger. Bootlicker.
Bootlicker. Bootlicker.
Well, there's people who drink from a shoe. No idea what that's about, but
the high heels, champagne from a high heel shoe. Will you just read a goddamn comment? They want one. Give it to them.
But you're better off reading
yes, do give your daughter our best and take good care of her and let us know, please, how she's doing.
No, I've got a problem with the microphone over here, or else I'm yelling. Every time I try to approve a bloody comment on the PC, sometimes it says removed comment, and I'm like, no, I pressed approve. Fix that, YouTube, in case you're listening.
Will you just read one?
No, I'm trying to find one that calls me bootlicker.
Okay then.
Hold on, jeez.
Yeah. I saw a clip.
Happy Largalugi guy, I guess.
Go ahead.
This channel has got to be the most bootlicker channel one yet, and I've seen some serious bootlickers. Well, don't they understand that they are actually the bootlickers? That's the weird thing. Hey, where did Nicole go?
That's all.
What this channel seems to be, and what most of you commenting seem to come as, are a bunch of freedom-hating bootlickers. That's not even grammatically correct, and I hate you for that even more than the comment.
I'm still waiting for the comments where they say that you're putting on a voice or whatever. It's an act. It's not even your real voice.
Those are also the thing that I.
Oh, okay.
I put on an act. I do not speak like this.
Yeah, it's not your real.
Dutch Indian from India, you know. Someone actually called me Russian.
Somebody called you British as well.
Yeah,
The
British.
worst British accent they'd ever heard.
Everyone
British.
that doesn't speak American, is apparently British. You want more? Can you handle more?
Do a good one for Fiery so we can get over this.
I'm enjoying tacos right now.
I had nacho fries. And I made sauce yesterday. I should have. Oh well. I'll eat tomorrow. I made a meat sauce. Yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
good.
you inspired me to have spaghetti yesterday.
I know, and I haven't even had it yet. Stupid.
They're also quoting maritime law.
Wonderful. Just read one. Just pick one and read it.
Oh, I don't want to. I'm bored.
All right, I will. All right. You want me to go find one and get it? Because you're.
I got one that says the only laws I follow are those handed down by Emperor Rajikal. It's Empress Rajikal.
Kind of looks like you, Raj. Holy shit! Like real quick, he looks just like real quick. The soft stick gets a ton of tickets because he fuses to brain. Kind of looks like an American.
Oh my god!
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
An American you.
He does.
Oh, he
dude.
looks very angry. If you look at the video, he looks like
if
really
he was
angry
smiling and
man. I'm not
goofy and had glasses on, he'd look like you.
So Radical has a doppelganger. Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe he is. Maybe I am. Have you ever seen me and him in the same room?
Oh god.
Yeah, we don't even know if you're real or not.
Yeah, that's true. Apparently, because I have the wrong lights on, I'm flickering, and I'm also too dark. See the flickering on my camera? Oh, weird. Oh, here's a one. Are you a copsucker or just a simp? The cop was harassing that man. Plain and simple. If you can't see that, you are a pathetic lad.
Oh god.
Go lock some boots.
Yeah, they're the most
Lock
they're
some
like
boots.
flat earthers. They're exactly like flat earthers.
Go lock some boots. He said lock some boots.
It's sad how these people like make those comparisons and whatnot, but if you follow their logic all the way to the end, Darrell Brooks has to be their hero.
Yeah. I bet you every subset was watching that damn trial, and now one of them learned a damn thing from it.
Yeah, there was somebody on Radical's comments said these people should take a look at where their sob sip crap got Darrell Brooks.
Yeah. And he's like he really did the entire thing.
Yeah, he was playing the
brought up stuff I haven't heard in a while, like real deep dive soft stuff. He was playing it all the way through, whether you believe he believes it or not. He did that thing, and it proves it's all a bunch of bullshit. Nothing, no softset has ever won a case on the merits of their argument.
Oh, this one was gonna go take it to court. He got, I think, he got a total of 3 tickets. No front plate, which is required in Wyoming. He had too dark a tint, and he refuses to ID. But then he actually showed us ID.
Of course he did.
So that probably got dropped.
Yeah.
That's the sin. That's like the main sin of the
that
handbook.
reminds me. Did you notice that the doctors all that had met with Darrell said that the only time he complains about mental illness is when he's incarcerated? It's another form of incarceritis, or jail cooties, or whatever you want to call what they have when they're about to get arrested. All of a sudden, they're like, we see with frauders all the time that they got no shoulder, or their hips are dislocated. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
You got to keep in mind that frauditors and sovereign citizens are on different levels criminals. That's what they are.
They're the two different sides of the same coin, but the same side of the same coin. It's the same. It's the same. They flout the law, the real law.
Yeah, right now we got another copyright striker. Apparently, the weird guy with the glasses, with the red glasses guy. What's his name? I don't have me. I keep forgetting the name of the little man.
What Nana just said. Where is
Chili.
it?
Chili. Yeah, Chili. Yeah, Chili. He is apparently doing the copyright strikes now.
I love this.
Be quiet, dog.
I love what Nana just said. That's the funniest thing ever. I pulled my liver. I don't know why. It tickled me.
Well, sucks to be you. That's what Reggie said. Pull this liver.
Night, Irish. Thanks for coming.
Oh yeah,
I'm
AMG.
going to bed.
Go.
Yeah.
Go to bed.
So
You hear me?
guys.
Woman, you hear me? Go to bed.
Nighttime.
You are not allowed here anymore.
I'm going to bed. You don't point your finger at me. Get your finger out of my face, bitch. I'm gonna bite it.
I got all 10 of them now. There she is.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Good.
Almost. Hey. God damn it. The desk is in the way. Oh, wait.
Nope. You're.
This is a dump.
All right.
You can't get away from me.
Okay. Yeah, it's not big enough. I need more squares.
It's not big enough.
Nicole,
How big do you want it to be?
Nicole, come back. Hey. So you go there.
Oh, you're gonna get demonetized now. Watch out.
I am. Come back, Nicole.
And you wonder why they clip you. You know,
Cliff, get
there's
in
a clip
here.
feature underneath the video, people. So if you want to clip anything AMG says, put it in a clip and
not
send it to her
clippable.
Discord.
I am not clippable. I say nothing wrong.
Well, that's debatable.
Command of my instrument. Or whatever. I don't know. I got to pee again.
Okay.
I've been drinking coffee for 12 hours.
Tickle her.
Getting longer and longer.
Damn it.
Hey guys, guess what I found?
Well, what did you find?
My ID.
Oh no, you do realize that is state property.
I
and
finally
you need to
found
ID
the
yourself
ID
if you're
that's
driving around on your.
Yay! She can stop being a soft sit now.
She's a real person again.
I'm a real person. Yeah.
You don't have an ID, you don't exist. You do realize that, right?
Well, I couldn't buy cigarettes myself because even though you guys are gonna make age jokes on me 24/7, stores will not sell me cigarettes without an ID. And you gotta look like 50 years old to buy cigarettes without an ID, and they don't think I do. Yeah.
Well, maybe they're concerned you're too old.
Hey, you. That's not how it goes, okay?
Well, how's she gonna explain it?
Well, I do have something that'll help you feel better. It's when they stop asking you for ID.
That's where you
know
gotta
you're over the hill.
Yeah. And they don't. They need my ID. Because I don't.
With my beard, they don't ask me. But if I were to shave, I'd need my damn ID.
You wait, hold on. Continue to talk. I'm just trying to find something.
Hey, Dad.
You have too many monitors. You're not going to find nothing. It'll take you a week.
No. There's this.
I gotta say something. I do really need to say something. I want to thank everybody who's been here last 2 days, especially for sitting all 16 hours out with me. I know I'm not, the biggest channel. I'm not. I'm a small channel. I'm not like the guys who get hundreds of viewers at a time and, super chats thrown at me. But here, I see you. You're part of everything with me, and I love that because it's not a huge crowd, we get to interact more. I get to know you, and we got through this together, and thank you for that. I couldn't have watched, especially yesterday, without you guys. Those were so hard to get through.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they were. So thank you for coming, and I love you all, really.
You got a point there. Smaller channels are more. See, the problem is the bigger the channel, the less contact you have with your audience.
Yeah, and I love knowing you guys, all of you.
Overwhelming.
Yeah.
Check out my meme. Oh, not actually my meme.
Where?
This is basically Aniseto.
Where?
Well, it's shared in the bloody thing. You're the streamer professional here with your
You can
StreamYard.
stream it and I can share it.
You got a bloody fucking share screen there. Look at the bloody thing. I don't know what
I
you
was
see.
not
Yeah,
in
there you go.
there.
About to say I better laugh.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
This
there
is
we go.
basically what happens to Aniseto when he shaves.
Yeah, that's it. Look at that. What happens when I shave?
That's a classic meme.
I turn into a baby.
Thank you, Barry.
Have you seen those videos where daddy shaves his beard and the baby just looks at him and is like, who the hell are you?
Yeah.
Or starts crying?
I did that to my dog.
Road of Anger, that reminds me of a
Oh,
game
that'll
I'm
work.
playing, what you just said. The null. It's got the null I don't know, something about null in it, and it brings me through room. It's the room games.
Oh yeah.
That reminds me
I was
of
like, what the
one
hell
of
are you on about?
the riddles I was just given. The poor have a lot of me, or the poor. I don't know. There's a few riddles. I knew them when I saw them.
You should play that game on your gaming channel.
I don't think anybody would want to watch me play.
Well, how do you know if you don't try?
All right.
You got a gaming channel. So she actually has a gaming channel, in case you're wondering.
Not necessarily a gaming channel, just a channel besides this one.
Okay. Well, apparently she has a second channel she doesn't want us to know about.
I did not say that. They didn't.
Well, that's what I'm gonna.
I don't think I can live stream on that one yet.
Well,
can
why
I?
not?
I don't know. Let me go look.
Oh yeah, there's rules and regulations for that.
Yeah, because I don't think I
you need
have
at least
enough,
100 subscribers, I think.
I have. Let me see. Switch account.
Kind of stupid that you need.
It's called
100
Cause
subscribers.
You Do.
Are you sure about that though?
I'm going now to see. I can. I think I can go live. Let me see.
Stop moving around, window. Jeez.
No, wait. Oh, I can't go live on that one. No,
Oh, okay.
I believe.
I think it has to be a verification of an email or something. That's what allows you to live.
Yeah, because it's giving me the screen that says, "Welcome to the new YouTube live control room. When do you want to go live? Right now or later date?" So I think they're allowing me now.
You just have to register your email address or.
Yeah, and
kind
all
of
my emails are
verification.
registered. It's not like I have an actual channel that they can check or anything, Silly.
Well, it's all connected to the same branding,
Yeah, it is. So they could just check and say, "Oh, she's a member in good standing," even though she doesn't monetize anything, because why would she? Oh yeah, Anacito, are you the one who made me play those weird lip reading things? You and AMarvelGirl, right? Yeah, I got copyright struck for all of them. Thank you. Thank you very much. That stupid Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle thing? Yeah. Copyright strike. Yeah.
No, I just made the suggestion that you hadn't seen them. I didn't say play them.
Well, I
Magical
played
Man told you to play them.
And I got.
That's fair use, by the way, but you will never actually engage in fair use combat. But that's totally fair use.
No, because I don't think we. Well, it doesn't matter. It wasn't monetized, so they can't claim anything. And it wasn't a strike against me. It's just a.
It's just the shared revenue, or just they take all the revenue, but it's not monetized. So
yeah, and that was the only one I did. I don't know what other ones you got that we watched.
The ones of The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
They also have the
the whatever that he said.
Oh well, you didn't even play that one. The Carl song.
Didn't I? I don't know. It doesn't matter. They're stupid. They're dumb.
I sent you the Carl Papa song in a DM.
Yeah, I tried that. It was dumb. I can't stand them. I don't get the joke. I don't get the joke.
I actually watched the entire. I actually watched the entire one of Ghetto Turtles.
Yeah.
I only watched like tiny little clips of it, but now I watched the entire one. It's fun as hell.
Video?
Yeah, they made a whole movie out of it. They just put it in like 11 segments. It's pretty good if you watch the whole damn thing.
In a higher quality. I sent you the wrong quality.
Yeah. I watched it years ago when it came out. I just forgotten about it.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah.
I
It's
just like
very
discovered it not too long ago. Oh, just another one for Radical. Have you ever heard of Ginger Billy? He's got some good stuff.
Do not answer.
Yeah, he's funny.
Please.
Yeah. I know about him.
Yeah, that boy's funny, man.
Who's here? Who just came in?
I don't know. You're the one that.
Yeah, Nicole's back. She's back.
Why do you ask us who's here? We don't know.
Because I wasn't. I could only read the chat on the stream.
Yeah, but you asked the question to us, and we don't know.
You're in StreamYards too.
We can't see the bloody thing that is behind the scene.
Yes, you can.
No, we can't.
Oh, nobody in here can they? All right, everybody left it good, except for Nicole, and she's back now. So, shush you. Hi,
Well, not for long.
Yeah, I'm not staying because I gotta pee and I'm done with this shite.
Oh, why are we still here? This is like a Brainy Beaver outro. I was watching Brainy Beaver earlier today.
He's not Brainy Beaver anymore. He's Beaver Zero.
Well, yeah, he's Brainy Beaver to me. I don't care.
Yeah, I know. He's gonna be.
The gaming channel is still called Brainy Beaver Games. So,
and another funny one, Larry the Stormtrooper. I don't know if y'all ever heard watch his stuff. He's
takes a second to work.
Yeah, and Piemations is another good little funny channel.
I don't care. Everybody say goodbye.
No.
Oh yeah, I'm not telling you to play anything, AMP. My bad.
No, I'm
Bye.
Don't mind me.
I will not.
Radical. You always show up way too late.
I did a wave.
I might just show up randomly live
We're
on my channel.
We're gonna do the wave. Here we go.
Okay. I gotta pee.
Oh no!
I didn't see it. Go ahead, do it.
The wave. Look at these fools. They can't even do the wave.
Well, she's on a lag, so that's not fair.
Oh!
That's not the wave.
It's something. Oh
That's
shit!
That's the Los Angeles wave.
Oh, okay. That's what they call that.
We have gone off the rails officially.
It's gone.
Like I was trying to say, yeah, Brady Beaver is now Beaver Zero.
The Beaver of
Because
Zero.
he's
That's
not
what he's
just
called.
doing the sausage stuff anymore or debunking.
Well,
He
that's
wants
not
to do
true.
other
I think he lost his brain. I'm not sure where he left it.
No, he did not.
You know what he was
He
doing?
did.
He was
What?
watching. So the thing is, he was watching the fuck's sake, what the hell is his name? Chili. He was watching the Chili Man doing an actual live copyright strike on someone else. You know, fraudulent copyright strikes. That's apparently. I'm probably gonna get one as well because I have a video of him.
I made a
Gonna be
bingo
fun.
out of his ass, so
Yeah, but the thing is,
yeah.
he was watching him do a copyright strike, and then all of a sudden he was doing like a Brainy Beaver outro on his channel. So Brainy Beaver, Beaver Zero, was watching Chili do a Brainy Beaver outro. And then he got a privacy complaint. And his video stream got taken down.
Okay.
So Chili was doing the copyright strike on fraudulent grounds, and then he got a strike on his own little channel. He thinks he's real important, doesn't
How does
he?
that have
I
to
don't
do
know
with him
nothing
being
about the man. I
Beaver
did one
Zero
video
now?
about him.
Wait a minute. How does that have to do with him changing his name?
No, I was just talking about this amazing outro we're doing here, you know?
But you
Now we have...
But you said no. When I said he changed his name because he's not doing debunking anymore, and he wanted to do other things, and that's why he took the brainy out of it. You said no, and then did
He's
that
still doing
story.
the sovereign citizen stuff because...
He is still doing it, but he's gonna do other shit. Oh my god, forget it.
When did I ever listen to you? Have I ever listened to you?
No.
Oh.
I want to go on the record, for the record, let the record show. Remember to tickle the bell and all things around it, and we'll see you in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z.
What?
I shouldn't encourage that.
I gave you an outro and you're not doing anything with it.
Because you stupid.
Hey, you got a sex bot in the chat.
Get the bot. Yeah, thank you.
Oh my god.
69mega.com.
Back again.
Nice.
Thank you guys. Great.
What exactly do these bots think?
You know who you missed, Radical? Robert was here earlier.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, in the chat. You missed him.
I think he's still there.
Is he still there?
He didn't come
Is the
back,
man
did he?
hiding?
I went to tag Rodent of Anger and his name popped up as an option.
Well, he might have come back to say hi at one point, but no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the legendary Bloppo was
I
here.
don't have my outro. I don't have an outro yet. But if somebody wants to make me an outro, that'd be great. Anyways,
gonna drive my car and do a thing, and then I'm gonna crash into things. Oh, it doesn't actually. That's your intro. Never mind.
Yeah, whatever. Right, everybody. As
I just made you an outro.
Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up.
Hey, you have the power
And
to
I
mute
might
me.
actually
Try it.
get
Try and
off
mute me.
at one
I'm not
point.
gonna interrupt you anymore because I have a microphone. I can
This is
talk to you.
Darrell. Oh.
Oh, that's just rude.
Yeah, well,
I don't
for
see no
you.
boxes.
I was just saying, I might show up randomly streaming on my other channel. Keep an eye out. I'll post in the Discord if I want to try it out, just to take her for a test drive. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully by this time next week or Saturday, ladies' night, we'll see Nicole all bright and shiny on her new computer. Woo,
Yeah.
can't wait.
Did you get it today?
Did it come in?
Yes, it did. She
Okay,
mentioned
good.
it earlier. She's gonna wait for her
Great.
son to help her set it up.
And what time are they coming in tomorrow? Do you know?
You're muted, by the way, Nicole.
No, she's not. She's
a
just
lag.
not talking. She's doing sign
It's a
language.
lag.
It's a lag, guys. Give her a second.
Oh, my bad, shit. Probably.
It's all right.
I'm dyslexic and
It's okay.
just bad at braiding.
Go ahead, Nicole. Do you know what time he'll be there tomorrow? No? Okay.
Don't know.
Well, I have an appointment at I don't even know what time my appointment is. If I don't go, the doctor's gonna be like, "Bitch." So.
Oh, AMV.
Yeah.
I like this doctor already.
NA has an interesting question. How come he's never heard of this other channel of yours? Would you be so kind as to drop the link?
I did tell everybody about it. I swear to God, when I started it, I did.
You know how I got that about that channel?
To give me
got it.
a follow it. You got it?
You got it linked on your main channel. I mean,
it is. It's on the bottom of my main channel.
well, it shouldn't be at the bottom of your main channel, now should it?
It's on featured channel.
It's like you're hiding something. What are you
God,
hiding?
don't pick on me.
What are you hiding, AMG?
You know how I figured out about AMG's other channel?
You heard me say it?
No, I remember one day we were in a chat on a different stream, and you posted, and I said, "Wait a
Not
minute,
my other channel.
this isn't your main channel."
Yes, right. I did.
Yeah, so I subbed to it.
I
right then
haven't
and there.
added it here.
And I told you, hey, girl, you might want to switch out. You're on the wrong one. And you're like, oh, fuck, thanks.
Yes, I did.
Also, you're a big old liar. You're a big old liar. It's not on your channel. Feature channels.
I know.
Of course, I'm there because I'm everywhere.
Oh my God.
Do I need to refresh the page?
Wait a minute. I'm trying to.
No. I refreshed the page. It's
I
not
gotta
there.
pee.
It's not there. You lie.
I gotta pee, but I'm trying to do this at the same time.
All right, go pee. We'll wait.
No, I gotta do this real quick. Oh my God. You.
What
I'm gonna do this. Oh. Edit section. Add a channel. I got this, bitch.
See, this is how we get her to do stuff. We
You
just
said
yell
you
at her
stopped calling me there.
constantly and keep yelling and yelling, and then eventually she does it.
There it is. There it is.
Gotta be there.
And done. I think
Vert
I
the
did
Ferk.
it.
How you doing?
Did I do it right?
I don't see it.
I don't know. I'm trying. Sometimes YouTube does this to me.
Oh yeah, blame YouTube. The company
really?
doesn't do anything wrong.
Really?
It's the best company ever. I don't have any complaints.
Well, that's a lie.
Yeah.
You can check my Twitter feed for the lies. For fuck's sake, man, this is just a ridiculous company that doesn't do anything.
I have a totally unrelated topic question for the chat. What should I try? Forbidden Kush or Grape Ape? Goddamn dog.
Grape Ape.
What's the third option?
Grape Ape.
Yeah, I heard something about goddamn something. Well, what's the third option?
Dog.
There? Oh my
dog. They're not gonna eat the dog. Hey, so calm down there.
They started working. They didn't even let me finish. I have Grape Ape and Forbidden Kush.
Grape Ape. I just said it again. There it is. Refresh. It's on my feature channels now. Yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch.
Oh, I'm causing interaction with your chat. Watch, I'm gonna make it blow up.
Publish. It's
Yeah,
published
right.
now.
Anyway, talk with me.
It's now published.
I guess it needs to refresh.
You got no. I just published it. I took too long to publish it. Now do it, and you'll see it.
AMD's right though.
I don't even have myself on the Cushy Do list. Oh my god.
Looks like better bet.
I'm not good at this.
Oh, the next stream is on AMG. She's gonna play Counter-Strike against some pro-level players I know.
Huh? Yes.
Ooh.
I didn't say that.
That Kush has a nice peppery smell.
Huh?
She's gonna play The Room, which is a spooky point-and-click adventure.
Look, I was screaming that I was going to kill Arian Rod when I was playing this stupid Room game because it keeps pulling me through and there's a skeleton all of a sudden and playing cards, and I'm like, what the fuck? Where'd he come from?
He was sitting there all the time. You just didn't notice him.
He
Kinda
wasn't
rude,
there.
though.
You were there with me. He wasn't in the
It was
room.
kind of rude. You kept apologizing for not noticing him, so I think he forgave you.
And then they made me
It
go
was all
close
smiles.
personal with him too.
You
And
did what now?
like I never consented to being brought to different, I don't know, dimensions. I don't know there. There's no I don't know that there's even oxygen on the other side of that doorway. I haven't packed a lunch. I don't have clean underwear. I don't know when I'm going back. It's not right.
Just flip them inside out. You'll be all right.
Oh.
Well, this sounds like a thing you need to see. You go over to her other channel and have a grand old time with a stream that's going to happen anytime when she actually gets around to it. Which is?
And on the third, what?
When are you going to play The Room?
I don't know. What time is it now?
No, it's not what time is it now. You're going to go to
I
sleep
might
after
do it
this stream
later
because this stream
tonight.
is already way too long.
I might do it later for an hour or so. I don't know.
Don't you need to sleep?
It's only 6 p.m. where I am.
Well,
you don't sleep. Why should I?
Are you trying to call her old?
Do I have to call her old or? I mean...
Okay. On that note, night.
Night.
Bye, everyone.
Soon. Thanks for being here with me. Love y'all. Night.
Bye bye.
We're out.
Later.